Chapter 1361. Declining isn't nice. Chapter 1361. Declining isn't nice. Why, you're interested in this top dog? Pardon me for speaking bluntly, if this entrance examination is competing in pill refinement, forget about top dog, even personal disciple is nothing difficult. But for martial arts, Yang Rui did not carry on saying, but the meaning in those words was already very clear. With Yi Yuan's strength, wanting to take the top dog position was undoubtedly a fool's talk. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I was just asking. Brother Yang doesn't need to take it seriously. He indeed did not have this idea. He knew that his current realm's strength was severely lacking. Being able to succeed in clearing the rounds was already pretty good. Ever since coming to Heavenspan World, all of Yi Yuan's energy was virtually all placed on pill refinement and creating the Chaos Heavenspan canon. Martial arts were not to say already lying wasted, but it had indeed stagnated for a long time and not advanced. At this time, a young girl in yellow garment and an old woman went up to Clearwind Inn's second floor. Goodness gracious, my grandaunt, I already said that the second level have no seats, but you just don't believe me. The waiter chased the yellow SHI+RT girl up to the second level and urged bitterly. The yellow SHI+RT girl ignored the waiter. Sweeping a glance on the second floor, she walked towards the table Yi Yuan was at with quick step. Slap. The yellow SHI+RT girl slapped a storage ring on the table and said overbearingly, Kid, this seat is mine. There are 500 low-grade divine essence stones inside here. You take it and pay the bill. The remainder, just take it as buying this seat. Now, tidy up for me and get lost. The yellow SHI+RT girl's domineeringness drew everyone's sidelong glance. The Qin family's little demoness making a move again. It's still okay if this kid is sensible. If he isn't sensible, he will probably suffer. No choice, who asked her to get reincarnated in a good place. These few years, this law has harmed no idea how many people. That kid is also unlucky. He's from the countryside at a glance. Didn't expect that he ran into Qin Peiyu when he just entered the city. Some locals clearly knew about the yellow SHI+RT girl's ident. One tie, all casting sympathetic looks at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan gave Qin Peiyu a glance and took a look at the storage right, suddenly saying with a smile, Miss, if I accept this storage ring, does it belong to me? Seeing this scene, the surrounding onlookers could not help but be disappointed. They were all young masters and young ladies, and wished for the matter to blow up to watch a show. They did not expect that Yi Yuan was so scared. Qin Peiyu made no attempt to conceal the disdain in her gaze as she said coolly, That is, of course. Your table is at most 300 divine essence stones. The remaining 200, just take it as giving you. Yi Yuan nodded his head and pushed the storage ring back, saying with a smile, Miss, there are 500 low-grade divine essence stones in here. You take it and immediately disappear in front of me. Don't affect my appetite. 1T. Yi Yuan's words made everyone stunned. The plot reversed too quickly. They did not react for a moment. But they realized very quickly that a fine show came. Yi Yuan's move made it even harder for Qin Peiyu to step down the stage than directly refusing. Sure enough, Qin Peiyu's expression instantly changed, and she said angrily, Boy, are you refusing face when given? Do you know how this young lady is? If I want you dead, it's just a matter of a word. This was also the area where Yi Yuan was most averse to Qin Peiyu, wanting people's life at the drop of a hat, not attaching importance to other people's life and death at all. To be able to say this kind of words, Yi Yuan reckoned that the ones who died at her hands were probably not few. This young master doesn't know you and isn't interested in knowing either. Take it, you can disappear already. Don't hinder my friends and me from eating, Yi Yuan said coolly. Qin Peiyu was used to running rampant. When had she suffered this kind of insult before? Raising her palm, she smacked down towards Yi Yuan. This palm mustered up divine essence fully. It was actually going to put Yi Yuan to death. Yi Yuan's face fell and became genuinely angry too. This Qin Peiyu was young, but her realm was not low, already late-stage grotto profound. Although Yi Yuan's cultivation advanced all the way vigorously, he was still marginally weaker than late-stage grotto profound. In other people's view, Yi Yuan only had the share to be crushed. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's palm extended strangely. The expression of the old woman behind Qin Peiyu changed, and she shouted, seeking death, and actually reached first despite moving later, pouncing towards Yi Yuan. But right at this time, a gust of wind blew past. Gui Yun's figure appeared. Pointing a finger out, he directly tapped the old woman flying. Slap! A crisp slapping sound echoed out. Qin Peiyu's body was directly slapped to the ground. All of this happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. Everyone had yet to react in time, and it was already over. This slap of Yi Yuan's was really heavy. 5 fingerprints were distinctly visible on Qin Peiyu's face. Everyone was stunned. Firstly was because of Yi Yuan's strength. Secondly was because of Gui Yun's appearance. A late-stage 2-star evil spirit was actually hidden beside this young man. That was right, because setting off for Wu Meng capital city, Gui Yun already broke through to late-stage 2-star. He was originally peak middle-stage 2-star. These few years, he had minor accomplishments in cultivating the Ghost Dao 100 runes. Breaking through was just a matter of time. That old woman was middle-stage Heaven Glimpse. How could she be Gui Yun's match? She lost in one exchange. Although Yi Yuan had yet to break through to late-stage Grotto Profound, through these few years of cultivation as well as consuming essence cultivating pills frenziedly, he was already infinitely close to late-stage Grotto Profound. With Yi Yuan's divine essence's degree of thickness, his strength was actually not inferior to ordinary late-stage Grotto Profound already. Qin Peiyu had also just entered late-stage Grotto Profound. Moreover, one glance and it was clear that she had not experienced actual battles before. How could she be Yi Yuan's match? You dare to hit me? You dare to hit me? I'm going to tear you limb from limb and feed your corpse to dogs. And this little I'll let people screw her, then disfigure her face and send her to a brothel, making her never to reincarnate for all of eternity. Qin Peiyu thoroughly rampaged and did not choose her words. When that old woman saw Yi Yuan's expression get uglier and uglier, she secretly cursed and hurriedly shouted, "Boy, stop! Peiyu is the Qin family's true-born daughter. If you dare to touch her, you'll die without a burial ground." However, it was already too late. Slap, slap, slap. A series of crisp slapping sounds transmitted into everyone's ears, slapping until those surrounding onlookers shudder with fear. Some even touched their faces, as if those slaps were slapped on their faces. The Clearwind Inn's second level was completely quiet. There was only that series of face-slapping sounds. When Yi Yuan stopped, Qin Peiyu's beautiful face already swelled into a pig's head, completely unrecognizable. Everyone all sucked in a cold breath. To dare slap a Qin family's descendant like this person was probably one of a kind, right? At a young age, wanting people's lives at every turn. Originally just wanted to teach you a small lesson, but you had killing intent aroused toward my friend. That isn't what a slap can resolve anymore. Playing out like this, how could Yi Yuan still be in the mood to eat? His appetite was all gone. Yi Yuan threw Qin Peiyu's storage ring to the waiter and said coolly, "Miss Qin is treating us, so it's not good to decline. The excess divine essence stones, just take it as compensating the Clearwind Inn." Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought everyone out of the Clearwind Inn and walked off without looking back. Chapter 1362. Beaten in Vain. Chapter 1362. Beaten in vain. Inside the Qin family's parlor, a middle-aged man and a young man were currently seated according to positions of host and guest. The middle-aged man said solemnly, "Honorable nephew, you've disappointed me greatly this time." The young man was startled and hurriedly said, "Yes, it was this little nephew who was reckless. This nephew was anxious to take revenge for my younger brother, but didn't expect that the Myriad Treasure Tower's action was actually so swift, already reaching an agreement with the City Lord Manor. With this, it's shooting myself in the foot." The middle-aged man snorted coldly and said, "Such a heaven-defying medicinal pill, unless the Myriad Treasure Tower doesn't sell to the outside, otherwise, how can they possibly swallow it all by themselves? Forget it, now that it played out like this, grow wiser with each setback. Since you returned, then cultivate well and strive to promote to the Heaven Camp soon." The young man hurriedly said, "Yes, this nephew obeys Uncle Chin's instructions." This middle-aged man was the Chin family's current family head, Chin Nantian, while the youth was W.A.N.G. Song. To talk about this W.A.N.G. Song, he had quite the means to actually win over the Chin family's concubine's daughter, Chin Peiying, in Wu Meng Academy. Now, he was considered half a Chin family's son-in-law. In addition, his strength was uncommon. He already broke through to late-stage Heaven Glimpse, and also entered the Chin family's sight. Although the W.A.N.G. family was powerful, that was also just powerful in Brightray's city. While the Chin family was the entire Wu Meng capital city's hegemon-level family clan. Not only were experts as abundant as clouds in the clan, but they also occupied many high positions in Wu Meng capital city. Moreover, the businesses spanned throughout Wu Meng capital city. The W.A.N.G. family was not worth mentioning at all in front of the Chin family. Drawing close to the Chin family, W.A.N.G. Song's future was limitless. Back then, a year ago, he suffered a loss in front of Xiao Feng. Hence, he thought of exposing the matter of the essence cultivating pill to the City Lord Manor. It was just that he schemed in every possible way, and also failed to calculate that the City Lord Manor had long reached an agreement with the Myriad Treasure Tower. Not only did the news he sent not make things difficult for the Myriad Treasure Tower, but it also made the City Lord Manor dismiss both him and Chen Yongyan, transferring them back to Wu Meng Academy. With this, he came to pay respects to Chin Nantian when he just arrived at Wu Meng capital city. W.A.N.G. Song, as a deputy city lord, was just a delegation of the Wu Meng Academy. In the end, he was still a student of Wu Meng Academy. What W.A.N.G. Song did not know was that Yi Yuan had long made Yang Rui remind Wu Meng capital city's Myriad Treasure Tower that the essence-cultivating pills profits had to be divided with the City Lord Manor. Furthermore, they had to provide essence-cultivating pills to the City Lord Manor. When Han Tian saw this news, he already took it seriously and reached an agreement with the City Lord Manor. What was laughable was that W.A.N.G. Song acted smart and slammed onto the spearhead himself. "All right, you go back. Inger has already been looking forward to your return for a long time," Chin Nantian said coolly. W.A.N.G. Song got up and took his leave. This nephew takes his leave. W.A.N.G. Song was just about to turn around and leave when a woman whose face swelled like a pig's head rushed in. "Dad, I don't want to live anymore." Sniff, sniff. "I don't want to live anymore. Has no face to see people in the future." You're? W.A.N.G. Song froze for a second before coming to a realization. This woman, from figure to clothing, wasn't it Chin Peiyu? It was just that, why was her face beaten by people until like this? Chin Nantian got a daughter at an old age and doted on Chin Peiyu greatly. Seeing her like this, he immediately flew into a great rage and said, "Who is so bold to actually hit you until like this?" W.A.N.G. Song's expression changed too, and he said fiercely, "Who hit you until like this? I'll go and exterminate him." Chin Peiyu's face was already beaten out of shape, looking too wretched to look at. If not for the clothes his daughter wore and her figure, he virtually could not recognize that this was his daughter. His daughter's face being beaten until like this, it was equivalent to smacking the Qin family's face. How could he not be furious? It was all that punk. Sniff, sniff, dad, brother-in-law, you all have to take revenge for your. Sniff, sniff, Qin Peiyu wept heavily. Talking for a long time, she did not say clearly who beat her either. Qin Peiyu's face fell and he shouted, "Where's Granny Hua? Have her scram over here for me." Granny Hua was that old woman. Normally when they went out, it was all her following Qin Peiyu. Now that Qin Peiyu was beaten until like this, Granny Hua could hardly absolve herself from the blame. Granny Hua entered totteringly and knelt on the ground with a thud, saying, "Family head, spare me! It wasn't that this elderly self didn't do my best, but there was a late-stage 2-star evil spirit by that boy's side. This elderly self wasn't a match." Granny Hua's words seemed to have stepped on Ji Song's tail, making him startled inwardly. 2-star evil spirit? It wouldn't be so coincidental, right? It's just that, the one beside Yi Yuan was a middle-stage 2-star evil spirit. Could it be it broke through? Ji Song secretly thought to himself. When mentioning the 2-star evil spirit, he virtually thought of Yi Yuan right away. For the average person, barely anyone was able to bring a 2-star evil spirit around. Humph! When the master is shamed, the subject dies. You was beaten up until like this, but you're perfectly fine. You deserve death. Qin Nantian said furiously. Granny Hua's expression became extremely ugly. How was she perfectly fine? She was already clearly seriously injured, all right? At this time Ji Song spoke up, "Uncle, don't get angry first. It's best to listen to her explain until the end." Granny Hua recounted today's events quiveringly. Ji Song's expression became uglier and uglier. Hearing Granny Hua's description, that person who made a move was clearly Yi Yuan. "Uncle, I know who beat you." Ji Song said solemnly. Qin Nanshan's expression changed, and he said, "Could it be that punk called Yi Yuan that you talked about?" Ji Song's expression was solemn as he nodded his head. He knew that Yi Yuan already came to Wu Meng capital city, but did not expect that enemies meet on a narrow path. The moment Yi Yuan came, he beat his sister-in-law into a pig's head. But this way was good too, at the very least. Qin Nantian absolutely would not sit by idly and remain indifferent. Your father will definitely catch that kid and let you give vent well. Granny Hua, take Yura away and have her rest well. Qin Nantian said dotingly. Qin Nantian coaxed with deception, coaxing Qin Peiyu away. The moment Qin Peiyu left, Qin Nanshan's expression still turned grim. Since this punk came to Wu Meng capital city, he has probably already joined the Myriad Treasure Tower officially. With the Myriad Treasure Tower protecting, it's very troublesome. Qin Nantian said with a headache. He was not some rash young lad. Angry was angry, but he also knew that the Myriad Treasure Tower could not be provoked. Although he was the Qin family's family head, he was still not qualified enough to take on Han Tian. Those able to have a dialogue with Han Tian were only their old man, that generation. Qin Nantian made a correct assessment of the situation and knew that although Yi Yuan's realm was low, by relying on the essence-cultivating pill, his status in the Myriad Treasure Tower definitely was not low. Could it be beaten in vain? Qin Nantian naturally could not stomach this. Clearwind in that place had dragons and fishes jumbled up together. Yi Yuan beat Qin Peiyu to a pig's head in front of so many people. Tomorrow, probably the entire Wu Meng capital city would know. Not venting this anger, how could his Qin family keep a foothold in Wu Meng capital city in the future? Ji Song was seething with righteous indignation as he said, "Uncle, let's keep a close eye on the Myriad Treasure Tower. I don't believe that he can keep hiding in the Myriad Treasure Tower." As long as he comes out, we'll have a myriad of ways to mess him to death. He discovered to his dismay that Yi Yuan was just like a porcupine, unable for him to bite down at all. Qin Nanshan's expression was very ugly as he nodded and said, "Right now, it can only be like this too." Chapter 1363, Xiejingyi. Chapter 1363, Xiejingyi. The Qin family and Wan. Ji Song kept staring at the myriad treasure tower, trying to wait for Yi Yuan to come out. But they guarded for half a year and did not wait for Yi Yuan to come out. After returning from Clearwind Inn, Yi Yuan directly entered closed seclusion. Before the entrance examination, Yi Yuan still had to increase his strength quickly. The more he understood things, the more Yi Yuan felt that this entrance exam was not simple. He felt tremendous pressure too. Inside the world-suppressing steel, Yi Yuan was currently comprehending the vast heaven sword art. This was the cultivation method that absolute heaven comprehended in the world-suppressing steel. To the Yi Yuan in the past, it was unfathomable. But now Yi Yuan created the chaos heaven-span cannon. His horizons became goodness knows how many times further. This cultivation method was already no longer suitable for him. The reason why Yi Yuan studied the vast heaven sword art was that he wanted to take the merits and create a sword Tao that belonged to him. Although the dragon race's martial techniques were powerful, Yi Yuan had a feeling that his atavism dragon soul had certain limitations too. In terms of sustainability, it might not go further than martial Tao. Hence, he still decided to walk on two legs and comprehend laws. Presently, Yi Yuan's realm already caught up to law's boundary. His grasp on sword Tao laws had already stagnated for very long. A martial technique that was originally extremely powerful in the Immortal Grove world was also just commonplace now. After all, the disparity between a declined Empyrean world and the Heavenspan world was too great. The Immortal Grove world's limitations determined the inherent deficiencies of cultivation methods and martial technique. All of this forced Yi Yuan himself to improve further. "Senior, looking at this vast heaven sword art now, it's full of flaws," Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile. "That is, of course. Although this cultivation method originated from the world-suppressing steel, the things comprehended is just a single hair from 9 oxen. If cultivating according to this method, one's accomplishments would be limited," Dustless said. "My current comprehensions toward sword Tao laws are too shallow. Even facing the lesser Heavenspan mountain, I'm unable to create a sword Tao martial technique that belongs to me too," Yi Yuan said helplessly. Only a short while ago, Yi Yuan's sword Tao laws reigned supreme in the Immortal Grove world, astounding countless powerhouses. But now Yi Yuan was like a toddler staggering along. Dustless said, "Hence you entering Wu Meng Academy is the right choice. That place gathers geniuses. There are many cultivation methods and martial techniques left behind by many seniors of older generations for your reference." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I think so too. I hope that Wu Meng Academy's martial techniques don't disappoint me." Half a year's time, Yi Yuan already completely grasped the vast heaven sword art's first layer. His martial Tao boundary had already reached peak middle stage grotto profound as well. He was just missing an opportunity for him to break through the bottleneck. Deity Realm was a brand new martial Tao system. Yi Yuan had never experienced it before and was also unable to be like in the past, completely without bottleneck. It was just that his Chaos Heavenspan cannon was a rarely seen cultivation method in the whole world. His bottlenecks were a lot easier to break through than others. Presently, he already faintly touched the threshold of late-stage grotto profound and might break through at any time. On this day, the entrance examination finally began. "Brother Yang, thank you so much for your care along the way. I'll thank you here first," Yi Yuan said to Yang Rui with clasped hands. Yang Rui chuckled and said, "You punk, also not separated by life and death, being so sentimental for what? Want to thank, I have to thank you too, no? Without you, I couldn't be a deacon either." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's why you deserve it. Farewell, Brother Yang. Wanru will be entrusted to Brother Yang." The entrance examination would last for a very long time. It was not convenient for Yi Yuan to bring Wanru, and could only leave her in the Myriad Treasure Tower first. Yang Rui smiled and said, "You just rest assured, I wish that you don't succeed." Yi Yuan froze, immediately breaking out into laughter. This guy was still thinking constantly about having him join the Myriad Treasure Tower. Yi Yuan shattered the jade tablet in his hand. His figure instantly vanished. Hi+ing. This jade tablet was the token received from Wu Meng Academy after successfully registering. As long as one shattered the jade tablet, the applicant would automatically be transported into the A South Assessment Place. Wu Meng Academy's entrance examination often involved tens of millions of people. It was naturally impossible to carry out inside the academy. Hence, Wu Meng Academy specially opened up ASP AC to be used to conduct the entrance examination. As for the matter of registration, the Myriad Treasure Tower had long readied it for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan just felt his eyes blur, and he arrived at a foreign SPAC. "This is your number. Take the number and find your own lotus seat. Not allowed to start a fight, not allowed to cause trouble. Otherwise, kill without mercy." A young man handed him a wooden board, the warning overtone in his words very thick. Looking at this appearance, he might be Wu Meng Academy's student. One could tell from this young man's eyes, and he was very disdainful toward Yi Yuan. "Many thanks, senior apprentice brother." Yi Yuan received the wooden board and thanked him. The young man snickered and said, "When you pass the entrance exam, calling me senior apprentice brother again isn't late. Go on, go on." In his eyes, it was impossible for Yi Yuan, this middle-stage grotto profound rookie, to pass through the entrance examination. Therefore, he need not be polite. Yi Yuan just smiled and went to find his lotus seat according to the number on the wooden tablet. Before his eyes was an enormous plaza, stretching to infinity. At the plaza, it was densely packed with people, no less than 1,000,000, spectacular in sight. On the wooden tablet wrote 735 horizontally, 521 vertically. Yi Yuan did not hesitate either, finding his seat very quickly according to the coordinates written on the wooden tablet. This was a 1 square-foot lotus seat, formed with array formation illusions, strikingly vivid and lifelike. Yi Yuan did not hesitate either, directly sitting on it and started meditating. "Brother, you were also forced by your family to come and be an extra, right?" Suddenly, a little fatty on an adjacent seat started to talk to Yi Yuan. The hour had not arrived yet. There were still applicants Hi+ing over one after another. Quite a number of people were all whispering into each other's ears. When Yi Yuan heard the voice, he could not help turning his head to look. That little fatty was clearly an easygoing person, and he said with a smile, "I'm Brilliant P City Siejingi sup 1/sup. Don't use this kind of eyes to look at me. I also don't know why my dad's head was clamped, giving me such a perverse name. Hey, what's your name?" Yi Yuan was tickled by this little fatty and said with a smile, "I'm Yi Yuan." "Hear, hear, hear, hear. What a nice name, unlike me." Sigh. "Oh, right, you were also forced by your family to come and be an extra, right?" Siejingi repeated the question. "Be an extra?" Yi Yuan said in puzzlement. "Yeah. Your bit of strength, I reckon that you'll fall on the second day. Not being an extra, it's for what?" Siejingi said. Yi Yuan just smiled and did not give any explanation. Siejingi talked to himself. "Sigh, although I'm that tiny bit slightly stronger than you, I reckon that lasting 5 to 6 days is already about there. I said that I wasn't coming, my D.A.M. An old man said that he was going to find me Brilliant Peace City's ugliest wife. My God, isn't this killing me?" Yi Yuan discovered that this little fatty was a total joker, purely in charge of running joke. 5 or 6 days. Your late-stage grotto profound at any rate too. It's not to the extent of just lasting so few days in heaven's might this round, right? Yi Yuan said curiously. Chapter 1364. Heaven's Might. Chapter 1364. Heaven's Might. Looks like you just know a little something, but that is not enough for it to count. Xie Jingyi deliberately beat around the bush. Pray tell. Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan knew that the test's 3 hurdles were Heaven's Might, Earth Carnage, Illumination, and he also knew that each checkpoint wiped out a lot of people. But as for the specifics, he did not know. Regardless of whether it was the Xiao Feng or Yang Rui, they all intentionally or unintentionally avoided this topic. Yi Yuan knew their motives, so he did not force it either. Each entrance examination affects tens of millions of people. How to evaluate? This first hurdle, Heaven's Might, is used to scrub away people. This round will eliminate the vast majority of people. Those able to make it through are all geniuses among geniuses. Actually, those with the qualifications to come and take part in this entrance exam could originally be called geniuses already. But Heaven's Might this round, the objective was to wipe out the vast majority of geniuses. Yi Yuan's heart stirred and he asked, roughly eliminate how much? The little fatty smiled bitterly and said, over 90%. Basically, after this round is done, only the outstanding ones among Grand Completion Grotto Profound and Late Stage Grotto Profound will be left. The rest basically have no hope of passing. But Yi Yuan was incredibly shocked when he heard. He also did not expect that this first hurdle would be so brutal. No wonder this little fatty said that he and Yi Yuan were all here as extras. Like this, then, actually, you already gave up? Being surprised was just being surprised, but Yi Yuan did not have much visible change in countenance. This first hurdle, he still had some confidence in passing. This hurdle's name was Heaven's Might. Actually, it was Scouring the Will. It was similar to Cultivation Realm Coercion but also somewhat different. But this kind of test was simply child's play in front of him. This Wu Meng capital city, no matter how formidable the willpower scouring, it was also impossible to surpass the Divine Lord Realm. The Yi Yuan who refined the lesser Heavenspan Mountain, forget about a measly little Divine Lord Realm. Even a true God's will could forget about making him waver in the slightest too. This was where his confidence lay. Except, Yi Yuan did not plan on using the lesser Heavenspan Mountain's will. He would use his own will to resist. If he seriously could not keep up anymore, he would cheat. But he knew that if he gave up this round, then there was really no hope anymore. Yi Yuan felt that this friendly little fatty was rather interesting. That was why he asked this. I naturally don't wish to give up. But my strength is just that tiny bit stronger than yours, there's no hope, the little fatty said rather dispiritedly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Heaven's Might this round is related to the realm, but also not absolute. If people on the martial path don't have the determination to die, it's hard to accomplish anything great. I think this is the original intention of Wu Meng Academy setting up this round, right? The vast majority of people fear death and don't dare to compete with heaven, that's why they are eliminated. But in reality, this round being named Heaven's Might, it isn't Heaven's Might. Xie Jingyi looked at Yi Yuan in surprise, the cynical look on his face gradually fading away. He did not expect Yi Yuan to actually say these words from his mouth. This youth, whose realm was even lower than his, actually had such insight. What you said is right, I can't give up. I want to let my Xiu'er know that her man is a man of indomitable spirit. Xie Jingyi said with a rare solemnness. It was just that this excuse made Yi Yuan at a loss whether to cry or laugh. At this time, an old man walked up the platform in front of the plaza and said in a clear voice, Quiet. The voice was akin to rolling thunder, making the millions of people in the plaza hear clearly. The first round, Heaven's Might, is starting right away. This round tests your martial Dao will. If anybody can't hold on under heaven's might, you just have to shatter the wooden tablet in your hands, and will be transported out. Of course, that way your test will also be a failure. You'll directly be eliminated. Heaven's might will last 30 days without ceasing. Furthermore, it will become more and more powerful. I'll get the unpleasantness out of the way first. If somebody discovers that something is wrong, better hurry up and crush the wooden tablet. Otherwise, there will be deaths. The old man's words were akin to a sledgehammer, cruise. Plussing everyone until they could not breathe. Especially the last few words, it made people even more fearful in their hearts. This willpower scouring would become more and more horrifying towards the last few days. Once someone could not bear the heavy pressure, they would be overwhelmed and get killed by the powerful will. Hence, the old man's words were not exaggerating things to raise the alarm. As powerful as Divine Lord Realm, exterminating low-level martial artists with martial Tao willpower was as easy as flipping one's hand. Now, heaven's might begin. The moment the old man's voice fell, a tidewater-like willpower crushed toward all of the martial artists on the plaza. That kind of feeling was like facing the scouring of a waterfall. However, this initial waterfall was not very powerful. Apart from those whose realms were too low finding it somewhat strenuous to handle, the others were all very relaxed. It was just that this scouring was continuous and not just a while. Just like a person who was carrying a bag of things, at the start it might not feel heavy. But along with the increase in time, you would feel heavier and heavier. A mere hour said, and someone could not hold on anymore. The only threshold for the entrance examination was 200 years old skeletal age. Hence, the very large portion in the plaza were all initial stage grotto profound martial artists. Some people were just a few decades old. They just came to try their luck or experience it a bit. These people still had a second chance to join the entrance examination. 100 years later, their strength would naturally improve further. Poo work. Poo work. Poo work. On the plaza, there were people spewing blood nonstop, and then directly transported out of this S.P.A.C. Yi Yuan sat on the lotus seat, holding steadfast. This degree of willpower scouring was not worth mentioning to him. Even if he did not borrow the lesser Heavenspan mountain, Yi Yuan was very confident in himself too. Along the way, Yi Yuan had experienced far too much. Life and death trials were already no idea how many times. Disregarding the path of defying the heavens in the immortal Grove world, just the encounter inside the spatial storm was not what ordinary people could imagine. His martial Tao willpower was long firm as a rock already. This so-called heaven's might was just targeting grotto profound realm martial artists. It was not possible to really be so powerful. It was just that to grotto profound realm martial artists it was rather powerful. Yi Yuan examined himself on this aspect. He was not inferior to those so-called geniuses. A day's time said in a blink. The moment the second day's hour arrived, a surge of even stronger willpower than yesterday suddenly descended. Under the impact of this surge of willpower, a large swathe immediately fell down. One figure after another disappeared on the plaza in succession. However, this was just child's play. The truly large-scale elimination appeared on the 5th day and the 6th day. On just the 5th day alone, 200,000 people were transported out. The remaining people, their faces were all no longer as relaxed as before. When it reached the 6th day, fine sweat beads already seeped out on little fatty Xiejingyi's head. Just as he expected, he could at most just last 5 or 6 days. Think about your Xiu'er, think about why you want to become strong. Since you have a reason to become strong, why give up halfway? Right at this moment, a voice reached Xiejingyi's ear. He discerned it. It was Yi Yuan's voice. This voice of Yi Yuan's was akin to a clap of thunder, enlightening the benighted, letting Xiejingyi's mind tense up all at once. Xiu'er's beautiful figure kept emerging in his mind. Chapter 1365. Little Fatty's Roar. Chapter 1365. Little Fatty's roar. Once a person's will reached its limit, it became very hard to gather one's concentration. Previously, Xiejingyi's willpower was already somewhat muddled under the scouring of heaven's might. How could he still remember what Xiao? Yi Yuan's words were like the evening drum and morning bell in a monastery, startling Xiejingyi awake. Willpower scouring was like running. Once Pa said the most unbearable limit period, you would discover that you became very capable of running. However, under such heavy pressure, Xiejingyi did not dare to act rashly. He focused his mind, continuously holding fast to his faith in his mind, and actually persisted just like that. It was just that he was secretly incredibly shocked in his heart. Yi Yuan was actually able to last until now. He even thought that Yi Yuan had been eliminated long ago. After all, words sounded nice but did not represent that one really had that strength. But not just last until now. He actually had strength left over to talk and remind him. This indicated that this degree of willpower scouring was nothing to Yi Yuan. Was this guy really middle stage grotto profound? Although martial Dao willpower did not have an inexorable relation with cultivation realm, generally speaking, it was all about the higher one's cultivation realm, the more powerful the martial Dao willpower. The entrance examinations in the past, it was not that there were no middle stage grotto profound who said the first round, but they were like feathers of a phoenix and the horn of a qilin. More often than not, being able to produce one in 1,000 years was already pretty good. Xiejingyi did not dare to think too much. The willpower scouring became stronger and stronger. He did not have extra time to think about these. On the platform, the two old men presiding over the test were currently conversing about something. No idea what city lord, His Excellency, is thinking either. Every session, getting these initial stage and middle stage grotto profound guys to make up the numbers is utterly meaningless. Not exactly so. Once low-level martial artists are able to withstand this martial Dao willpower, their future accomplishment absolutely won't be beneath you and I. They might even be able to reach City Lord that kind of heights. Be that as it may, for the sake of these supporting castes, we have to expend vast amounts of manpower and resources each time. Is it really worth it? City Lord, His Excellency, feels that it's worth it, then it's worth it. Thinking so much for what? They had long gotten accustomed to seeing geniuses. This initial stage and middle stage grotto profound martial artists, they completely turned their noses up at them. Although initial stage and middle stage grotto profound people making it through, their potential was huge, that was also merely just potential. Those able to truly realize their potential were in the minority. Time said day by day, the people on the plaza got fewer and fewer. However, the elimination speed also became slower and slower. Those able to pull through the first few days were all people with tough wills. Wanting to make them give up was very difficult. Arg! Suddenly, someone else could not bear on the plaza and cried out tragically. It was just that this one was somewhat different from those who vomited blood previously. That scream sounded very appalling, then that person's mouth vomited fresh blood unceasingly. Finally, the breathing ceased. This sudden turn of events caught everyone by surprise from start to end. Those martial artists who were already at the critical point could no longer resist at this time as well. Cruz. Plussing the wooden tablets one after another. Another large batch of people was eliminated. Heaven's might this round did not isolate the five senses. Everything that happened in the outside world could be seen and heard. They finally discovered that that old man was not joking, people would really die. Currently, it was already the 23rd day. Little Fatty's spirit was already almost collapsing. Hearing this unforeseen accident, his wooden tablet was unknowingly already held in his hand, finally unable to hold on anymore. Can't anymore, I really can't hang on anymore. At this rate, I'll be like him. being able to persist until now, I've already tried my best. This sentence kept on echoing in little Fatty's mind. Going to give up here? Are you finding reasons for yourself, feeling that it's already very impressive to be able to persist until now? Just 7 days remaining, if you're a man, pull through. Or, are you as your name implies, and should go be a woman? Just as Xiejingyi was about to shatter the wooden tablet, Yi Yuan's voice sounded out once more. Little Fatty was startled again and shouted, "Your uncle! You're the woman! I, Xiejingyi, am an upstanding and dauntless man. Isn't it just 7 days? Your father will definitely persist for you to see. Ah Xiao, you watch, your man is the most impressive." Little Fatty's roar appeared particularly grating on the ear in the plaza. Everyone was all giving their full attention to resist the willpower scouring. Being hit by his hilarious shout, some of those martial artists around who had already reached the critical point immediately could not hold back anymore, shattering the wooden tablet one by one and disappearing. Even Yi Yuan almost could not hold on anymore too. Fortunately, he still had strength left over currently and was not to the extent of collapsing. But Xiejingyi's shout startled the 2 old men on the platform. That little Fatty who shouted just now seems to have just entered late-stage grotto profound not long. I didn't expect that he's actually able to hold on until now. Hiss, it's not right. What's wrong? He's indeed a late-stage grotto profound. I'm not talking about him. You look at that kid beside him. Middle stage grotto profound? My eyesight isn't failing, right? A middle stage grotto profound actually persisted until now? Not just that. You see, his expression is very calm. It is as if this willpower scouring doesn't have much effect on him. This is really seeing ghosts. In the past, even if there are middle-stage grotto profounds persisting until now, it's also impossible to be so calm like him. Also, have you noticed it? There are already not many people near the 2 of them. Just now, that little Fatty seemed to be talking with someone. Could it be that kid beside him who deliberately triggered his fighting spirit? Having said that, the 2 people exchanged a glance, both seeing the look of shock from the other party's eyes. A middle-stage grotto profound actually still had the strength to spare to go trigger other people's fighting spirit when at 23 days. This willpower was simply terrifying. Originally, there were still several tens of thousands of people on the plaza. The 2 old men would not notice Yi Yuan and Xiejingyi. But now, because of little Fatty's shout, it successfully drew everyone's attention. Not just them, the Wu Meng Academy's people who organized the assessment this time all noticed little Fatty. Suddenly, the gaze of that student who issued the token to Yi Yuan turned intent, looking at Yi Yuan with immense shock. "What's wrong, Jiang Chen? Startled by that living treasure? But this bit of strength being able to persist until now, it's indeed not easy." There was still another student beside him. Seeing Jiang Chen's appearance, the student could not help poking fun at him. These 2 people were both inner court students. One was called Jiang Chen, and the other was called Song Fang. Both were Earth Camp experts. Jiang Chen shot him a glance and said, "Late-stage grotto profound being able to persist until now isn't anything strange. But a middle-stage grotto profound persisting until now gives people a shock. You look at that kid beside him. It was me who issued him the wooden tablet. Back then, he still called me his senior apprentice brother and was despised by me. I didn't expect that he actually persisted until now." Song Fang originally still had not noticed. Hearing him say so, he could not help getting shocked too. "Heh, I didn't expect that you also have times where you make an error of judgment." Looking at his appearance, he still has the strength to spare. Heavens might this round probably can't stump him. "It's just that I don't know how many points he can win," Song Fang said with a laugh. Chapter 1366. Finally ended. Chapter 1366. Finally ended. 30 days is up. Those giving up the challenge, step out of the ranks. Those continuing to challenge, stay in place. Starting from now, each day you persist, you'll obtain 5 academy points, no ceiling cap. The old man's words were like a pardon, letting the people who persisted heaved a long sigh in relief. Little Fatty directly jumped up, waving his hands and stamping his feet excitedly, laughing wildly. Ha ha! Didn't expect that I, Siejingi, actually made it through. I actually made it through. The old man's brows furrowed, and he said in a cold voice, "Those who pass the round are not to make a lot of noise. Otherwise they will be expelled from the test." Siejingi was immediately like a deflated ball, stepping out of the designated area very carefully. Just 30 days down, more than 1 million martial artists were actually only left with several thousand people. This elimination rate could be rated as horrifying. In the wake of the old man's announcement, the vast majority of the people all ceased challenging. To the vast majority of the people, their willpower had long reached the limit already and could collapse at any time. Continuing to challenge, the risk was too great. With this departure, the enormous plaza immediately became extremely empty. S. Civ Plaza was only left with a mere 400 to 500 people. That middle-stage grotto-profound kid indeed pulled through. It's just no idea how long he can last. After 30 days, the willpower scouring's power will increase several times over. Middle-stage grotto-profound, Wu Meng Academy's best record was also just 50 points. I reckon that it's just about there for this boy to last 3 days. It's pretty much this standard. Just don't know how Heaven's Might's number 1 will be. That's hard to say. Qin family's Qin Shao, Su family's Su Yuetsong, Xiang family's Xiangzhuang, Wu family's Wu Yang, as well as several major counties' disciples, all have hope. Their strength should be almost on par. It will depend on whose willpower is stronger. The two old men discussed the following compet. 1. Tian. Starting from now, it was the real struggle. The points obtained starting from now could be ACCU, Mulat, and brought into the academy. More importantly, the number of points determined who the top dog belonged to in the end. Boom! A majestic willpower descended from the sky. Seeing this scene, the faces of the people who backed out from the plaza all changed drastically. They secretly rejoiced at quitting. Otherwise, this kind of pressure, how could they withstand it? The current pressure was directly twice as strong as just now. Even Yi Yuan also felt the pressure all over his body suddenly increase, and was no longer calm like before. On the second day, this surge of willpower directly doubled again on top of the original foundation. One genius after another fell in succession. Each and every one of them was extremely remorseful and angry. But these people were not transported out. They continued to watch the fight in the waiting area. On the third day, the willpower doubled again. This degree of superimposition made everyone's pressure on the plaza soar. Fine sweat beads seeped out on Yi Yuan's forehead. He finally started feeling overwhelmed. Seeing this scene, Siejingi's knuckles cracked, and he thought to himself, "Come on, Yi Yuan. When you pass the test, this bro will definitely invite you for a drink." He knew that for him to be able to pass this first round, it was entirely due to Yi Yuan's encouragement and help. Without Yi Yuan, he could at most only last 5 or 6 days. Now, he actually said through miraculously. Even if he was eliminated at the back, it was also sufficient to make those old things shut up when he returned to the family. The willpower doubled every day compared to the previous day. You mulating like this, it would become more and more terrifying. It was just that what made those two old men get a shock was that Yi Yuan actually set his expectations and lasted till the 5th day. The current Yi Yuan was already drenched in sweat all over. He was clearly almost reaching his limits already. This kid is actually able to hang on until now. Although his realm isn't high, His willpower is really very strong. Yeah. Middle stage grotto profounds able to last until the 5th day have already not appeared in many years. But it looks like he already reached his limit. He probably can't make it through tomorrow. The other party deeply felt that way too. With Yi Yuan's current state, tomorrow's willpower doubling again, there was no way he could hold on. Boom. The moment the 6th day arrived, a powerful willpower akin to Mount Tai was cruise. Plussing down, pressing Yi Yuan until his chest felt stifled, nearly spewing out a mouthful of blood. If let's say the first day's willpower was just 100 feet waterfall formed by a small stream, then the current willpower was a 100,000 feet waterfall. That scouring energy was sufficient to destroy everything. Jiang Chun had been paying attention to Yi Yuan all along. Seeing this, he said to Song Fong, I really didn't expect that he could actually persist till the 36th day. Song Fong smiled and said, If I didn't remember wrongly, you also just persisted 40 days back then. But you were already grand completion grotto profound at that time? Jiang Chen nodded and said, Yeah. Hence, this kid's potential is probably much greater than mine. Song Fong said, Not necessarily true either. Martial Dao willpower is just one aspect. Not pass, sing the other 2 rounds, it's still useless. Time slowly trickled by. In a twinkle, the 36th day was going to pass. But Yi Yuan did not fall on the 36th day like everyone imagined. He pulled through. Then, 37th day, 38th day, 39th day, 40th day. Each day that pass said, the astonishment in everyone's heart grew stronger. Yi Yuan was just like an unkillable Croach. Whenever people thought that he was going to collapse, he would straighten his back again and make it through. Now, there were only 20 over people left in the entire plaza. These 20 over people, apart from Yi Yuan, were all grand completion grotto profound. There was not a single late-stage grotto profound. This boy. How in the world did he do it? Could it be that he isn't afraid of being directly killed by heaven's might? Said one of the old men with incredible shock. He has already tied with middle-stage grotto profound's highest record. If this continues, he could not quite dare to imagine. At this time, there was already no one paying attention to the others. Everyone's gazes were all focused on Yi Yuan. They all wanted to see just when this unkillable Croach would fall. 41st day. Yi Yuan broke through middle stage grotto profound's highest record without any surprises. Then, 42nd day, 43rd day, 48th day. Poo work. The 48th day's willpower suddenly descended. Yi Yuan finally could not bear it and spewed out a large mouthful of blood. Then, Yi Yuan slowly stood up from the lotus seat, his entire person appearing dispirited and inert. Including the 2 old men, everyone all heaved a long sigh in relief. Finally ended. No idea why, everyone actually had a feeling akin to being relieved of a heavy burden. Hey bro, you're really too fierce. If you held on for 2 more days, my jaws would drop off. When Yi Yuan came to the waiting area, Xie Jingyi immediately rushed up to give Yi Yuan a punch, then hugged Yi Yuan and started praising madly. At this time, there were still 3 people left on the plaza. This first round, Yi Yuan concluded with the result of 4th place, obtaining 90 points. Chapter 1367. Earth Carnage. Chapter 1367. Earth Carnage. Sensing the gazes cast by several thousand people, Yi Yuan accepted it calmly. Competing in martial Dao willpower was his forte. Obtaining this result did not exceed his expectations. In reality, if he was willing, he could keep on sitting on the lotus seat. Of course, even if he did not utilize the power of the lesser heavenspan mountain, it was also adequate to set the world on fire already. He forcefully increased the middle stage grotto profound's record by 8 days. One had to know that although it was just a short 8 days, the willpower's intensity multiplied 8-fold. Furthermore, it was even built on the foundation of the 40th day. Although the two old men on the platform were surprised, they did not express too much either. After all, only by making it through 3 rounds could one be considered an official Wu Meng Academy's disciple. No matter how good the first round's results were, not pious. Sing at the end, it was pointless too. I didn't expect that Jia Chong, this guy, was actually so formidable, taking down 2 of the Wu Meng 4 young masters. Xie Jingyi looked at the plaza. His face had a rarely seen ugliness. Yi Yuan was rather surprised as he said, "That one dressed in blue-colored robes?" Xie Jingyi nodded and said, "He's our brilliant Peace City's number genius, and also my love rival. I knew that he was very powerful, but I didn't expect that he was actually so powerful." Talking up till here, little Fatty could not help becoming somewhat dejected. The joy of successfully clearing the round was already replaced by decadence. Seeing Xie Jingyi like this, Yi Yuan also could not help becoming curious just what kind of person was the Xiao he talked about, to actually be able to move brilliant Peace City's number 1 genius. But comparing Xie Jingyi to Jia Chong, the disparity was indeed not small. This first round, Yi Yuan, was just a special case. Under normal circumstances, the longer one persisted, the greater the potential, the more powerful the strength. Yi Yuan patted Xie Jingyi's shoulder and said with a smile, "Buck up then. Your potential might not be less than his. From the 6th day to the 30th day, did you dare to imagine it previously? Therefore, there's no impossibility. Just depends on whether you dare to do it or not. But, if you're eliminated, you can only fade into the crowd, the disparity with Jia Chong getting bigger and bigger. In that case, your Xiao will probably get further and further away from you." Xie Jingyi's entire body trembled, seemingly suffering some tremendous stimulation. Grimacing, he said, "Good brother, let's buck up together for the 2 rounds at the back, and strive to both enter the Wu Meng Academy. We're going to let those who look down on us trash see that rookies can counterattack too." Yi Yuan chuckled when he heard that. This guy's Joker problem indeed could not be fixed. Finally, the first round, Qin Xiao ranked first with the result of 53 days, obtaining 115 points. Su Yuetsong took second place with 51 days, obtaining 105 points. Jia Chong ranked third, obtaining 100 points with the result of 50 days. On the platform, an old man opened his mouth nonchalantly and said, "You all being able to pass the first round, it's sufficient to prove your excellence and also enough to prove the resolution of your martial Tao heart. However, Wu Meng Academy only recruits the most outstanding students. The first round is merely a warm-up. What's harder is the second round and third round." The old man swept a glance over everyone and slowly said, "Right away, begin the second round, Earth Carnage." The moment the old man's voice faded, this enormous plaza's scene suddenly changed. Originally, the 1,000,000 lotus seats disappeared, leaving only several thousand lotus seats. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help clicking their tongues in wonder. Now, you all choose a lotus seat to seat at will. The second round, Earth Carnage, is all the same for each of you. The array formation activating, you all will enter a consciousness S.P.A.C. At that time, all of your strength will automatically be compensated to become Grand Completion Grotto Profound. You guys will be facing the assault of 50 waves of divine beasts. These divine beasts will be stronger wave after wave. Being able to make it through 20 waves is considered pious. Sing the test. Before 20 waves, if you die inside the consciousness S.P.A.C., you all will be transported right out, failing the test. Every additional round you survive, your points will increase by 10, said the old man in a clear voice. Hearing these words, everyone did not reveal much surprise. Clearly, everyone was clear about the contents of the test. Rather, for Yi Yuan, it was still his first time hearing the specific contents of this second round. For a moment, he felt that it was rather novel. automatically compensating for cultivation realm. This appeared very fair. But very clearly, this level was not easy to pass. What this level tested was a martial artist's true combat power, without a trace of deception. Come on, I don't wish to see you being transported out when I come out, Yi Yuan said to Xiejingyi with a smile. Pooh. You're the one who will be transported out. I'm the man who's going to marry Ashio. How can I possibly lose? Xiejingyi retorted. As soon as he was seated, Yi Yuan felt like his consciousness was being taken away from something. When he appeared again, it was already inside an empty SPAC. This was a consciousness SPAC. There was nothing at all. Yi Yuan discovered that his realm really became Grand Completion Grotto Profound. This. Yi Yuan revolved his divine essence a bit and discovered to his dismay that his divine essence consumption speed was different from his actual situation. Looks like there's no way to cheat, Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile. Considering Yi Yuan's true realm, his divine essence was incomparably condensed. Unless HI+ing large-scale martial techniques, the divine essence consumption would also not be very great. Under the impact of this wave after wave, the thickness of divine essence was very useful. But unfortunately, he was just a wisp of consciousness right now. This body was configured by the Grand Array and not himself. He was unable to alter it too. Fortunately, the voice of the Dragon G.O.D. can still be used. But it can only be used at a crucial time. The voice of the Dragon G.O.D. was released with the power of the fleshy body. Although this body was not as good as Yi Yuan's fleshy body, it could still unleash the voice of the Dragon G.O.D. Except, he sensed it a bit that the voice of the Dragon G.O.D. could only unleash for around 10 breaths of time. This was his final trump card, and could not be used easily. Now, please choose your weapon. At this time, an ethereal voice sounded out. Yi Yuan said, I choose the sword. A light flashed. Yi Yuan's hands had a sword appear out of the blue. It was actually a spirit divine artifact. Looks like this test is very fair. Everyone's starting point is identical. It will depend on the individual's martial Tao comprehensions and willpower, Yi Yuan said to himself. At this time, that ethereal voice sounded out once more, the hour has arrived, Earth Carnage test begins. Following this voice landing, Yi Yuan discovered to his amazement that there were countless wild beasts ahead, HI+ing over towards him with an irresistible momentum. These wild beasts virtually filled the entire SPAC. There wasn't even a place to escape at all. These wild beasts were just the lowest level initial stage rank 1 divine beast. It was just that the numbers were too terrifying. The first level was willpower AS salt. This second level is wild beast AS salt. Interesting. Yi Yuan's expression turned stern, wielding the sword and pressed forward, directly charging into the beast horde. The violent beast horde practically engulfed Yi Yuan right away. Yi Yuan's sword dance was airtight, shuttling back and forth inside the beast horde, continuously reaping the lives of wild beasts. Chapter 1368. No longer sensational. Chapter 1368. No longer sensational, ouch. You beast dare to head. You, me, I'll head. You. While talking, little Fatty's figure dashed and really head. Ted over. That divine beast was directly knocked flying by little Fatty, immediately knocking down a large swarm. When Xiejingyi saw this, he could not help laughing delightedly and said, Haha, who asked you to provoke your grandpa Xie? Now you know my prowess. Goodness, here again. Honestly, if Yi Yuan was here, he would probably get a huge shock too. Although this little fatty did not have many powerful martial techniques, his movement technique was first-rate. Shutting back and forth inside the beast horde, those divine beasts actually could not catch him. Just now, he got accidentally imped by a divine beast, he immediately retaliated. This was already the 9th wave. The level of the divine beasts had long been raised to middle stage 1 star already. One shouldn't look at how the ranks of the divine beasts were not high. The numbers were very alarming, totally unable to kill completely. Especially after a few waves, after the realms of the divine beasts increased to middle stage 1 star, the martial artist's pressure would suddenly soar. However, little Fatty relied on the advantage of movement technique and still had plenty more room to maneuver until now. Heh, Yiyuan, that punk definitely can't imagine that I, Xiejingi, would be so relaxed this round, right? Little Fatty said as he laughed smugly. This position of top dog, I'm claiming it. This round, I must break the records and shake them off far behind. Qin Shao said and gritted his teeth. Qin Shao was the Qin family's this generation's top talent. He was Qin Peiyu's cousin, but he was only the son of a concubine. His status in the Qin family was not high. The Qin family brimmed with talent. He relied on his talent to charge out of the heavy encirclement and became the Qin family's this generation's #1 genius. In the Qin family, this kind of large family clan, the compet 1. tie-in among the younger generation was very brutal. Even right now, he and Su Yuetsong, 3 people, were simultaneously called Wu Meng 4 young masters, but even so, his status in the Qin family was far inferior to the others. Because above him, in the Wu Meng Academy, there were still several formidable foes. The Wu Meng 4 young masters were merely squabbles in front of family clans. Therefore, he wanted to astound the world in a single brilliant feat in the entrance examination this time, and overpower the other geniuses, becoming the top dog. That way, he could truly enter the Qin family's nucleus. It was only to see Qin Shao's sword moving boldly and unconstrained, akin to a no-man's zone in the beast horde, his strength overwhelming. That youth called Yiyuan can't be underestimated. Even if I really get top dog, I absolutely can't lower my guard too. Although his current strength isn't strong, once he enters the Wu Meng Academy, he might very likely catch up and surpass his seniors. Qin Shao thought to himself. Yiyuan's performance in the first round made him feel tremendous pressure. Su Yuetsong and the rest were indeed his compet 1 tours. But those people's potentials, he more or less knew a little. But Yiyuan's first round's performance was too astonies. Hi+ing, exhibiting limitless potential. If Yiyuan could successfully pass through the 3 levels, he might become a formidable opponent in the future. One had to know that Wu Meng Academy was not just a stay of 1 or 2 years. Within 1,000 years in the future, they had to all study here. Such a long time, no one would know what kind of variable would happen to. Yiyuan discovered that he could still cheat. Maybe this could not be called cheating, but it was his specialty as an alchemist. Facing these divine beasts with grand completion grotto profound realm, he did not need to expend much divine essence. With his exquisite control over divine essence, his survivability greatly increased compared to other martial artists. This round, what they competed in was not how many enemies killed, but survival. The tidewater-like divine beasts, even if the realm was any lower, it was a considerable pressure to same realm martial artists too. To be able to charge out from the first round, they could be said to all be geniuses among geniuses. Their strengths were a notch above others to begin with. If it were ordinary martial artists, being able to survive 3 or 4 waves was already considered very impressive. Yiyuan's exquisite control over divine essence could let him slay even more divine beasts with the least divine essence. Yiyuan's combat experience was very rich, far from what others could compare to. Walking all the way from the Immortal Grove world, the battles that he had seen before, other geniuses had not seen before at all. This degree of slaughtering was nothing to him. Of course, Yiyuan's greatest drawback was his martial technique. Although the vast heaven sword art was pretty good, compared to Qin Shao, those geniuses who walked out of large families, it had inherent deficiencies. This point, Yi Yuan experienced it very soon in battle. At the 20th wave, all of the divine beast's strength went up another stage, all becoming late stage 1 star. Immediately, Yi Yuan felt the pressure on him soar sharply. Divine essence consumption speed also accelerated significantly. This 20th wave is indeed extraordinary. There are probably quite a number of people that will fall at this level, right? Yi Yuan estimated it over in his mind. In reality, only 30% was able to hang on until the 20th wave, just less than 2,000 people. Not every person could save divine essence like Yi Yuan, expending until now. Even so, such a high-intensity consumption, his divine essence was running low too. Starting now, there will be array formation cooperation among divine beasts. Each round PAS said will add 10 points. The moment the 20th wave PAS said, that ethereal voice sounded out once more. Then, a large wave of divine beasts struck. It was just that this time, they no longer rampaged around wildly like before. Among each other, there was some order. Seeing this, Yi Yuan felt his head hurt, and he said with a bitter smile, "Looks like Earth Carnage this round can't earn much points." Yi Yuan used all his power and even used the voice of the dragon G. O. D in the end, finally stopping at the 23rd wave regretfully. Under the cooperation of several dozen divine beasts, Yi Yuan was trampled into minced meat in the end. His consciousness abruptly withdrew, returning into his body. Yi Yuan cleared 23 rounds, obtaining 30 points. Total points, 120. Announced the old man on the platform directly. When everyone saw this scene, they all heaved a long sigh in relief. Scared me to death. I even thought that this guy will defy the heavens all the way. Looking at it now, it's also just that his martial Dao willpower is a little firmer. His true strength is still far off. This round's performance not being good shows that his overall strength can't make it. What the entrance examination tests focus on are overall strength. Adding together the results of the 3 rounds is the final benchmark to judge a person's potential. As the sole middle stage grotto profound among the people left, Yi Yuan's every action and movement naturally attracted much attention. But very clearly, his dazzling light did not last. Yi Yuan's performance this round was not a Stoney's. Hi+ing. It could even be said to be at the bottom. This made Yi Yuan much less of a topic of conversation. These people naturally lost interest in him too. Hence, everyone's focal point was placed on the top dog this time. Very soon, Xiejingyi's consciousness also returned to his body. Seeing the old man announce Little Fatty's results, Yi Yuan was extremely shocked too. This guy actually made it to the 25th wave, obtaining 50 points. When he came to the waiting area and saw Yi Yuan, he said smugly, "Haha, this time, this bro beat you, right? Looking at your expression, Lord Fatty, I am enjoying it very much." Chapter 1369. You're afraid. Chapter 1369. You're afraid. Yi Yuan was indeed rather surprised. Little Fatty Paas said the first round so laboriously, so Yi Yuan did not expect that he actually earned points in the second round. Looks like this joker, Little Fatty, was not as simple as he looked on the surface. Although this second round was done under a very fair environment, it was also considered each trying to out Hi plus any the other. Each person had some of their own trump card ability, even if being restricted in various ways. But with Xiejingyi successfully sing the round, Yi Yuan was happy for him too. Couldn't tell that you really have some capability. Yi Yuan laughed and said. Xiejingyi also smiled and said, "The one who's capable is you." Although cultivation realm was adjusted accordingly, being able to pass through the second round with your strength is already very difficult to begin with. Time pass, said day by day. One martial artist after another was killed in the consciousness S.P. A.C. then came out. In this round, Yi Yuan's results were not only not considered outstanding, it even somewhat paled in comparison. But all these, Yi Yuan actually expected it to some extent and was also not really dejected. Ever since coming to the Heavenspan world, Yi Yuan had already set his mind straight. He was no longer a proud son of heaven who possessed a lifetime's experience and was also unable to crush all the way like in the past. But he could take it one step at a time, walking firmly. In reality, Yi Yuan's cultivation path had only just begun. It was very normal for him to not be able to compete with those disciples that large families groomed heavily. But then again, his middle-stage grotto profound strength being able to do it to this extent already crushed countless powerhouses. He believed that when his cultivation realm rose, he absolutely would not be worse than these so-called geniuses. After a month, the second round, Earth Carnage, ended. Qin Shao shook the others off behind with the result of 40 waves, leaving them far behind in the dust. After 2 rounds, he ranked first with 315 points. But what everyone did not expect was that brilliant Peace City's Jia Chong actually caught up from behind after this round, Serpa, as Sing Su Yuetsong and ranking in as second. His result was 36 waves. Seeing Jia Chong obtaining this result, Xiejingyi's expression became very ugly again. And just as the results were announced, Jia Chong actually walked over toward Xiejingyi. He looked at Xiejingyi with a haughty look and said disdainfully, "I didn't expect that you, this kind of trash, could actually clear 2 rounds too. But it's useless. You saw it yourself too, the disparity between you and me is like a firefly versus the bright moon. You don't take APIS and check yourself out either. Are you worthy of Lin Xiu?" This action of his immediately caught everyone's attention. After 2 rounds, Jia Chong's performance was too eye-catching. It would not do even if people did not want to pay attention to him. It was just that, everyone did not expect that Jia Chong would run in front of a little fatty to put on a show of force. Xiejingyi's face turned from green to white, but his entire body was shuddering, unable to even speak. He was really afraid of Jia Chong. Jia Chong was too strong. To be able to charge to the position of second place out of 1,000,000 people, his strength could be imagined. Furthermore, this kind of might was an all-rounder might. Xiejingyi did not even have the qualifications to be proud in front of him. Regarding Xiejingyi's performance, Jia Chong was very satisfied. A cold glint suddenly appeared in his eyes as he said in a cold voice, "Also, if you let me hear you say that you're Xiu's man again next time, you'll die very horribly." Xiejingyi opened his mouth, desperately wanting to refute, but he just could not speak up. Being love rivals with such a person was too dangerous. "You're afraid." Right at this time, Yi Yuan, who was beside Xiejingyi, spoke up. One sentence stupefied everyone. Jia Chong's eyes narrowed, and he looked at Yi Yuan, saying in a cold voice, "I know you, Yi Yuan. Your first round's performance was pretty good. I originally thought that you were a formidable opponent, but sadly your strength is too poor. What? You want to stand up for this trash?" Yi Yuan smiled and said again, "You're afraid." No idea why. Seeing that strength smile of Yi Yuan's, Jia Chong actually felt somewhat lacking in confidence. What a joke. You're saying that I'm afraid of this trash? Ha ha. Does everyone think it's funny or not? Jia Chong said with a loud laugh. Of course, not only that he felt it was funny, the others similarly felt that it was ridiculous. Jia Chong was the current test's second place. No matter what, he was also not what a trash who barely Pius said could compare to. This Yi Yuan seems to have a pretty good relations. Hi+P with that fatty. He's standing up for him. It's just that these words are said rather bafflingly. Heh, I really didn't think that brilliant Peace City's #1 genius is actually a love rival of this fatty. Jia Chong would be afraid of this little fatty? Isn't this making a joke? This little fatty is a joker. Could it be that it infected Yi Yuan? Ha ha! Yi Yuan's words made no sense but incurred a wave of mockery. No matter looking from which angle, Jia Chong had no reason to be afraid of a rookie like that too. It was just that Yi Yuan appeared rather calm as he said coolly, "Firstly, I know that you didn't place him in your sights at all before, thinking that there's no way he passes the test. Hence, you were disdainful to come and show off your excellence to him as well. But you're doing it now. This indicates that him pass. Sing 2 rounds consecutively already almost has the qualifications to stand on the same platform as you. You saw his potential, so you felt threatened." Yi Yuan's gaze was heated, enunciating each word, saying it reasonably. The people who made a lot of noise just now all shut their mouths sensibly at this time. Yi Yuan's words actually made them unable to refute. Jia Chong's face fell, as if Yi Yuan's words struck his sore spot, digging out the things in the depths of his heart. Honestly, even he himself also did not know why he wanted to come over just now. This Xie he did not attach any importance at all. Humph! Fallacy! I came to warn him just because he talked big just now, saying that he's Lin Xiu's man. He isn't worthy. Jia Chong said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This is precisely the second point I'm talking about. You couldn't wait to come and demonstrate your sovereignty, indicating that you're not confident. If you have absolute confidence, you would only brush this kind of thing away with a laugh. Because he doesn't pose a threat to you. Now you're afraid." Jia Chong's expression changed. Yi Yuan's every word struck the heart, making his heart sink. Even he himself could not resist doubting himself too. Could it be that I'm really scared? Jia Chong's expression was incomparably ugly. About a faintly imperceptible killing intent locked onto Yi Yuan and Xie. But Yi Yuan did not care at all and said coolly, "If you want to prove that Lin Xiu's is yours, then use your strength to obtain her heart, then show off in front of Fatty. This kind of pointless threat will only make you seem very intolerant." Jia Chong's expression was grim until water was dripping out, and he said in a cold voice, "What a joke! What qualifications do you have to judge me? When your strength Serpa ses mine, then come in front of me to talk nonsense. But very good, right now you've successfully aroused my fury. I'll make you and this fatty know what's called despair." Yi Yuan replied, nonchalantly, "Relax, that day won't be too far off. There isn't any difficulty in Serpa. Sing you." Chapter 1370. Wu Meng Warg. O.D. Formula. Chapter 1370. Wu Meng Warg. O.D. Formula, how arrogant. Although this guy has some potential, wanting to Serpa Jia Chong, he's probably still a little too tender. Looking at Jia Chong's strength, he'll also be top 3 no matter what in the 3rd round, right? Overall strength being so powerful, Yi Yuan really dared to say it. This kid is probably puffed up. I thought that his first round's results were not bad and could disregard other people. He also doesn't think about it. Even the first round, Jia Chong wasn't much worse than him either. Yi Yuan's words immediately kicked up a wave in the crowd. These words were rather arrogant. Yi Yuan's first round's performance was indeed eye-catching. But in the second round, he immediately revealed his true colors. His overall strength was not on the same level as Jia Chong at all. With 2 rounds, Yi Yuan's results already faded into the crowd. Forget about Jia Chong, even some who were ranked slightly behind also caught up from behind Serpa sing him. Ha ha! You really dare to say that? I want to take a look at how you Serpa me. Why not, let's compete in the 3rd round, how's that? Jia Chong said oppressively. The 3rd round, Illumination, was about competing on comprehension ability. Willpower, strength, comprehension ability. This was the true objective of the Wu Meng Academy's 3 rounds of assessment. Only by completely sing the 3 rounds was one worthy of Wu Meng Academy's grooming, becoming an official student. Jia Chong was certain that Yi Yuan was just threatening in manner, but inwardly shaky, and did not dare to compete with him. Judging from bone age, he was about the same as Yi Yuan. However, he was Grand Completion Grotto Profound right now, while Yi Yuan was just Middle Stage Grotto Profound. Just judging from Cultivation Realm, it was already sufficient to indicate many problems. Martial Dao willpower, this thing, was unrelated to Cultivation Realm. But comprehension ability, this thing had considerable relations. HI plus P with Cultivation Realm. Yi Yuan looked at Jia Chong with a smile that was not a smile and said, "All right, how to compete?" Jia Chong sneered coldly in his heart. Looks like this guy was puffing himself up at his own cost, stubbornly hanging on till the end. Since that's the case, then let you lose everything. Let you know what's the outcome of standing up for this Traz. H. Plus, Jia Chong laughed coldly in his heart. Compete in points. The one who wins gets all of the other party's points. Do you dare? Jia Chong said in an imposing manner. Yi Yuan was delighted the moment he heard and said with a smile, "Since you're so generous, then your points, I'll take it upon myself and accept it." Everyone looked at Yi Yuan like looking at a fool, feeling that this guy was really crazy. Xie Jingyi pulled Yi Yuan's clothes and whispered, "Brother, I've received your kind intentions. But don't compete with him. You're not his match. This guy is known as Brilliant Peace City's #1 genius, his comprehension ability being abnormally high. Whatever cultivation methods and martial techniques reach his hands, there's none that he can't comprehend." Jia Chong laughed loudly and said, "Heard that? Yi Yuan, bragging also depends on the target. Not anyone can proclaim to be a genius." But Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him, and said to the old man on the platform with cupped fists, "Student Yi Yuan requests teacher to be a witness and arrange for a wager agreement with him." The old man had long been paying attention to the situation over here. But he did not say anything. Wu Meng Academy encouraged this kind of compet. 1 Tian. Gambling agreements that did not affect the whole, they did not forbid such things. It was just that, like today, drawing up a gambling agreement before even entering the sect, it was really not frequently seen. The old man nodded and said, "Can?" Yi Yuan's actions made everyone stunned. Agreed upon just like this? This Yi Yuan's head wouldn't be defective, right? Yi Yuan, this. Alright, stop being foolishly sentimental. If you're a man, clear this third round properly, don't let people look down on you. Yi Yuan said coolly. Xie Jingyi had remorse and guilt written all over his face. Hearing Yi Yuan say so, he gritted his teeth and said, "You rest A.S. Assured, I definitely won't disappoint you. Jia Chong, don't blame us for bullying you. Teacher, Yi Yuan's points aren't enough, so I'll bet all of my points too. If we win, the points all belong to Yi Yuan. If lose, our points will all go to him." Access Read Novel Full. Live if you like watching manga, comics. It was also unknown where Xie Jingyi's courage came from either, to actually make this kind of decision. Previously, when he saw Jia Chong, he could not even speak. He did not expect that he actually still had such a hot-blooded side. The look in Xie Jingyi's eyes, Jia Chong disliked it a lot. He suddenly discovered that this opponent he had always looked down on seemed to have really grown up. "Heh, fools! Since you're gifting points to me for free, then I'll accept it. I'll let you guys know what's called disparity," Jia Chong said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan looked at Xie Jingyi rather surprisedly, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, "Relax, won't lose. His points, let's each take half." Everyone was speechless. This had not begun yet, and they already started dividing the loot? This guy was also too condescending. The old man could not stop sizing up Yi Yuan rather curiously. He very much wanted to see a trace of uneasiness from Yi Yuan's eyes. But he was disappointed. Yi Yuan had an appearance of having a well-thought-out plan, not putting Jia Chong in his sights at all. He was very perplexed, just where Yi Yuan's confidence lay. The second round already thoroughly exposed Yi Yuan's true standard. Maybe he had potential, but it was absolutely not as powerful as what he displayed in the first round. Age similar to Jia Chong, but 2 minor realms lower than him, the disparity was already very apparent. Of course, these doubts, he only kept them in his mind. He was very curious to what extent Yi Yuan could do it. Alright, being able to walk to this step, everybody already proved your strength. This third round is a test, but to you all, it's a lucky chance too. How much you can comprehend will depend on your good fortune, said the old man coolly. Hearing the old man's words, everyone's faces all faintly revealed looks of antic. 1p. Asian. 3 rounds of entrance examinations, this third round was the most mysterious. Although everyone knew that what this round tested was comprehension ability, they did not know the specifics of the test contents. Because this third round's test was strictly confidential to the outside world. Now, you all swear a heavenly Tao oath, you're not to reveal anything about this third round's test contents to the outside. Those unwilling to swear the oath can withdraw right now, said the old man seriously. Yi Yuan was also very curious. It looked like the contents of this third round's test seemed to be rather extraordinary. Under the old man's lead, everyone partook. 1p. Aided in the heavenly Tao oath. Now, you all return to your respective lotus seats. The test content of this third round is to comprehend a set of cultivation method. The name of this cultivation method is Wu Meng Warg. OD formula, said the old man nonchalantly. A stone stirred up a 1,000-story wave. The old man's words immediately made the remaining people seethe. It's actually the Wu Meng Warg. OD formula. I didn't expect that we can actually comprehend the Wu Meng Warg. OD formula. Wu Meng Warg. OD formula is City Lord, His Excellency's primary cultivation method. One can cultivate all the way to Divine Lord Realm. No wonder this third round's test content has always been kept confidential to the outside. It's truly a good fortune of 3 lifetimes, being able to comprehend the Wu Meng Warg. OD formula, even if eliminated in this round, it's worth it too. Even if just comprehended a tiny bit, this set of cultivation method is also sufficient to let us benefit for life. Chapter 1371. Talent too poor? Chapter 1371. Talent too poor? Starting from now, you all have 1 month's time to comprehend the Wu Meng Warg. OD formula's first-level cultivation method. After a month, you all will revolve the cultivation method on this jade pillar. You just have to make the jade pillar light up 5 scale lines, and it's considered as a PA-S. After 5 scale lines, each scale higher, you'll obtain 15 points. In front of the plaza stood an emerald green jade pillar. There were 30 scale lines on the jade pillar. They naturally represented the comprehension degree of 30 levels. 5 scales and you pass. The test? Then isn't this round very easy? Yi Yuan said rather curiously. Xiejingyi smiled bitterly and said, How can it be as easy as you think? Actually, this round is the hardest among the 3 rounds. The Wu Meng Warg. OD formula is extensive and profound. How much can one comprehend in a month's time? Right now, there are still around 2,000 people remaining. It would be pretty good to have 400 to 500 people remaining in the end. The majority of the people's standard is also just around 3 or 4 scales. 5 scales are very difficult. If you get those people who are eliminated come and comprehend, it would be pretty impressive to be able to have 1 scale. Yi Yuan came to understand in his heart and had a direct understanding of this round's difficulty. But this was not a problem for him. He was very confident in his comprehension ability. So that's how it is. Then in your view, how many scales can Jia Chong reach? Yi Yuan said curiously. Xiejingyi's expression turned stern, and he said, In the legends, the highest record for this round is 23 scales. In normal years, the number 1 is approximately 15 to 16 scales. If judging him according to third place, it's roughly 12 to 13 scales. Yi Yuan, are you confident? Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a smile, "You just put your heart back in place. What you have to do is comprehend well and succeed in clearing the round." Seeing Yi Yuan so certain, Xie Jingyi settled down a lot in his heart. Perhaps Yi Yuan could really create a miracle. Now, third round, illumination, start. Following the old man's voice sounding out, everyone's consciousness was pulled out of the body once more. In the consciousness S.P. A.C., Yi Yuan was surrounded by endless divine inscriptions. Presently, divine inscriptions were already not some unfathomable thing to Yi Yuan anymore. This set of cultivation method seems to be very simple. Yi Yuan browsed over the divine inscriptions and discovered that this set of cultivation method was surprisingly simple. Originally, he still wanted to comprehend it earnestly but discovered that these divine inscriptions were easily discerned at a glance. There was no mystery to speak of in front of him at all. A hint of understanding appeared in Yi Yuan's heart as he sighed emotionally and said, "Yeah, the Chaos Heavenspan canon is all-encompassing. It's no idea how many levels stronger than this Wu Meng Ward. OD formula. No wonder it would be so simple." Yi Yuan found the reason very quickly. His horizons were too high. What kind of cultivation method the Chaos Heavenspan canon turned into in the future, Yi Yuan was not clear as well. But to be able to trigger an illusionary Heavenspan mountain to descend, this first-level cultivation method was absolutely no ordinary. Access read novel full. Live if you like watching manga, comics. Yi Yuan created the Chaos Heavenspan canon, then coming to comprehend the Wu Meng Ward. OD formula, he was like a top student learning advanced mathematics going to do elementary school math problems. Too simple. This cultivation method has its merits. But sadly, it's a little shallow. If modifying it slightly, it should have greater potential. But my current realm is too low. At most, I can only modify this first level's cultivation method. Only using 3 days' time, Yi Yuan thoroughly comprehended the Wu Meng Ward. OD formula. Not just so, he even saw through this cultivation method's many shortcomings. As long as he was willing, he could make this cultivation method even more perfect, letting the foundations of the people who cultivate it be even more solid. It was just that there was no meaning in him doing so right now, so he could not be bothered to do it either. This cultivation method was too simple. Yi Yuan was bored to death staying behind and directly withdrew out of the consciousness S.P. A.C. It has only been 3 days, and somebody left the consciousness S.P. A.C.? The mind of the old man on the platform stirred, his brows knitted tightly, his gaze begun searching in the crowd. Could it be that somebody felt that the Wu Meng Ward OD formula is too hard, and is aware that they are unable to pass the test, so they abandon themselves to despair? Said another old man. Afraid so. The test in the past, no matter how talented the student, there had never been a precedent of withdrawing out of the consciousness S.P. A.C. in advance too. He did not expect that this time it actually appeared. Even if those people knew that they were unable to pass the test, they would also do their best to comprehend the cultivation method. After all, Wu Meng Ward OD formula, this level of cultivation method, was one of a kind in the entire Wu Meng capital city, the opportunity hard to come by. The 2 old men presiding over the test both gave rise to a strong contempt towards this person. People of the martial Dao dreaded retreating in the face of difficulties the most. This kind of mind, how to accomplish great things. Right at this time, Yi Yuan slowly left the lotus seat and walked over towards the waiting area. It's him. This boy, his talent should be so poor, right? That's hard to say too. After all, martial Dao willpower and comprehension ability don't have a definite relation. HI plus P. His age isn't young anymore as well, but his realm is only so little. Perhaps it's a problem of comprehension ability. What you say makes sense too. It's just that his wager agreement probably can't be realized anymore. Originally thought that he could definitely pass the test. Not fulfilling the wager agreement, Jia Chong probably won't let him off, right? Since he isn't the academy's student, his life and death have nothing to do with us. The two people already determined that this was Yi Yuan's talent being too poor, unable to comprehend the Wu Meng Ward. OD formula. After all, the Wu Meng Ward. OD formula, such a profound cultivation method, even just the first level, was also absolutely not what could be comprehended in a month. In reality, the 30 scale lines on the jade pillar were not complete, they were just a portion. Wanting to fully comprehend the first level's cultivation method, no matter how talented, one needed 100 years' time too. A month was just a bit of superficial knowledge. But whether Yi Yuan was eliminated or not still had to wait until after the Jade Pillars test to decide. Yi Yuan came before the platform, gave a bow toward the two old men as a show of respect. One of them could not resist and still opened his mouth to ask, Yi Yuan, why did you withdraw from the consciousness SPAC so quickly? Although this cultivation method is profound, if you comprehend for a month, it's sufficient to benefit you for life. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Thank you for teacher's concern. The Wu Meng Ward. OD formula is indeed extensive and profound. But a month's time seriously can't comprehend much. I plan on comprehending in detail after entering the academy. The old man froze, being somewhat baffled by Yi Yuan. With the way you were, you still want to enter the Wu Meng Academy? He had never seen before someone capable of entering the Wu Meng Academy with just 3 days of comprehension. The old man's face fell, and he said, Yi Yuan, you mustn't reach beyond your reach as a person. Your martial Dao willpower is very firm, but since your talent is lacking, you have to make up for it with diligence. How can you talk big to impress people? In his view, Yi Yuan was clearly too lacking in talent, yet insisted on acting and showing off. At that time, they would not even know how they died. Yi Yuan just smiled slightly when he heard that and said, Thank you for teacher's concern, Yi Yuan understands. Chapter 1372. You idiot. Chapter 1372. You idiot. Hoo-hoo, looks like you didn't misjudge here. His first round's performance deceived all of us. Looks like Teacher Lei Dong and Teacher Mu Sen were also deceived by him. Song Fong said to Jiang Chen with a laugh. But Jiang Chen did not speak when he heard that, seemingly pondering about something. I wonder, do you think his talent really too poor? If his talent is really very poor, then how did he clear the second round? Even if cultivation realm is compensated, wanting to clear the round isn't that easy either, right? Jiang Chen said with a frown. If his talent was really poor to such a degree, even if a middle-stage Grotto Profound's realm was compensated, it was basically impossible to pass the second round too. However, not only did Yi Yuan pass it, he even exceeded by 3 waves. You're saying Song Fong was also puzzled. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, I don't know either. I similarly don't think that he can beat Jia Chong by comprehending 3 days. The difficulty of the Wu Meng Ward. OD formula, you and I are all too clear. Song Fong smiled bitterly and said, What you said makes sense too. I discovered that this kid is simply an enigmatic existence. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and said, Carry on watching then. The mystery will be unveiled after a month. A month's time said in a flash. Yi Yuan came to the waiting area and cultivated on his own for a month's time. Jia Chong withdrew from the consciousness SPAC. Opening his eyes to take a look, he discovered that the waiting area shockingly only had one person. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? He was first stunned, following that, flowers immediately bloomed in his heart. Ignorant fool, directly giving up? Jia Chong said with a cold smile. Not just Jia Chong, when the others saw the Yi Yuan who was alone in the waiting area, they had astounded looks too. What's going on here? Why would Yi Yuan be in the waiting area? No idea how long he's been in the waiting area too. Does he have a well-thought-out plan? Or has he already given up? Rubbish, of course he has given up. Wu Meng warged. Oh, formula, this kind of precious cultivation method, even if one is fully aware that they can't pass, they will comprehend it well too. This bit of talent, and he also dares to challenge Jia Chong. Is he soft in the head? After the astonishment, everyone had disdainful looks towards Yi Yuan. Originally, people thought that he more or less had some abilities to want to bet with Jia Chong. They did not think that he directly gave up. This was coming to be a fool, right? Alright, the hour has come. The assessment is starting now. Everyone, all go to the waiting area. When you hear your name, come up in proper order. First one, W.A.N.G. Chong. Lei Dong said in a clear voice. The expression of W.A.N.G. Chong, who was called, turned stiff, clearly not quite confident. He placed his hand on the jade pillar and started revolving the cultivation method. W.A.N.G. Chong unleashed all of his power, but only reached the third scale line. W.A.N.G. Chong test failed. Shatter the wooden tablet yourself and withdraw from the test, Lei Dong said. W.A.N.G. Chong unwillingly crushed the wooden tablet with a look of regret and was directly transported out. Next, one name after another was called. Sure enough, as Xiejingyi said, the majority of the people were unable to reach the benchmark of 5 scales. Xiejingyi scooted beside Yi Yuan and asked softly, Bro, what's the deal with you? When did you withdraw? Yi Yuan smiled and said, I withdrew on the 3rd day. Xiejingyi's eyes went wide, and he looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief as he said, Hey bro, are you kidding me? Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, Not joking. Dealing with that guy, 3 days is enough. Xiejingyi was speechless. I was wondering how thick your cowhide was. It popped from you puffing, right? Not entering the academy won't care about your life and death. Therefore, you just wait for death. Jia Chong arrived beside the 2 people at goodness knows when and said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to even raise an eyebrow and spat a word out of his mouth. Idiot! Jia Chong's expression changed, and he said fiercely, What did you say? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Are you deaf? I said, You're an idiot. You're an idiot. Idiot. Heard it now? If you didn't hear, I can urge divine essence and be a little louder. Pfft. Yi Yuan's voice was already loud enough. Virtually everyone heard it. Quite a few people could not resist laughing. Jia Chong's face had long changed color, Wisconsin H.I. plus ing to shred Yi Yuan alive. Except, those 2 up there were currently watching. He did not dare to make a move. Punk, when the assessment is over, I'll make you regret everything you did today. Jia Chong gave a cold snort and flicked his sleeves and went off. He discovered that in front of Yi Yuan, bickering could not gain any advantage at all. This assessment was very fast. Before long, a large number of people were eliminated. Next, Jia Chong. Jia Chong stepped out of the ranks proudly when he was called. He was extremely confident in his comprehension ability. In his eyes, his opponent only had Qin Shao. The others, he did not place them in his sights at all. Jia Chong pressed his palm on the jade pillar and revolved the cultivation method. The jade pillar started lighting up. Clearly, his lighting speed was much faster than those people before. In virtually a blink of an eye, it broke through 5 scale lines. After breaking through 5 scale lines, the light on the jade pillar did not diminish in the slightest, rising straight up all the way, and arrived at the 10th scale line very quickly. So strong. Jia Chong's comprehension ability is too strong. There's probably only Qin Shao who can compete with him. Broke through the 10th scale line so quickly, he'll most likely charge up to the 15th. Truly remarkable. Looks like this third round, he still has hope of overpowering Qin Shao. Jia Chong's comprehension ability was indeed very strong. His Astoni's HI plus ing performance immediately aroused a wave of exclamations. Even Qin Shao's face changed slightly too, clearly sensing tremendous pressure. 17 scale lines. So strong. Finally, Jia Chong stopped at the 17th scale line. This result was sufficient to rank first in previous years. The faces of the Wu Meng 4 young masters were all incomparably solemn. Clearly, they did not expect that Jia Chong's comprehension ability was actually so high. Obtaining such a good result, the first thing Jia Chong thought of was showing off to Yi Yuan. His gaze looked in Yi Yuan's direction, holding peak. Oh, see. King and a demonstration of power in his eyes. Read comics on our Read novel full. Live, but unfortunately, Yi Yuan could not be bothered to even give him a glance. There was also no surprised expression on his face. Punk, there will come a time when you regret it. Jia Chong thought hatefully in his heart. Next, Xie Jingyi. Coincidentally, the next after Jia Chong was little fatty Xie Jingyi. Come on. Yi Yuan smiled and patted his shoulder. Xie Jingyi nodded his head and stood in front of the jade pillar. Little fatty sucked in a deep breath, pressing his palm on the jade pillar. The jade pillar slowly lit up, 1 scale line, 2 scale lines. Finally, little fatty's scale stopped on the 5th scale line. Xie Jingyi had a look of wild ecstasy as he shouted, "Ha ha! I didn't expect it! I didn't expect it! I really pass," said the test. Sniff, sniff. I really pass, said the test. Sniff, sniff. Yi Yuan, thank you. As he said, Xie Jingyi actually started crying. Before coming here, he never dreamed that he could actually pass the test and become a student of the Wu Meng Academy. He knew that the person he should thank the most was Yi Yuan. Chapter 1373. Watch a good show. Chapter 1373. Watch a good show. Su Yuetsang, 13 scale lines, obtained 120 points. Xiang Zhuang, 12 scale lines, obtained 115 points. Wu Yang, 12 scale lines, obtained 115 points. Qin Shao, 17 scale lines, obtained 180 points. Qin Shao's results set off an upsurge in the crowd once more. Because his results basically already locked in the top dog this time. Even if Qin Shao was calm when he obtained this result, his body was trembling incessantly too. For the sake of this day, he paid far too much. Qin Shao is really ridiculously strong. I originally thought that Jia Chong can overpower Qin Shao in this round, but I didn't expect that he actually tied with him. Yeah. Qin Shao's overall strength is seriously too strong. Other people can only look at his back. With this, the outcome is a foregone conclusion. If it was past years, Jia Chong was bound to crush the capital city's geniuses. Unfortunately, he ran into Qin Shao. Next, Yi Yuan. Just as the people were discussing animatedly, it was finally Yi Yuan's turn to take the field. Everyone also did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually queued up so behind. He was considered to have been called out after a great many times. But everyone already did not have much interest in him. Everyone already sentenced him to death. It was impossible for him to pass the assessment. Wu Meng Ward. OD formula, this kind of pinnacle cultivation method, he only used 3 days and he could have some comprehensions? You have got to be kidding. If Yi Yuan really succeeded in clearing the round, where would these geniuses' faces be put? A good show is about to happen. Let us see how Yi Yuan crushes us 1 million geniuses. Haha, Jia Chong's voice was very loud, immediately incurring a wave of roaring laughters. 17 scale lines was already a lot higher than previous year's average. Even the top dog, Qin Xiao, only fought to a draw with him too. It could be seen how praiseworthy this was. For Yi Yuan to want to win Jia Chong, there was no possibility at all. When Yi Yuan said by Jia Chong, he smiled and said, "Then open your eyes wide and watch a good show." Jia Chong smiled coldly and said, "Okay, I'll wait and see." Yi Yuan came before the jade pillar and slowly put his palm on it. The next instant, the originally noisy waiting area immediately became dead silent. The audience was silent. It was only to see the jade pillar instantly light up. In virtually a blink of an eye, it charged past 5 scale lines. Under normal circumstances, the luminance of the jade pillar would get increasingly slower as it went up. However, Yi Yuan did not have the slightest trend of slowing down, directly charging up to the 10th scale line. Then, it was the 15th scale line, 16th scale line, 17th scale line. A draw. Everyone drew a cold breath, their eyeballs almost popping out. This scene happened too swiftly until everyone could not react to it. But just as everyone thought that it would still continue to charge up, the lighting speed of the jade pillar suddenly slowed down. Then, it slowly crawled past the 18th scale line. It stopped. After continuing a while, Yi Yuan slowly put down his palm and discovered that the old men on the platform were still in the midst of shock. "Teacher," Yi Yuan said. Lei Dong's entire body trembled. Only then did he come to his senses and said, "Yi Yuan, 18 scale lines, obtained 195 points." Lei Dong's words made everyone all come to their senses. What's going on here? What in the world happened just now? I feel like it went up with a whoosh all at once. My God. I even thought that my eyes were failing me and looked for quite a few times before discovering that it's real. 18 scale lines. He actually really said Qin Xiao and Jia Chong, ranking first. Why do I feel like he still has strength to spare? Could it be that this is my delusion? The waiting area was immediately in an uproar. Everyone did not dare to believe the scene that happened just now. Others unleashed even the strength used to suckle milk in order to make the jade pillar light up a bit. But Yi Yuan only lightly placed his hand on it and directly reached 17 scale lines. There was not the slightest bit of pause in the middle. Only when it reached the 18th scale line did it abruptly stop. From motion to stillness, it gave people a feeling of longing for more. Everyone all felt that Yi Yuan still had strength left. He deliberately stopped on the 18th scale line. Of course, Yi Yuan did it on purpose. Want to win, he should win beautifully. But he also did not wish to be overly shocking and let people know that he directly comprehended the Wu Meng Ward formula. As for where his limits lay, let everyone go and guess. Lei Dong and Mu Sun exchanged glances, both seeing the deep shock in the other party's eyes. They were certain that Yi Yuan absolutely held back strength. As for how much, they really did not dare to say. Maybe even higher than 23rd. This was already the limit that they could imagine. They naturally could not guess that if Yi Yuan went all out, he could blow this jade pillar up. Ha ha. Punk, didn't expect that you were so impressive. You made Lord Fatty, I worried for nothing. Xie Jingyi excitedly gave Yi Yuan another punch. He was really too happy. When he faced Jia Chong, he had always felt very inferior until he did not even dare to breathe loudly. This time, Yi Yuan really helped him to vent this grievance. Furthermore, Yi Yuan even helped him regain confidence and helped him to miraculously pass the test. Although Yi Yuan was just a scale line higher than Jia Chong, in front of his startling performance, this one scale line was amplified infinitely. Yi Yuan clearly still had a great deal of strength to spare, it was just that he was unwilling to be high-profile. In front of Yi Yuan, Jia Chong's light was overshadowed. The test afterward appeared dull and boring. The ones who said the test, in the end, were only 300 over people. The rest were all transported out of this SPAC. I said before, winning against you is too easy. Thank you for your points, Yi Yuan said and shrugged. Jia Chong's fury was almost bursting forth from his chest. The humiliation that Yi Yuan gave him was too strong. Looking back now, his provocation previously appeared so ridiculous, and the points that he worked hard to earn were actually reset all at once. That was 440 points. This was not just 440 points, it was also testimony to his 100 over years of hard work. Now it was all gone. Jia Chong knew that without points, one could not advance an inch in the Wu Meng Academy. With these points, he could be a step faster than people. He did not expect that now. It was like drawing water with a sieve, having not a single point left. Yi Yuan, 220 points have already been transferred to your wooden tablet. Your current points are a total 520 points. However, your gambling agreement isn't counted in the test. The top dog this time is still Qin Shao. Lei Dong transferred the points in Jia Chong's wooden tablet into Yi Yuan and Xie Jingyi's wooden tablets, respectively. Yi Yuan's points were originally not considered outstanding, just above average standard. Now, it charged to first place all of a sudden, even 25 points more than Qin Shao. Xie Jingyi held the wooden tablet, his heart still somewhat racing. Although it was satisfying this time, he also offended Jia Chong badly. In the past, Jia Chong did not take him seriously at all. Now, he would definitely think of ways to send him to his doom. Chapter 1374 Golden Sword Token. 1374 Golden Sword Token. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of palpitation welled up in their hearts. A powerful pressure descended from the sky. Lei Dong, Mu Xin, as well as the Academy's students all gave a bow respectfully. We welcome City Lord, Your Excellencies descend. A middle-aged man in azure clothing slowly walked out of the void. As soon as he appeared, he gave people a feeling of peerlessness. So strong. Is this a divine Lord Realm powerhouse? Yi Yuan was secretly alarmed in his heart. He did not think that this legendary divine Lord Realm powerhouse actually came personally. This middle-aged man in azure clothes looked elegant and soft-spoken. But his might could not be concealed no matter what. Shao Feng was already a peak origin deity powerhouse. But the oppressive feeling he gave Yi Yuan was on a completely different level from this one in front of him. This is merely a wisp of thought clone. A true divine Lord Realm powerhouse is G.O.D. knows how many times stronger than this. Dustless's voice suddenly sounded out in his consciousness. Yi Yuan was shocked again when he heard that. Such a powerful oppressive force, and he was actually merely just a thought clone. Wu Meng City Lord said coolly, being able to pass the test. You all are my Wu Meng capital city's top geniuses, with future accomplishments being limitless. Wu Meng Academy is the place where heroes gather. The path of a powerhouse for everyone has only just begun. I hope that there's someone among you all who can surpass your predecessors and reach Divine Lord Realm. The words ignited everyone's hot blood. For these students, their lifelong pursuit was Divine Lord Realm. But wanting to reach this step was far too difficult. Don't look at how these genius martial artists all left people behind in the dust currently. Once their potential was used up, they might not be able to break through a minor realm for tens of thousands of years. Among Wu Meng Academy students, those whose talents were a little weaker could all reach grand completion heaven glimpse. The good ones could even reach grand completion origin deity. But they might not be able to produce one capable of breaking through to Divine Lord Realm in 100,000 years. If Shao Feng did not meet Yi Yuan, perhaps he could not find this breakthrough opportunity all his life too. Even so, whether or not he could really break through was another matter altogether. Wu Meng City Lord paused for a bit and continued, This lord coming here today is to take the top dog in as an in-name disciple. Qin Shao. Ever since the test, Qin Shao had always been calm and level-headed. But at this moment, he was trembling all over. That was trembling with excitement. This day, he had waited far too long. Disciple Qin Shao pays respect to City Lord. Qin Shao directly knelt down towards Wu Meng's City Lord and performed a master acknowledgement ceremony. Wu Meng's City Lord slowly nodded and said, "This test, you overpowered all geniuses and became the top dog. According to Wu Meng Academy's rules, I'll take you in as an in-name disciple today. This is the golden sword token that represents this lord's disciple status. Seeing this token is akin to seeing this lord." Wu Meng's City Lord pointed a finger. A ray of golden light flew towards Qin Shao. A several inches long golden little sword appeared in his hand. Seeing this scene, all of the students felt envious. They all knew that not only did this golden sword token represent the ident 1. tie of a city lord's disciple, but it was also a heavenly divine artifact in itself, with its boundless power. With it, it was equivalent to having a death exemption golden token. Qin Shao said agitatedly, "This disciple thanks Master." Wu Meng's City Lord nodded and said, Although you're already an in-name disciple under me, you have to guard against arrogance and impetuosity. Don't get proud by relying on favors. If you fail the tests in the future, this golden sword token, this lord will take it back." Qin Shao's heart turned cold, and he said, "This disciple will remember Master's teachings and will definitely work harder and strive for a face to officially enter Master's tutelage." Wu Meng's City Lord nodded his head slightly and said coolly, "All right, the test this time is already done. After you all enter the academy, you have to work harder and become my Wu Meng capital city's pillars. This lord is going." While talking, Wu Meng's City Lord's figure gradually became illusionary. But right at this time, Yi Yuan felt all the hairs on his body stand on its end. He clearly felt Wu Meng's City Lord's gaze turn toward him. Being stared intently by such a powerhouse, Yi Yuan's hairs really stood on its end. But very soon Wu Meng's City Lord's figure disappeared. Only then did that uneasy sense of danger disappear. Could it be that he saw through something? Yi Yuan asked dustless. The secrets on Yi Yuan were too many. Just the soul-suppressing pearl and world-suppressing steel, two Empyrean spirit treasures, were sufficient to drive the world crazy. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan would be so low-profile, and did not want to be overly eye-catching. Otherwise, even if he could not get many points in the second round, this position of top dog would also not be Qin Shao's turn. He's just interested in you. Your play was too overboard just now. His level of expertise, how could he possibly be completely unaware of it? However, with his bit of strength, he still can't perceive this old man's situation, so you just rest assured, Dustless said with a laugh. Only then did Yi Yuan let out a sigh in relief. Looks like the final round just now, he really played a little too overboard. All right, now, take your wooden tablets and return to your lotus seats again. The lotus seats will transport you all to Wu Meng Academy. Lei Dong said. When everyone heard that, they all returned to the lotus seats one after another, being transported away one by one. Yi Yuan was just about to move but was stopped by Lei Dong. "Yi Yuan, you wait a minute." Yi Yuan was stupefied and said, "What is teacher finding me for?" Lei Dong's gaze was heated as he said, "Yi Yuan, you give an honest account. Just how much strength did you preserve in the third round?" Yi Yuan was stunned and said bewilderedly, "Preserve strength? Teacher, Yi Yuan already went all out, where's the talk of holding back strength? Pretend. You just pretend." Even a fool could tell that Yi Yuan preserved strength. Withdrawing from the consciousness S.P.A.C. in 3 days, then directly charging to the 18th scale line. No more, no less, just nicely able to win against Jia Chong. To say that Yi Yuan did not hold back strength, That was also a little too ridiculous, right? If Jia Chong's result was 20 scale lines, Lei Dong did not doubt in the slightest that Yi Yuan could charge to 21 scale lines. But with Yi Yuan feigning ignorance, Lei Dong really did not have much temper. Waving his hand, he said, "All right, go then. Teacher, Yi Yuan will leave first," Yi Yuan said with clasped hands. Yi Yuan slowly walked towards the lotus seat. Mu Sun walked up and said, "You believe him? Only a ghost will believe him. This kid isn't honest," Lei Dong said disgruntledly. Mu Sun smiled and said, "Although Qin Shao is formidable, you and I can see through with a glance. But this kid really can't be fathomed. It looks like there are quite a number of secrets on him. Honestly speaking, I feel more optimistic about him." Lei Dong nodded his head and said, "This boy is very hard to say. His future accomplishments might not be worse than Qin Shao's." Little Fatty moved close and asked Yi Yuan softly, "Bro, say honestly, how many scale lines is your limit?" Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a smile, "You guess?" Xie Jingyi thought about it and said uncertainly, 23? This was already the limit that he could imagine. Yi Yuan shook his head and smiled, but he did not speak. Xie Jingyi's gaze turned intent, and he said again, 26? Yi Yuan still shook his head and said with a smile, "Stop guessing, I won't tell you." Chapter 1375 Sword Tomb. 1375 Sword Tomb, what did you say? Yi Yuan he pus, said the test and entered the Wu Meng Academy? Ichaha, excellent. Heaven has a path, but you refuse to walk. Hel. L has no gate, yet you want to barge inside. When W.A.N. Ji Song heard the news of Yi Yuan entering the Wu Meng Academy, he was thunderstruck. After the shock, W.A.N. Ji Song became wildly elated. If Yi Yuan kept on hiding in the Myriad Treasure Tower, he would really be helpless. But now, his chance finally came. What did you say? Yi Yuan's points are even higher than the top dog? But when he heard the process of the events, concerning Yi Yuan entering the Wu Meng Academy with the result of points making him number 1, his entire person was struck senseless. Only after a long time did W.A.N. Ji Song come back to his senses and muttered, "This kid isn't easy to deal with. This time, we must strike him dead in one blow." Chen Yongyan nodded and said, "This kid has no idea of life or death, offending Brilliant Peace City's number 1 genius, Jia Chong, during the test. In addition, the Qin family's Qin Shao obtained top dog this time, his future limitless. I heard that after Yi Yuan he entered the city. He seemed to have already offended the Qin family?" W.A.N. Ji Song gave him a glance rather surprisedly and said with a smile, "Looks like your news network is very well informed." "That's right. This boy is indeed a troublemaker. But this matter, we still have to give it further thought and confer at length. After all, no loss of life is permitted in the academy. Once we act rashly and alert the enemy, we won't have a second chance." Chen Yongyan said, "Yi Yuan, that kid brings along a late-stage 2-star evil spirit around him. It's not easy to deal with. But I heard that he is in close association with a little fatty. Can we open up a gap from him?" W.A.N. Ji Song's eyes lit up and he praised, "That's right. This little fatty indeed can be worked on. As for the Qin family's resources, better not touch for the time being." After entering the Wu Meng Academy, Yi Yuan spent an entire day and had a rough understanding of the Wu Meng Academy. This was a very loose school. Every day there were origin deity realm teachers giving lectures. But whether one went or not depended on their individual wishes. Wanna muck around, that was up to you too. It was just that, if you think you could hang around in the school by mucking around, that was a big mistake. In the center of Wu Meng Academy's plaza, 2 enormous rocks were placed and were called point stone. Each student's points would be displayed on the point stones. 1 point stone was for recording inner court disciples' points. The other point stone was for recording outer court disciples' points. The numbers on the point stones were updated in real time. Every bit of change would be recorded on the point stones. Most important, every 10 years, Wu Meng Academy would eliminate the 20 lowest-ranked students on the point stones, expelling them from the Wu Meng Academy. This elimination rate was very high until somewhat alarming. Wu Meng Academy's students, the oldest was only until 1,000 years old. After 1,000 years old, regardless of what level they cultivated to, they could not stay in the academy anymore. Every 100 years, the academy would recruit around 200 to 500 students. But every 10 years, 20 students would be eliminated. This was also to say that in these 100 years where no students were recruited, the academy would eliminate 200 students, either advance or fall behind. After entering the academy, students were not allowed to have a hint of slacking off. These 200 students who were eliminated might not be new students, they might be old students too. All outer court disciples took the test together. In addition, moving about in the academy, points would be continuously expended. Regardless whether it was cultivating martial techniques, cultivation methods, or exchanging for medicinal pills, it could not dispense with points. Therefore, if one want to not be eliminated, one must continuously earn points. There were many ways to earn points, such as doing a mission, such as challenging other students, and such as clearing trials. The academy would issue some missions every day. When students completed missions, they would obtain a fixed points reward. Challenging students should be a shortcut to earning points. They could amass large sums of points within a short time through continuously challenging other students. Of course, the prerequisite was that you won all. This challenging act was not a blind challenge. One could only challenge opponents ranked 10 places higher than them on the point stones. The winner would obtain a certain points reward, while the loser would be deducted of points. If the opponent you challenge was not carrying out a mission to clear challenges, they would have to answer the challenge. And the third approach, clearing trials. Yi Yuan was currently outside the Sword Tomb. The Sword Tomb was Wu Meng Academy's land of comprehending the sword. It was divided into 18 levels. With each level pass, one could obtain a certain number of points as a reward. This senior apprentice brother, I wish to enter the Sword Tomb, this is my academy token. As he said, Yi Yuan handed over a token. This was the ident. 1. Tai token that the academy issued to him after he entered the Wu Meng Academy. Zhao Qin was an inner court disciple. He accepted this mission of guarding the Sword Tomb several days ago and was satisfied with this work. Zhao Qin sized Yi Yuan up with a glance and said disdainfully, "New here, right? Do you know this Sword Tomb's dangers? Your bit of strength going in, you'll be dismembered in just a while. I advise that you'd best cultivate a bit first, then go in." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks for senior apprentice brother's concern. But I'm very interested in this Sword Tomb and still wish to experience it." Zhao Qin raised his eyebrow and said, It's up to you if you want to seek your own doom. Entering the Sword Tomb has a one-time deduction of 20 points. You have a month's time to comprehend the sword. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can comprehend the sword. Zhao Qin had a small jade tray in front of him. He swiped Yi Yuan's academy token on it, and the scornful expression instantly changed. His eyebrows raised up, looking at Yi Yuan rather disbelievingly as he said, Why would you have so many points? Could it be that you're this season's new student's top dog?" Yi Yuan received the token and said with a smile, "Senior apprentice brother is worrying too much. I won these points by gambling. This season's top dog is someone else." Just as they were talking, a figure suddenly dashed out from behind Yi Yuan. That person handed the token to Zhao Qin and said, "Sword Tomb. I want to enter the Sword Tomb." Yi Yuan's brows raised up. This person was none other than precisely this year's top dog, Qin Shao. He did not expect that this Qin Shao had the same view as him without prior consultation, coming to the sword tomb on the first stop. Zhao Qin was rather surprised and said, "You all, these newbies, really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. To actually choose the sword tomb when you just entered the sect. Heh, letting you all suffer some losses are good too." Qin Shao received the token from Zhao Qin's hands and directly entered the sword tomb, without even giving a greeting. This guy was unbelievably proud. But to the Qin family's people, Yi Yuan did not have any good feelings too. He naturally had no interest in saying H.E.L. Yi Yuan thanked Zhao Qin and directly entered the sword tomb. Upon entering the sword tomb, Yi Yuan's gaze suddenly turned intent too. Entering his sight, it was all swords sprawled disorderly everywhere, too many to count. The name of Sword Tomb indeed lives up to its reputation. Yi Yuan praised. Yi Yuan had long inquired earlier. This Sword Tomb was the land of sword burial for Wu Meng Academy's successive generations of sword-wielding experts. It contained boundless sword intent. He chose this place as the first stop because he wanted to make use of the boundless sword intent here in order to comprehend a sword Dao belonging just to him. Chapter 1376 Only through madness one can achieve greatness. 1376 Only through madness one can achieve greatness. What made Yi Yuan somewhat surprised was that Qin Shao did not enter the sword tomb. He seemed to be waiting for him. "Yi Yuan, let's have a match, how about it?" Qin Shao said with his back to Yi Yuan. Qin Shao, this guy, was rather cold and rather proud. Him taking the initiative to open his mouth and speak made Yi Yuan somewhat surprised. But Yi Yuan felt that this Qin Shao did not seem to be the same type of people as the Qin Peiyu he encountered before. At least, he did not disgust him. At this moment, he sensed a thick fighting intent from Qin Shao's body. Clearly, this top dog already viewed Yi Yuan as a formidable adversary. Yi Yuan took a step forward and stood side by side with Qin Shao and said, "How to compete? In the sword tomb's 18 levels, the deeper in, the more powerful the sword intent. Let's compete and see who lasts longer in this first level region. If we both persist for 1 month, it's considered a draw," Qin Shao said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Since it's a bet, I wonder what the wager is?" Qin Shao said, "The loser will pay the winner the points to enter the sword tomb next time." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Small gambling is entertaining, big gambling is harmful. Hoo, this idea is not bad." Qin Shao's expression turned stiff, recalling the matter of Jia Chong and Yi Yuan betting, losing his entire fortune. This matter already became a laughing stock among their batch of students. Presumably, Jia Chong would have headaches because of points for a very long period of time. At that time, he also thought that Yi Yuan lost for sure. He did not expect that Yi Yuan casually charged to 18 scale lines. It was precisely because of this round that it made him have immense dread toward Yi Yuan. "Go!" Qin Shao leaped and directly entered the sword tomb. Yi Yuan was not slow either, following closely behind. Upon entering the sword tomb, it was as if entering another world. A world of swords. Chi. Caught unprepared, Yi Yuan immediately had several holes opened up on his body. Countless chaotic sword law fragments flooded within this SPAC. Qin Shao was not much better than Yi Yuan either. Although he was not immediately injured, he was kept busy too. What powerful sword laws! Every sword here probably has a story. In this place, they repel each other but formed an organic whole. This place is really a superb place to comprehend the sword," Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Swiss. H. Plus another sword law sliced past, nicking a cut on Yi Yuan's face. On the other side, Qin Shao already brought out his sword, dancing airtight, and started class. I plus ing with those sword laws. Qin Shao's strength was indeed powerful. It was only to see sword energy crisscrossed around him, and was actually almost on par with these sword laws. Kid, if you still don't draw your sword, you'll be dismembered by a flurry of swords by these sword laws, Dustless warned. But Yi Yuan looked in Qin Shao's direction as if deep in thought. Rejecting these sword laws outside the door, how to comprehend the sword? I want to test the swords with my body, Yi Yuan said. Dustless could not help choking when he heard that. He said, You lunatic. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Only through madness one can achieve greatness. Chi. Those sword laws were not the slightest bit courteous, lurking behind streaks of sword scars on Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan revolved the tyrant dragon regeneration art frenziedly, repairing those streaks of sword marks. Yi Yuan discovered that this was a violent world of swords. Comprehending swords here was different from comprehending cultivation methods and martial technique. Each sword here, each sword law fragment, they were all the condensation of a martial artist's lifelong painstaking effort. For Yi Yuan to want to learn the strengths of everyone and create a sword Tao belonging to himself, he had to go and understand these laws of sword. Confronting these sword laws like Qin Shao, one would forever be unable to comprehend where the true meaning of these sword laws lay. Hence, he chose to test the swords with his body. Want to learn how to beat people, one had to first learn how to take a beating. It was this logic. Although the tyrant dragon regeneration art was strong, the sword laws here were too many and too strong. Yi Yuan's expenditure would become greater and greater, and his wounds would also be deeper and deeper. Time passed. Said day by day, Qin Shao's consumption also became greater and greater, gradually falling short. I heard that the first time the previous season's top dog entered the sword tomb, the result was 23 days. I've already persisted for 26 days. This result is already very good, right? Yi Yuan's true combat power definitely can't handle this, so he must have long failed to hold out already, right? Qin Shao thought. The sword laws here were too powerful. After it started, Qin Shao could not pay attention to Yi Yuan, devoting all his attention to dealing with them. Yi Yuan's first round and third round's performance in the test were very astonies. Hi+ing. But the second round was relatively ordinary. Hence, Qin Shao determined that Yi Yuan's true combat strength should be poor. In a blink, Qin Shao persisted 26 days, already reaching the point where a lamp's fire was dying and oil ran dry. Continuing to hold on, he would be dismembered by a flurry of swords. Qin Shao leaped and withdrew from the sword tomb. His figure had just steadied itself when his eyes suddenly turned intent. Yi Yuan was actually still in the sword tomb. Swiss. H. Plus a ray of sword energy directly hewed open a tear on Yi Yuan's body, deep until bones could be seen. Yi Yuan's body was long stained by fresh blood already. This guy, how in the world did he do it? Could it be that these 26 days, he stalled it out like this? A look of disbelief revealed in Qin Shao's gaze. He was very clear about these sword energies might. Even if it was him, if he was like Yi Yuan, he absolutely could not persist 3 days too. But Yi Yuan actually hung on for a full 26 days. This guy wouldn't be doing it in order to win the points for entering the sword tomb next time, right? No, absolutely impossible. Qin Shao's first reaction was that Yi Yuan was trying to win against him. But very soon, he denied this idea of Yi Yuan. Although he did not know much about Yi Yuan, he could feel that Yi Yuan absolutely would not do such a thing for the sake of this kind of lame reason. Moreover, Yi Yuan's points were not few. Qin Shao's expression was very ugly. He did not expect that he actually lost in such a way. Yi Yuan, you already won, Qin Shao said in a clear voice. However, Yi Yuan seemingly could not hear his words at all, and still forcefully held on. Qin Shao could sense that Yi Yuan was already an arrow at the end of its flight. But he could not figure out what the Yi Yuan was hanging in there for. Continuously enduring the swords like this, could it be that it was helpful towards cultivation? Qin Shao felt that apart from aggravating his injuries, there were no benefits at all. He did not leave right away but quietly watched Yi Yuan outside. He discovered that the speed Yi Yuan's fleshy body recovered was very fast. Although this speed got slower and slower, Qin Shao could still sense it. Qin Shao knew that Yi Yuan relied on this skill to hold out until now. Yi Yuan doing so definitely has a deep meaning to it. This guy is really hard to fathom. It looks like I was too arrogant in the past. This Yi Yuan might very likely be my greatest opponent in the future, Qin Shao thought. On the 30th day, Yi Yuan dragged his injury-laden body and walked out of the Sword Tomb's first-level region. Chapter 1377 Qin Tian. 1377 Qin Tian. Heh, what did I tell you guys? With your current strength, going in is equivalent to courting death. There won't be any harvests at all. Zhao Qin looked at Yi Yuan, who was covered in injuries. His facial expression was filled with mockery. This kind of student who overestimated their own ability, he had seen plenty and did not have any sympathy. He already warned previously, so who was to blame for not listening to the warning? Qin Shao Pus said his academy token to Zhao Qin and said, Sword Tomb. Please help me deduct the points for entering the Sword Tomb once and write it on Yi Yuan's token. In the academy, this kind of deduction method could be seen everywhere and did not have anything strange. Of course, the prerequisite was that one took the initiative to request. Zhao Qin froze and immediately could not help laughing as he said, Heh, you all are new and still don't know how valuable points are living in the academy, right? Qin Shao gave Zhao Qin a glance and explained, I lost a bet to him. He persisted for a whole month in the Sword Tomb's first level, this is the wager. With Qin Shao's personality, he originally could not be bothered to explain. But no idea why, he still explained it unbeknownst to G, O, DS and Ghost. Hearing Qin Shao's explanation, Zhao Qin got a shock. What? He persisted like this for a month? Impossible. It was no wonder that Zhao Qin was surprised. With Yi Yuan's bit of strength, persisting inside for a month, he would long have been dismembered by a flurry of swords. How could it be possible to come out alive? Many weak students all went in to challenge it, and then they came out to get treatment for a few days after being hurt by the sword energies. After their injuries healed, they would enter again, rinse and repeat like this. Zhao Qin thought that Yi Yuan receiving such heavy injuries, it must have been the case like the others, entering the Sword Tomb, leaving with injuries, entering again, and repeating the cycle. He thought this was G.O. D knows how many times Yi Yuan already attempted this. But Qin Shao said that Yi Yuan just kept on persisting inside for a month. Qin Shao was disdainful to explain too much. He had his pride and just said indifferently, Senior apprentice brother, please help me to deduct the points. Ah? Oh. Zhao Qin's entire person was still in the midst of shock. Being told like this by Qin Shao, only then did he deduct Qin Shao's 20 points and put it down on Yi Yuan's token. Finest. Hi plus ing with these, Qin Shao said to Yi Yuan, when is the next time you're coming? Yi Yuan forced a smile and said, why? Still want to compete? Qin Shao shook his head and said, there's no point to compete again. Next time I can definitely last 30 days. I just want to take a look at what on earth you're trying to do. Yi Yuan smiled and said, if barring no accidents, half a month later. Qin Shao nodded his head and said, okay, half a month later, I'll come again. Qin Shao was just about to leave when a person came from head-on. Seeing the arrival, Qin Shao's expression changed, and he bowed and said, I've seen Big Brother Qin Tian. Qin Tian's expression was frosty, no joy nor sorrow on his face. Seeing Qin Shao greeted him, he nodded and said, heard that you obtained the top dog position this time? Zhao Qin's expression turned stiff, and he looked at Qin Shao in surprise. He did not think that this guy was actually the top dog this time. Since he was the top dog, Qin Shao's strength could be imagined. But he actually lost to this middle-stage grotto profound? How was this possible? Zhao Qin suddenly discovered that his mind was somewhat in a mess. Qin Shao seemed to be rather fearful toward this Qin Tian and immediately said respectfully, "Amen, not bad." Qin Tian nodded. He said, "Work hard, and in the future, my Qin family will definitely have a place for you." "Yes, big brother Qin Tian. Younger brother will definitely work hard," Qin Shao replied. Then Qin Tian's gaze looked toward Yi Yuan at this time, a cold light flashed in his eyes and he said, "Stay further away from that punk. He's a dead man sooner or later." These words that Qin Tian suddenly said made everyone stunned. Qin Shao's expression was very confused, uncertain what in the world happened. Yi Yuan's face fell, a cold light flashed in his eyes too. Very clearly, this Qin Tian meant the incident at the Clearwind in that day. It was just that this Qin Tian was too crazy, simply looking down on everything. In his eyes, he already sentenced Yi Yuan to death. Qin Tian had no intention of explaining. Handing the academy token to Zhao Qin, he said, "The 11th level, 5 times." Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent again. He did not expect that Qin Tian's strength was actually so strong. Those able to make it to the 11th level were basically all that strongest batch in the academy. Zhao Qin hurriedly helped Qin Tian swipe the token, then handed it back respectfully, thickened his face, and said, "Senior apprentice brother Qin Tian, it's already done." Qin Tian nodded slightly, received the token, and directly entered the sword tomb. Only then did Qin Shao come to his senses, but he discovered that Yi Yuan already dragged his heavily wounded body and left step by step. His brows furrowed together, unable to figure out how Yi Yuan provoked big brother Qin Tian. But being eyed by big brother Qin Tian, Yi Yuan most likely could not escape this calamity. In Qin Shao's eyes, he was already matchless among peers. It was true that Jia Chong's strength was strong, but Qin Shao's disparity with Jia Chong would only grow wider and wider. But the feeling that Yi Yuan gave him was completely different. He had a feeling that Yi Yuan was bound to be a formidable foe of his in the future. He needed such a powerful adversary. Finally, Qin Shao sighed and slowly left. Zhao Qin looked at Yi Yuan's departing back view rather sympathetically and shook his head and said, "This kid seems to be rather extraordinary. It's too bad that he provoked senior apprentice brother Qin Tian. Goodness me, my ancestor, how did you get injured like this? Who did this?" "Your brother. I will help you to take revenge." Upon seeing Yi Yuan, Xie Jingyi's entire person jumped up. Yi Yuan said feebly, "Enough C.R.A.P. quickly help me in." Xie Jingyi hurriedly went up and helped Yi Yuan into the residence. After returning to the residence, Yi Yuan swallowed 2 divine-grade medicinal pills before his injuries were gradually brought under control. But the injuries this time were indeed rather heavy. Without 8 to 10 days, he could forget about recovering. Seeing Yi Yuan's condition turned a little better, Xie Jingyi said, "I say, it's only been a few days of not seeing you. So how did you end up like this?" Yi Yuan said huffily, "Cultivating in the sword tomb. Didn't I tell you?" Xie Jingyi's neck involuntarily shrunk, and he said in surprise, "No way, right? Your way of cultivation is too dangerous." "How is this cultivation?" "This is totally playing with life. Lord Fatty, I still want to live a few days more. Better don't go." Yi Yuan could not be bothered to talk nonsense with this guy and asked, "Ask you about something. Do you know who Qin Tian is?" "He should be a Qin family's person." Xie Jingyi looked at Yi Yuan with a strange look and said, "No way, right? You actually don't even know who Qin Tian is?" Yi Yuan said with a curious look, "Is he very famous? Why must I know him?" Xie Jingyi looked at Yi Yuan as if he was looking at an alien and said, "More than just famous. It's too famous, very famous. In the entire Wu Meng capital city, virtually no one doesn't know him, okay?" Yi Yuan's brows creased, discovering that he seemed to have been eyed by some remarkable guy. Xiejingyi continued explaining, back then, Qin Tian was only 30 years old. Being just at the middle stage grotto profound realm, he obtained that session's top dog. 150 years old, he already passed the personal disciple test, and became City Lord's personal disciple. Now, virtually all of Wu Meng capital city's people feel that he can become the first powerhouse to break through to the Divine Lord realm in 100,000 years. Do you think he's famous or not? Chapter 1378 That Masoci Chisti in the first level. 1378 That Masoc HIST in the first level Wu Meng capital city already did not have Divine Lord realm powerhouses appearing for over 100,000 years. Qin Tian was the one with the greatest likelihood. No wonder someone as proud as Qin Shao would be so respectful toward this big brother too. In Yi Yuan's impression, Qin Shao was a very prideful person. Such a person, even if that person was his big brother, he absolutely would not behave so humbly too. It turned out that Qin Tian actually had such high status in Wu Meng capital city. Why, you saw Qin Tian. Quickly tell me, he's my idol. Xiejingyi said excitedly. Qin Tian was not just Xiejingyi's idol. He was also Wu Meng capital city's countless young talents' idol. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, I've seen him, but this encounter wasn't pleasant. Xiejingyi's expression changed, and he said, No way, right? How did you provoke Qin Tian? Yi Yuan said helplessly, Not that I provoked him, it was him who provoked me. He recounted the situation of meeting Qin Tian today, as well as the incident of slapping Qin Peiyu back then. Xiejingyi's expression became increasingly uglier. He let out a long sigh and said, Oh, you were also too eager. I know that Lass, she's Qin Tian's biological sister. In Wu Meng capital city, no one dares to provoke, so what did you provoke her for? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, Why? Are you regretting walking together with me now? You can still make it if you draw a clear line with me right now. The moment Xiejingyi heard these words, he immediately jumped out and shouted, Yi Yuan, what do you take me, Xiejingyi, as? I, Xiejingyi, am a person who repays debts of grat. 1-2. You're my brother, so your enemy is my enemy. Starting from today, I, Xiejingyi, am irreconcilable with the Qin family. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, Hoo-hoo, cracking a joke, so agitated for what? It hasn't reached the point of a life-and-death struggle. Only seeing Yi Yuan like so did Xiejingyi's expression become a little better. He said unhappily, Although I, Xiejingyi, am somewhat not serious, I never make this kind of joke. Yi Yuan laughed and said, Haha, got it. I was wrong, okay? But you have got to work hard on cultivating too. Jia Chong isn't to be trifled with. If you don't have some capability, you'll be screwed very badly by him in the future. The moment this joke was made, the atmosphere appeared rather awkward. The two people chatted for a while more, and Xiejingyi took his leave. You did it on purpose? The moment Xiejingyi left, Dustless's voice sounded out. Amen, I understand too little about him and don't have a life-and-death relations. H.I.+P. Placing such a person by my side is equivalent to installing a ticking time bomb. Yi Yuan admitted it very shamelessly. Although he helped Xiejingyi before, his relations H.I.+P. with Xiejingyi was very shallow. During the test, he only felt that this little fatty was rather interesting and also very kind-looking. That was why he would make a move to help. As for very deep friends, H.I.+P., there wasn't any in Yi Yuan's heart. In his previous life, Ji Kanglin's betrayal made Yi Yuan especially careful when making friends. Unless it was like Luo Jian with a life-and-death relations, H.I.+P. with Yi Yuan, then he would lay his heart bare to the other party. Since Xiejingyi expressed good feelings toward the Qin family, Yi Yuan naturally did not dare to put a time bomb by his side. Amen. We may know a man's exterior, but not his heart. You doing so is not wrong either, Dustless said. Half a month later, Yi Yuan showed up in the sword tomb once more. What surprised him was that Qin Shao still came. Yi Yuan lightly swept him a glance and directly entered the sword tomb. Qin Tian's ATTI. Tude already ascertained that he and Qin Shao could only be enemies. In the sword tomb's first level, Yi Yuan continued his ASOC tick cultivation. Qin Shao's brows furrowed slightly. After looking for a while, he entered too. This time, Qin Shao's strength was clearly more than a level stronger than the last time. Facing the all-pervasive sword Dao laws, Qin Shao dealt with them much easier. For 30 days' time, he held on effortlessly. On the contrary, Yi Yuan was covered all over with wounds and scars by sword Dao laws once again. When Yi Yuan returned this time, little fatty Xie Jingyi indeed did not come over to see him. Regarding this, Yi Yuan just dismissed it with a smile. Ever since then, inside the sword tomb's first level, there was an additional ASOC tick lunatic. Every time he came out of the sword tomb, he was dripping with fresh blood. In a blink, a year's time almost said. During this time, a major incident happened in the sword tomb. Senior apprentice brother Qin Tian cleared the 11th level. My God. How many years has it been since someone cleared the 11th level in the Wu Meng Academy? The last one to clear the 11th level is still Senior Zhuang Hao, right? He was the previous powerhouse who broke through to the Divine Lord realm. Looks like senior apprentice brother Qin Tian breaking through to the Divine Lord realm is a sure bet. Yeah, the things that happened for so many years, not one did not foreshadow that he's going to step into the Divine Lord realm. At this time, the lobby outside the sword tomb was already packed with people. From the lobby's light screen, they could clearly see everything that happened in the sword tomb. Yi Yuan did not have an accurate understanding of the sword tomb's 11th level. Those able to make it to the 11th level were all geniuses among geniuses. After Qin Tian, there was a large batch of people at the 10th level. But the 11th level only had 3 people. Now, Qin Tian made it past the 11th level and entered the 12th level. He already shook the rest far behind him. More importantly, it had already been 100,000 years since anyone cleared the 11th level. Zhuang Hao's final result was the 13th level. Qin Tian was already very close to this level. At this instant, Qin Tian became the God in everyone's hearts and eyes. Zhao Qin, who's that kid, so pitiful? Suddenly, someone noticed the Yi Yuan who was currently getting abused in the first level and asked Zhao Qin. Zhao Qin gave a look. Discovering that it was Yi Yuan, his face revealed a disdainful smile and said, "Him? Just a fool. Already soaked in the first level for a year. Each time he comes, he's abused brutally, without any improvement at all." This season's top dog, Qin Shao, who came in together with him, had long entered the second level half a year ago. Dear me, this is also too wretched. Being hit by so much sword energy and actually still not dead, it's also considered a kind of ability, said the person. Zhao Qin smiled and said, "Haha, true. I suspect that he's training ASOC tick skill. This guy, it's really not easy if you want to kill him." Zhao Qin's words made everyone roar with laughter. Suddenly, someone gave a shout, "Hey, you guys, look! What is that kid doing?" Everyone looked and discovered that Yi Yuan actually sat down and casually pulled up a sword that was buried straight in the ground, muttering something under his breath. This scene made everyone in the lobby quiet and down, their eyes showing disbelief. How did he do it? Why didn't those swords react? Is my eyesight failing? There's actually someone who touched a sword and can still stand there safe and sound? At the sword tomb's first level, Yi Yuan lightly caressed the sword. he said with vicissitudes of emotion. I know that you all have unwillingness in your hearts, and that's why you would bury your swords here. You all rest assured. I, Yi Yuan, will bring your thoughts and seek the great Tao. Chapter 1379 Made Friends. 1379 Made Friends. What's happening? In the crowd, an authoritative voice suddenly sounded out. Everyone gave a sidelong glance. It was actually Qin Tian. They were all shocked by Yi Yuan but did not realize that the Qin Tian, who had just completed a grand feat, already exited the sword tomb who knows when. When he successfully cleared the 11th level, he knew that the entire academy would be shocked because of it. However, Qin Tian was already used to this kind of surprise and astonishment long ago. To a true genius, enjoying these was natural and right. It was just that after he came out, he discovered that things were not as he expected. Everyone was indeed in shock, but the way of shock was somewhat different. Logically speaking, he was everyone's focal point. When he came out, everyone should immediately react to it, then shout and jump with jubilant cheers, with all kinds of felicitations. But after he came out, he discovered that not a single person was paying attention to him. Ah! It's Senior Apprentice Brother Qin Tian. Senior Apprentice Brother Qin Tian, you look at that guy on the light screen. Qin Tian's brows furrowed, looking towards the light screen rather curiously. He was very curious about what thing could overshadow the light of him clearing the 11th level. Qin Tian was not someone who fished for fame. It was just that he was used to the light halo of the main character and used to being marveled at by everyone. Now, these exclamations were gone, he was not quite used to it, and it was not very comfortable. When Yi Yuan's figure came into his view, Qin Tian's gaze suddenly turned intent. How long has it been? Qin Tian said solemnly. Zhao Qin said cautiously, already been an hour. Senior Apprentice Brother Qin Tian, what to do here? What else can you do? Report to the academy and invite a teacher over. Yi Yuan wrecked the sword tomb and should be punished for this crime. Qin Tian said solemnly. Zhao Qin gave an and hurriedly said, I'll invite Teacher Fan over right now. Finished talking, Zhao Qin took out a talisman and directly transmitted the sudden turn of events here over. In Wu Meng Academy, any sword in the sword tomb could not be pulled out. Otherwise, the consequences would be very severe. As long as someone pulled out a sword, all of the swords in the entire level would unleash an attack at him. This attack was on a completely different level from those law fragment attacks. Even with Qin Tian's present strength, after pulling out a sword in the first level, it's also certain death. In Wu Meng Academy's history, there were quite a number of people who pulled out a sword in the heat of the moment, but no one was able to survive. And wanting to succeed in clearing the round, one had to burst past the blockade of 100 flying swords. Therefore, that was why Yi Yuan's actions would arouse such a huge reaction, resulting in everyone throwing the matter of Qin Tian clearing the 11th round to the back of their minds. If it were someone else, Qin Tian would not be to the extent of being so furious either. But that person was Yi Yuan, a person already sentenced to death by him. Before long, Teacher Fan came to the sword tomb. Seeing Yi Yuan on the light screen, his expression could not help changing, and he said, How did he do it? Could it be that something went wrong with the sword tomb's first level? Qin Tian went forward and said, Teacher Fan, it's said that this sword tomb has already existed for as long as 1,000,000 years. This kind of abnormality has never appeared before. Currently, Yi Yuan probably ruined the sword tomb's first level's order with some kind of method. That's why it would be like this. Teacher Fan nodded and said, What Qin Tian said makes sense. I'll go in and take a look at the situation first. If he really wrecked the first level's order, I'll definitely behead without mercy. Finished talking, Teacher Fan turned right around and entered the sword tomb's first level. You're called Yi Yuan? What in the world did you do to make this first level's sword all lose control? Teacher Fan questioned. However, Yi Yuan seemingly did not hear it at all and was still minding himself and saying things to the sword in his hand. Just like old friends of many years. Teacher Fan's face fell, and he gave a cold snort. His figure moved and swept into the sword tomb. However, right at the instant, his body just entered the boundary of the sword tomb, all of the first-level swords emitted a series of light humming. All of the swords were trembling incessantly, about to pull out of the ground. In virtually an instant, Teacher Fan's expression changed drastically. A feeling of immense danger welled up in his heart. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Clank, clank. All of the swords pulled out of the ground and charged over toward Teacher Fan. Teacher Fan was an origin deity powerhouse, and his strength was formidable. Seeing that he could not withdraw in time, a powerful surge of aura gushed out and welcomed those long swords. Boom! An enormous boom. Teacher Fan's figure retreated out of the sword burial ground's radius stumblingly. Repelling Teacher Fan, countless long swords danced in the air for a moment, and then all returned to their original places. Teacher Fan had a look of alarm. Regarding that scene just now, he still had lingering fear in his heart. His gaze looked toward Yi Yuan, his eyes full of disbelief. These swords did not lose control. Just now, if he went in a little deeper, it probably would not be that easy to come out. But Yi Yuan was seemingly oblivious to the events that happened just now and still mumbled to himself. It was as if he was possessed. In the lobby, a commotion burst out long ago. The first-level swords did not lose control. Teacher Fan nearly sucked. You bed too. My G. Oh, D, what in the world is going on? How can that kid be safe and sound inside? Why do I feel that those swords are all controlled by that kid? This isn't possible, right? Qin Tian looked at the light screen. His usually expressionless face had a rare display of a startled look. His feeling was the same as those guys, like, Yi Yuan controlled all of the swords in the first level. How in the world did this guy do it? Qin Tian was incomparably shocked in his heart. These several hundred years, as long as he had spare time, he would come to the sword tomb to comprehend the sword. However, he had never thought that one could control all of the first-level swords. These swords were all left behind by Wu Ming Academy's predecessors. Among them, some people's strengths later on were unimaginable. All of the swords' power added together was not what an individual's strength could resist at all. But Yi Yuan actually controlled all of the swords. No idea since when. Qin Shao was already among the crowd. He finally understood just what Yi Yuan's 1 year of crazed abuse was for. He was comprehending the sword. Except this comprehension ability was a little too fearsome, right? Just as everyone was shocked, Yi Yuan slowly got up, stuck that sword in his hand back in place, and walked out of the sword tomb. Seeing Teacher Fan, Yi Yuan could not help being stupefied and said with a bow, "Disciple Yi Yuan has seen Teacher." Teacher Fan's expression was very odd. Yi Yuan also detected his peculiarity, and was somewhat uncertain what it meant. Yi Yuan? You? What in the world did you do just now? Teacher Fan said with an ugly expression. Yi Yuan froze when he heard that and said, "Do what? Didn't Teacher saw it too? I was comprehending the sword." Comprehending the sword? Yi Yuan, don't act dumb anymore. You pulled out a sword just now. Teacher Fan said unhappily. Pulled out a sword? Yeah, I pulled out a sword earlier. Why, could it be that the swords inside the sword tomb can't be pulled? Yi Yuan said with a guileless look. He really did not know. Teacher Fan could not help choking up and said solemnly, "Those who pull a sword are bound to be attacked by all of the swords. And body has been able to survive. But why didn't these swords attack you?" Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "Maybe it's because I made friends with them?" Chapter 1380 Mad Little Fatty. 1380 Mad Little Fatty. Hearing it sounded very perfunctory, but what Yi Yuan said was the truth. Teacher Fan naturally did not believe. It was just that when he entered the first level once more to investigate, he did not find anything either. Everything was normal. Although it felt very inconceivable, this matter could only be concluded without a conclusion. Yi Yuan carried on with his life. Resting for roughly 10 days or so, Yi Yuan planned on entering the Sword Tomb once more after that. When he just stepped out of the door, Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that the academy was bubbling with excitement. Everyone was running out of the academy. I really didn't expect it. There's actually still someone who dares to stroke the Qin family's whiskers in this Wu Meng capital city. Is he tired of living? Kidnapping Qin Peiyu, that demoness. To think this guy can really think of that. How great an enmity does this punk have with the Qin family? If he kidnapped, then kidnap. But to actually still want to drag her to Wu Meng Plaza to hang up and bet. Isn't it offending the Qin family to the bitter end? Oh right, what's that punk called? Seems to be this season's newbie, right? They say he's called Xiejingi. A grown man actually has such a girly name, ha ha ha. Yi Yuan's footsteps abruptly stopped, his scalp tingling. 1 year plus went by in a twinkle. Yi Yuan devoted his heart and soul into comprehending Sword Dao laws and virtually already forgot this name. But now this name entered his life once again, but it was in such a manner. What the hell did this little fatty do? Yi Yuan understood very quickly, he was doing it for him to see. This guy's wanted to express his true feelings to Yi Yuan through this matter, proving that he and Yi Yuan were standing on the same thread. It was just that this way of doing things was a little too overboard, right? Smacking the Qin family's face in front of everyone in the city, this was simply courting death. This aggro point was absolutely maxed out. Yi Yuan did not dare to dawdle. His figure could be seen speeding swiftly, heading outside the academy. Along the way, Yi Yuan thought about a lot. In this 1 year plus, little fatty probably did nothing at all and put all his energy into tracking Qin Peiyu. With the Qin family's strength, after Yi Yuan slapped Qin Peiyu into a pig's head last time, the Qin family would definitely send an even stronger guard to protect her. Little fatty's strength was not high. Wanting to kidnap Qin Peiyu under the Qin family's house guard's eyelids, this difficulty could be imagined. He did not expect that he actually succeeded. Yi Yuan was somewhat self-reproaching at this time. Back then, he made wild conjectures. He did not expect that it pushed little fatty to such a perilous position. Furthermore, after little fatty kidnapped Qin Peiyu, he did not take care of her in private but kidnapped her to the Wu Meng Plaza. This was having completely no leeway with the Qin family anymore. The reason why little fatty did this was probably afraid that Yi Yuan still could not set his mind at ease, thinking that he and the Qin family were intentionally acting out a show for Yi Yuan to see. Stirring the matter up so big was intentional on little fatty's part. It was to not save himself a path of retreat. Yi Yuan really did not know what to say. Little fatty had a profligate juvenile appearance all day long, but when doing things, he was as timid as a mouse. Yi Yuan did not expect that he actually had such a staunch and moral side in his heart. Yi Yuan's figure was like lightning, speeding in the direction of the Wu Meng Plaza. This matter caused a stir in the entire city. On the streets were all traffic flow heading in that direction. In Yi Yuan's impatience, he chose some small alleys to pass through. Suddenly, a figure flashed out ahead, blocking Yi Yuan's path. Yi Yuan, you didn't expect it, right? I've already waited very long for this day. I even thought that you can hide in the academy all your life, Jia Chong said with a cold smile. He kept staring at Yi Yuan's movements. When Yi Yuan went out of the academy, he immediately caught up. Private fights were forbidden in Wu Meng Academy, prohibiting students from killing each other. But this rule was only limited to within the academy. Leaving the academy, life and death were one's own responsibility. Ever since the entrance examination, Jia Chong's days have been arduous. The 0 points him found it hard to take a single step in the academy. Clearing challenges required expending points, but he did not even have 1 point. Challenging others were not fools either and would not accept the challenge. In this 1 year, Jia Chong virtually spent it in the midst of performing missions. Doing missions needed time and energy. With his realm and strength, he could not accept any high-difficulty missions at all. ACCU. Mulating for a year's time, Jia Chong finally AMA's said 60 to 70 points. This 1 year plus could virtually be said to be wasted. Looking at Su Yuetsang, Xiang Zhuang, those people, all caught up from behind. He was really burning with anxiety. All this was all thanks to Yi Yuan. Hence, he had always been paying attention to Yi Yuan's movements. Today, he finally got the chance. Seeing Jia Chong, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "If you don't wish to seek death, scram." Jia Chong was tickled the moment he heard and said mockingly, "Your bit of strength also dare to be arrogant in front of me? Do you think that today is still taking the test? Right now, are you in a hurry to go and save that D.A.M. and Fatty? Don't need to go anymore. He dared to provoke the Qin family, so he's dead for sure. And you, Yi Yuan, the humiliation that you brought to me, I'm going to claim it back with interest today. You'll likewise die without a doubt today. You and that D.A.M. and Fatty can have company on the road to Hell. Yi Yuan was worried about little Fatty and nervous with worry in the first place. Yet, this Jia Chong ran over to slam onto the spearhead. He smiled coldly and said, "Fool! You don't even understand your enemy and dare to run over to kill people? Since you're seeking death yourself, then I don't mind sending you off too." Jia Chong's expression changed. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past. He had not drawn his sword yet, and his entire person was frozen. Gui Yun's figure appeared before his eyes. Jia Chong's eyes stared at Gui Yun like wide saucers. Jia Chong never thought that a late-stage 2-star evil spirit actually followed by Yi Yuan's side. He suddenly felt that he was simply foolish to the extreme. It was really as Yi Yuan said. He did not even figure out how many trump cards his enemy had and came over to kill people without due consideration. If this was not dumb, what was it then? But right at this time, a terrifying aura descended from the sky. Gui Yun's expression changed, his figure retreating explosively. 2 figures flashed out and blocked in front of Jia Chong. "Yi Yuan, he doesn't know your ins and outs, but I know. So this time, I invited a helper over." The one talking was none other than precisely Yi Yuan's sworn enemy W.A.N.G. Song. By his side, he even brought along a grand completion Heaven Glimpse powerhouse. "You're Yi Yuan? I've already prepared for a full year in order to wait for you. Today I can finally complete the mission," said that grand completion Heaven Glimpse powerhouse. Ever since that time, Qin Nantian sent a grand completion Heaven Glimpse powerhouse for W.A.N.G. Song's dispatch. The objective was naturally in order to finish off Yi Yuan. With him dealing with Gui Yun, Yi Yuan was dead beyond a doubt. When Jia Chong saw this, he could not resist laughing and said, "Ha ha ha, Yi Yuan, the people that you offended are really not few. You, this kind of person, even if I don't kill you, you're hard-pressed to escape the calamity too." Yi Yuan looked at Jia Chong as if looking at a fool and said with a cold sneer, "Fool! The people that I offended are quite a few, but my friends are not few either. Just the likes of a fool like you also wish to kill me?" Yi Yuan suddenly shouted, "Come on out! Could it be that you'll only come out after I'm killed by them?" Chapter 1381 Counting Charges in detail. 1381 Counting Charges in detail. In a blind angle of the alley, a figure slowly appeared. This was a middle-aged man, his bearing extraordinary. It was clear that he was an expert at a glance. Yi Yuan did not recognize him either. But this person had been following close to him all along, starting from when he entered the Wu Meng Academy. This person did not have ill intentions. Yi Yuan guessed that the other party might have been sent by the Myriad Treasure Tower to protect him. When Ji Song saw this middle-aged man, his expression could not help changing drastically. Teacher Chi. Why are you here? Ji Song never thought that the Myriad Treasure Tower would actually deploy an origin deity powerhouse to come and protect Yi Yuan. Just what origins did this Yi Yuan have? The middle-aged man came to Yi Yuan's side and gave a self-introduction. I'm called Chi Fong, a teacher of the academy. But I'm very surprised you could actually discover my existence. When did you discover it? Yi Yuan said coolly, right from the start. Chi Fong concealed himself very well, but how could he hide from Dustless's eyes and ears? Chi Fong's expression turned stiff when he heard that. He was confident that he concealed his being very well, so he did not think that Yi Yuan had long discovered him. Now, he finally had some understanding of why Tower Lord made him come and protect Yi Yuan. All right, leave them to me, you go, Chi Fong said coolly. Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, Many thanks. I'll also request Teacher Chi to inform Tower Lord, ask him to come forward and mediate this matter. Just say that this Yi owes him a favor. Chi Fong's gaze turned intent and he said with a nod, You can rest assured, I'll definitely pass on the message. Wu Meng Academy was naturally the City Lord's Wu Meng Academy. But it was naturally impossible for the City Lord to manage the academy and the capital city by himself. Therefore, the City Lord also had many things that needed to rely on these major families. Among them also included the Myriad Treasure Tower. Although the Myriad Treasure Tower was an outside force, this force could not be underestimated either. In this Wu Meng Academy, there was naturally the Myriad Treasure Tower's share too. Get lost. Yi Yuan came in front of Ji Song and said in a cold voice, This bunch of trash already delayed a lot of his time. He was very annoyed. Ji Song's expression flickered incessantly. He finally managed to seize this opportunity, did not expect that it was actually this result. Amen? Could it be that you still want me to personally take action? Chi Fong's voice turned grim. The pressure of an origin deity realm instantly spread out, plusing everyone until they could not catch their breath. Especially Jia Chong, because he was only at the Grotto Profound realm. How could he withstand such pressure? He actually knelt down with a thud. He was currently facing Yi Yuan, looking just like he was kneeling down to Yi Yuan. Although extremely unwilling, Ji Song still moved half a position away. Yi Yuan did not have time to be long-winded with them. His figure moved, directly speeding away. The moment Yi Yuan left, Chi Fong's cultivation realm oppression instantly dissipated into nothing. Ji Song's face fell and he said, Teacher Chi, it's against the rules for you to be like this. I will report this matter to Uncle Qin. Chi Fong said coolly, By all means. But you should also be grateful that I have this ident. Tai of the Academy's teacher. Otherwise, you'd already been dead now. Ji Song's expression turned fearful. Chi Fong's figure moved and disappeared. The dignity of an origin deity powerhouse could not be profaned. Just based on Ji Song's this one sentence, Chi Fong already had sufficient reason to kill him. Although Ji Song was considered half of the Qin family's son-in-law, killing such a person with Chi Fong's ident. It could not stir up much of a wave either. However, Chi Fong was still a teacher at the academy. If he made a move against his own student, it would be hard to explain. At that time, who he offended would not just be the Qin family, but Wu Meng City Lord. Wu Meng Plaza was the largest plaza in Wu Meng capital city. Currently, it was surrounded until water could not seep through. There was a high platform in the middle of the plaza. The two figures on the platform were very conspicuous. Yi Yuan divided the crowd and finally managed to squeeze to the front. Not seeing for a year, little Fatty seemed to have become fatter. But currently, little Fatty was dressed in ragged clothing, looking like a beggar. On his face and body, whip marks were distinct and clear, deep until the flesh was visible. But Xiejingyi did not mind at all, as he said in a clear voice, "I believe everyone isn't a stranger to this warehouse O.R.E. She's the Qin family's young lady, Qin Peiyu, known as Demoness. The sins that she has committed doesn't need me to say. I believe everyone would also have heard of it, or even experienced it personally before. Everyone is afraid of her Aiden. 1. Tyan doesn't dare to do anything to her. But Lord Fatty, I don't believe in heresy. Lord Fatty, I am going to carry out justice on heaven's behalf today." "All right." Xiejingyi's words immediately incurred an earth-shaking response. Qin Nantian spoiled this daughter terribly, resulting in her becoming infamous as a tyrant in the entire capital city. It was just that everyone normally dared to get angry, but no one dared to speak. Now, with someone bearing the brunt of the attack, their constantly suppressed emotions immediately erupted. Slap, slap, slap. Xiejingyi directly gave a few slaps, arousing a series of applause once more. Qin Peiyu's eyes were spitting fire, and she said in extreme rage, "D.A.M. and Fatty, you're dead for sure. The things that you've done to this young lady today, I'll definitely repay it 100-fold to you." Xiejingyi looked at her with a smirk and did not say anything. Reaching his hand out, it was another few slaps. "Speak, what else is there? Say it all," Xiejingyi said with a laugh. With this, Qin Peiyu completely lost her wits to show any temper. She did not dare to say any more harsh words and could only glare at Xiejingyi. That's more like it." Xiejingyi laughed lightly, turned around, and said to the plaza in a clear voice, 50 years ago this warehouse O.R.E. was 8 years old. She S.N. A.T.C. had the foot in the hands of a child surnamed Rong on the streets and got into a conflict with the child, and made people exterminate the entire Rong family. Slap, slap, slap. Finished talking, Xiejingyi casually gave a few slap. Qin Peiyu's pretty face swelled up very quickly. 47 years ago, this warehouse O.R.E. gave free rein to her horse on elegant Water Street and trampled a little girl under 3 years old to death. Slap, slap, slap. Finished talking, he flung his hand, and it was another few slaps. Just like this, Xiejingyi carefully detailed Qin Peiyu's these few years of crimes that had utter disregard for human life one by one. Each time he said finish one, he would throw a few slap. Very soon, Qin Peiyu was slapped into a pig's head once more. At the start, everyone was still hooting and cheering. But later on, the expressions on their faces all became rage. The crimes that this demoness committed were simply too numerous to be recorded. Yi Yuan was also secretly shocked when he heard. At the start, he only thought that this little girl was unruly and willful. He did not expect that Qin Peiyu, such a young girl, was actually cruel and cold-hearted to this extent. At the same time, Yi Yuan also viewed Xiejingyi in a different light. This little fatty normally looked very frivolous when doing things. Did not expect that once he took something seriously, he actually did it so beautifully and meticulously. This 1 year's time, little fatty practically dug this Qin Peiyu inside out. Yi Yuan originally thought that little fatty was just acting on impulse. Did not expect that his preparations were actually so ample. This play today looked reckless, but in reality, it was somewhat refined in its crude ways. He made the commotion blow up so big, attracting the attention of everyone in the city. Then listed Qin Peiyu's crimes one by one for everyone to hear. Not only did this make the Qin family cautious in taking action for fear of damages and not dare to act rashly without careful thought, it even occupied the commanding ground on morals. Even if the Qin family wanted to make trouble, they also did not dare to talk about little fatty's fault in front of so many people's faces. Chapter 1382 Stepping Forward Bravely. 1382 stepping forward bravely, kill her. Kill her. Execute justice on heaven's behalf. Rid the people of a scourge. For a moment, sentiments ran high. Although the strong reigned supreme in the martial arts world, it did not mean that there were no constraints of ethics and morality. Especially to a large family clan like the Qin family, they could do many nasty things in private, but did not dare to put it on the table. This slapping of little fatties today was really done too viciously. However, Yi Yuan was rather uneasy in his heart. The Qin family was too quiet. Little fatty caused trouble for the greater part of a day. The Qin family actually did not have one person come forward to refute. This indicated that the Qin family was definitely brewing some big moves. Suddenly, a figure dashed out from the crowd and directly landed on the platform. Xie Jingyi was startled and hurriedly clutched Qin Peiyu's lifegate acupoint, protecting his whole body. He knew that his strength was lacking, his only reliance was Qin Peiyu. But, when he saw the arrival clearly, his expression could not help changing drastically as he exclaimed, "Third uncle, you? Why did you come?" "Third uncle?" Seeing that middle-aged man dressed in military attire, Yi Yuan had a foreboding premonition in his heart. Most likely, the Qin family's backup plan had arrived. The middle-aged man's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, "If I still don't come, you'll even poke a hole in the sky. Brat, you've really become capable." Xie Jingyi's brows furrowed, and he said, "Third uncle, I didn't poke a hole in the sky. Me doing so is just because I couldn't bear the sight of this girl's actions. It has nothing to do with the family." The middle-aged man gave a cold snort and said, "Tell me, you deliberately ruined the Qin family's reputation and framed our Xie family as being disloyal. Just who was it instigated by?" Xie Jingyi's expression changed slightly, and he said, "Does the Qin family's reputation still need me to go and ruin? Heaven can uphold justice, this warehouse O.R.'s actions and conduct, dying 100 times isn't even sufficient." The middle-aged man's face fell, and he said, "Is that so? Then I ask you, you said this whole bunch, is there proof?" Xie Jingyi's face turned stiff. The Qin family's people did things very cleanly. He really did not catch much evidence. The things that Qin Peiyu did, he had inquired about them. The middle-aged man laughed coldly and said, "If you're out to condemn someone, you can always trump up a charge. Qin Peiyu this las. Is a little unruly and willful, but that's also just the temperament of a young lady. Pray tell, among this capital city's large families, which family's missus isn't unruly or willful? You put so many crimes onto a little girl, how can you bear it?" Brilliant Peace City was one of the top major counties of Wu Meng capital city. The Xie family was a large family clan of Brilliant Peace City, their strength second only to the Jia family. Such a large family, there were naturally quite a number of people holding appointments in the capital city. This middle-aged man was Xie Jingyi's third uncle, Xie Zhaoyun. Presently, he was a high-level commander of the city guards, his strength uncommon. With his status, coming forward to question his own nephew would not be more appropriate. Yi Yuan also did not expect that the Qin family actually pulled out this major killing tool. Little Fatty was probably going to be overwhelmed. Sure enough, Xie Zhaoyun's words made Little Fatty at a loss for words. Although he clearly knew that Xie Zhaoyun was turning black into white, without sufficient proof, what would he use to refute? If it was the Qin family's people, he could spit back. But this one in front of him was his elder, his third uncle. Xie Zhaoyun smiled coldly and said, "Also, what kind of person you are, I'm all too clear. With your strength, it's totally impossible to pass the Wu Meng Academy's entrance examination. Just how did you deceive everybody and become a student? I'm very curious." Talking until here, Xie Zhaoyun let out a sigh again and said sincerely in a grave tone, "O Jingyu, I know that your nature is pure, you must have been hoodwinked by bad guys, that's why you would commit such a grave error. Alright, this farce ends here. pay you this less. S is indeed rather overboard when doing things normally. You hand her to me, I'll have Chin Nantion discipline her properly. As for you, you rest S. Assured, with me around, the Chin family won't do anything to you. While Xiejingyi was smart, he had not seen such a grand lineup before in the end. He was very tensed up to begin with. Now, under Xie Zhaoyun's systematic guidance, this tightly wound nerve finally slowly loosened up. In addition, Xie Zhaoyun was his third uncle. This made him have a natural closeness. Gradually, he lowered his guard. Right at this time, a cold glint flashed in Xie Zhaoyun's gaze, and he was about to make a move and SNATCH her. A figure floated up and blocked in front of him. Although Yi Yuan's strength was far from Xie Zhaoyun's, the timing that he appeared was just right, which just happened to interrupt the other party's simulation of momentum. Xie Zhaoyun also did not expect for someone to throw a wrench in the works. In a moment of oversight, he almost stifled out internal injuries. "Who are you?" Xie Zhaoyun said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan gave him a nonchalant glance and said, "Didn't you say that there's someone instigating him behind the scenes?" "That's me." Xie Zhaoyun's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "Sowing discord with my Xie family and the Qin family's relations. HI+P, just what wicked intentions do you have?" Seeing Yi Yuan appear, Xiejingyi's expression was rather complicated. Seeing Xie Zhaoyun questioned it at this time, he hurriedly said, "This is my own idea. It has nothing to do with Yi Yuan. He doesn't know anything at all." Xie Zhaoyun smiled coldly and said, "Unrelated? Do you think that I'd believe? I was still wondering, with your courage, how could you dare to do this kind of thing?" Now, the main culprit finally came out. Yi Yuan patted Xiejingyi's shoulder and said with a faint smile, "Carrying out justice on heaven's behalf is a good thing. Why are you in a hurry to shake off relations with me? Why, this kind of good thing, don't want to let me have a share?" Xiejingyi opened his mouth, but did not know what he should say. He purely had blood rush to his head previously and did such an earth-shattering major thing. Yi Yuan's questioning made him step into a dead end, only wanting to prove himself, but did not think how to clean up the mess after this matter was done. Actually, standing on this platform, Xiejingyi knew that he got into big trouble. Hence, he did not wish to involve Yi Yuan in it. This matter was indeed done by him alone. Yi Yuan did not know about it at all. He did not expect that this matter finally still startled Yi Yuan. Furthermore, what Xiejingyi did not expect was that Yi Yuan actually took the initiative to come forward to admit that this matter was instigated by him at the back. The flesh on Xiejingyi's face was convulsing, tears already welling up in his eyes. He was too touched. He understood Yi Yuan's meaning. Yi Yuan was going to wipe his ass here. Except, this matter already became the talk of the town. Yi Yuan was all on his own, so how would he clean up this mess for him? Carry out justice on heaven's behalf? Ignorant child, what qualifications do you have to carry out justice on heaven's behalf? It's still that sentence, bring out the proof. Xie Zhaoyun said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Finding me for proof, is it? Then I'll show you." Pooh work. Yi Yuan's finger already arrived on Qin Peiyu's forehead, no idea since when. Divine essence spitting, it directly destroyed all of Qin Peiyu's vitality. Immediately, the entire Wu Meng Plaza became dead silent. Xie Zhaoyun's eyes were almost popping out, looking at this scene in disbelief. You really dared to do it? An acupoint located at the lower back. Basically using her as a human SHI+ELD. Chapter 1383. You probably can, be human anymore today. 1383. You probably can, be human anymore today. Not a single person expected it. Other than Yi Yuan, everyone did not expect it. Yi Yuan killed her just like this. The whole place was quiet for several breaths. their heads not quite able to wrap itself around it. Even little fatty, Xiejingyi, was utterly dumbfounded. Although this year of investigation shocked and appalled him, the original intention of him doing so was also merely expressing an attitude. Although he also felt that Qin Peiyu deserved death, he had never thought of really sentencing her to death. He just wanted to teach her a lesson. With this, Yi Yuan really poked a hole in the sky. Why wouldn't I dare to do it? Her crimes are sufficient to die 100 times already, Yi Yuan said coolly, as he did not feel that there was anything wrong with his way of doing things. Why you? Where's the proof? Where? Xie Zhaoyun suddenly roared. Killed then killed, need what proof? Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said. Well killed. Well killed. This demoness deserved death long ago. The reactions of the onlooking people seemed to be half a beat slower, only coming to a realization at this time, calling out tumultuously. The crowd was virtually unanimous. This Qin Peiyu deserved death. Yi Yuan looked at Xie Zhaoyun and said coolly, You saw it, this is the will of the people. This warehouse he has long incurred the wrath of gods and men already. Well killed. This warehouse E's death isn't regrettable. Xiejingyi suddenly came forward and said in a clear voice, The Qin family's people, listen up. This matter started because of me, so whatever means there are, feel free to aim at me. Lord Fatty, I will take it all. Little Fatty's voice had yet to fade when a terrifying aura locked onto him at once. A figure leaped up, raising his hand and smacking a palm over towards him and Yi Yuan. This palm could topple mountains and overturn the seas, and actually had the might of heaven and earth. This person was none other than precisely Qin Nantian. Yi Yuan punk. Today, if I, Qin Nantian, don't exterminate you, I vow to not be human. How could the palm of an origin deity powerhouse be what Yi Yuan and Xiejingyi, just grotto profound martial artists, could resist? Except, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of resisting at all. He just stood with his hands behind his back, and said indifferently, Then you probably can't be human anymore today. Right then, another formidable and unparalleled palm force rushed out from the side. Bang! The air billows formed by the clash of two mighty origin deity powerhouses' palms directly sent the slightly weaker martial artists below the platform flying. Qin Nanshan's gaze turned intent, and he said in a cold voice, Qi Fang, what's the meaning of this? Don't forget where this place is. Wu Meng capital city's affairs aren't your myriad treasure towers' turn to come and intervene. This person was precisely Qi Fang. Qi Fang gave Yi Yuan a glance and had a helpless look too. He did not think that this guy was so decisive, killing at the drop of a hat. But this kind of situation at present, he was unable to sit by idly and remain indifferent to. He could only come forward. Qin family head is too serious. The myriad treasure tower Undercity Lord, His Excellency's jurisdiction, is similarly a part of Wu Meng capital city. This point Qi Fang dare not forget. Qi Fang said neither obsequiously nor haughtily. Qin Nanshan's expression turned cold, and he said solemnly, In that case, your myriad treasure tower is going to protect this brat and completely go to war with the Qin family? Qi Fang smiled and said, Qin family head is truly somewhat irrational when speaking in a violent rage. Yi Yuan is my myriad treasure tower's guest alchemist, and he is also Wu Meng Academy's student. Qin family head killing people on the streets is a bit too overboard, right? The moment Qi Fang's words came out, everyone's faces visibly changed. Even Qin Nantian was secretly alarmed too, his furious state of mind also calming down slightly. What? This young man is actually the myriad treasure tower's guest alchemist at such a young age? The myriad treasure tower's one-star alchemy gods are as plentiful as oxen hair. Why would they take in such a kid, who's still wet behind his ears, to be a guest alchemist? No wonder this brat is so confident. It turns out that he actually had such a reliance. Everyone all knew that the myriad treasure tower did not lack alchemists. Guest alchemists, they absolutely would not casually find a person to make up the numbers, especially a one-star alchemy G.O.D. In Wu Meng capital city's myriad treasure tower, one-star alchemy G.O.D.s were as plentiful as oxen hair. Two-star alchemy G.O.D.s were not few as well. If Yi Yuan did not have aspects that Serpa said people, the myriad treasure tower absolutely would not hire him to be a guest alchemist. Qi Feng. You saw it too. This boy killed my daughter under the circumstances where there was completely no evidence. Could my Qin family be so easy to need? Today, he must die. Qin Nantian said in a cold voice. The moment Qin Nanshan's voice faded, another two figures dashed up the platform, surrounding Qi Feng. Three people in the center. These three people were actually all origin deity realm mighty experts. No matter how powerful Qi Feng was, he was also unable to fight three people alone. Tomorrow morning, the proof will be placed on Commander Zhao's desk. At this time, a dignified voice suddenly sounded out. A figure descended from the sky, causing an uproar. Flying through the air. Could it be City Lord, His Excellency, descending? Pooh! Inexperienced fellow, in this Wu Meng capital city, the ones who can fly are not just City Lord, His Excellency, alone. That's the myriad treasure tower's Tower Lord, Han Tian, a half-step divine Lord Realm powerhouse. Han Tian looked at Qin Nantian and said, Family head Nantian is eager because you cherish your daughter, it's understandable. But your daughter has indeed done quite a number of things that enrage both GODS and men. It's just that everybody dared to be indignant, but dare not speak because of the Qin family's power. Since this matter involves my myriad treasure tower's guest alchemist, this Han can't sit by idly and remain indifferent either. This matter will be handed over to Commander Zhao to make a verdict. I wonder what family head Nanshan's opinion is? Han Tian's appearance caught Qin Nantian by surprise. What kind of figure was Han Tian? That was a figure on the same level as his father, the Qin family's grand elder. One could say that this Wu Meng capital city, apart from City Lord, His Excellency, it was Han Tian, this level of a powerhouse. Him coming forward, the weight of his words was completely different. Qin Nantian never dreamed that a puny little Yi Yuan could actually make such a big shot come forward in person. The Qin family had long investigated Yi Yuan inside out and knew that Yi Yuan did not have any backing at all. To talk about his greatest reliance, it was probably the essence cultivating pill. It was just that, a mere middle-grade Tier 1 divine pill could make Han Tian, this kind of character, come forward? The Qin family and myriad treasure towers relations. HI+P was not considered good, but not considered bad either. Han Tian actually utterly fell out with the Qin family for such an insignificant brat. This did not look like a good deal no matter what. Qin Nanshan's expression was incomparably ugly. Han Tian's words were already said until like this. What could he do? The matters in the city naturally needed the City Lord manner to make a ruling. Commander Zhao from Han Tian's words was called Zhao Yi, the city guard's head commander. Wu Meng City Lord normally did not run things. The matters in the city were normally all handed to Zhao Yi to handle. Unless it involved Han Tian, this level of a powerhouse, otherwise, it was sufficient for Zhao Yi to handle. This matter got into such a mess, it naturally needed a conclusion. Zhao Yi to handle was naturally the most suitable. Since Tower Lord Han personally came forward, Nantian naturally dare not say anything. I want to see just what proof your myriad treasure tower can take out. If the proof is insufficient, Nantian still has to personally put this kid to death. Han Tian said coolly, if Yi Yuan mistakenly killed a good person, this Han naturally can't HI+ELD him either. Chapter 1384 Favor. 1384 Favor. Inside a study room in the myriad treasure tower, the atmosphere seemed somewhat oppressive. Han Tian took his time to brew immortal tea. This process was very long, but he did not speak all along. Yi Yuan was not in a hurry either and just silently watched Han Tian just like this. Finally, Han Tian brewed a cup of immortal tea and said in front of Yi Yuan, "You, kid, are really shrewd." A favor made the myriad treasure tower and Qin family turn against each other, Han Tian said with a smile. Yi Yuan got up to receive the teacup and similarly smiled and said, "Since Tower Lord made a move, you naturally think that Yi Yuan's favor is worth this price." Han Tian chortled with laughter when he heard that and said, "For a mere grotto profound realm to dare speak like this in front of this Tower Lord, you are the first?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Powerhouses also walk over from weaklings step by step. This Yi Yuan has no need to look down on himself." Han Tian nodded his head as he smiled and said, "Well said. But people with the qualifications to say these words are not many. I admit that you're one of them." Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Many thanks for Tower Lord's praise. What a joke." Xiao Feng took a trip to Jewel Hill City and interacted with Yi Yuan for a bit, and touched that threshold. A puny little middle-stage grotto profound could have such magical power. If he did not have the qualifications to say these words, who was qualified? It was just too bad that his Tao was completely different from Xiao Feng's. Finding Yi Yuan was no use either. Otherwise, how could he let go of this opportunity? One had to know that Wu Meng capital city already had not produced a single divine lord realm powerhouse in 100,000 years. Yi Yuan, this kid was too fiendous. Plus it was just at this point, if Han Tian did not say, it was absolutely impossible for outsiders to know. Even if Xiao Feng broke through his realm, no one would believe that his breakthrough had anything to do with Yi Yuan either. Of course, apart from Han Tian. If not for Xiao Feng admitting it personally, he absolutely would not believe it either. It was true that the essence-cultivating pill's profits were great, but it was just a middle-grade Tier 1 divine pill after all. If not because of this point, how could Han Tian possibly make a move? However, you were still too rash today. Qin Nantian dotes on that lias. The most. You doing so, there's no more leeway to turn things around with the Qin family, Han Tian said. Hoo-hoo, his Qin family already sentenced me to death. Even if I don't make a move today, would they let me off? Yi Yuan recounted Qin Tian's attitude. Han Tian was also secretly alarmed when he heard it. If it were others, even if the Qin family really had this kind of attitude, they would also think of ways to mitigate it. Yi Yuan, on the other hand, held this mindset. You are ruthless, I'm even more ruthless than you. The moment he made his move, he directly killed Qin Peiyu. But my myriad treasure tower is an outside force in the end. How would you know that me coming forward will settle the Qin family? Heavenly Tao said rather interestedly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, It's precisely because the myriad treasure tower is an outside force. Hence, you all understand about keeping out of harm through discretion even more. The Qin family's scandalous materials, the myriad treasure tower definitely won't lack any. That girl caused the entire capital city to have a foul atmosphere, so how could you guys possibly not have her evidence in your hands? Han Tian was really quite surprised this time. He originally thought that Yi Yuan just randomly stumbled upon it under impulse. He did not expect that Yi Yuan had long had a well-thought-out plan. That little fatty had some intelligence in trivial matters, but compared to Yi Yuan's level-headedness and farsightedness, the gap was too far away. Yi Yuan seemed reckless, but in reality, everything was already calculated. Especially under this kind of sudden outbreak situation, for Yi Yuan to still be able to maintain such a calm head, it was truly hard to come by. Han Tian examined his own self in his heart. Even if he was in Yi Yuan's position, he could not do better than him too. Hoo-hoo, since that's the case, how do you plan on returning this favor of mine? Han Tian said with a laugh. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, Wait until after I break through. There is a pill formula that I still haven't comprehended thoroughly. After breaking through, it should be almost there. Han Tian's eyes lit up and he said, the same kind of medicinal pill as the essence-cultivating pill? Yi Yuan nodded his head. Hey, you punk, not putting your thoughts on alchemy is simply a waste. Han Tian said, rather excitedly. An essence-cultivating pill brought such immense profits to the Myriad Treasure Tower. Another even higher-level medicinal pill, the Myriad Treasure Tower, would really make a killing. Yi Yuan smiled and said, how does Tower Lord know that this Yi doesn't have achievements in martial Dao? Han Tian could not help choking up when he heard that. Honestly, he really did not discern that Yi Yuan had any saving grace in martial Dao. Seeing Yi Yuan, Xiejingyi had an embarrassed said look. Yi Yuan that warehouse I've long been set off at her. Your play today is to the satisfaction of the Ma. Ses. Yi Yuan laughed loudly, easing little Fatty's embarrassment. After this incident, Yi Yuan's vigilance towards Xiejingyi was also completely dispelled. Little Fatty also did not expect that he would cause such a big problem for Yi Yuan. Even more so, he did not expect that Yi Yuan's backing was actually so strong. Although the Myriad Treasure Tower was an outside force, Han Tian's strength was placed there, and body dared to underestimate him. Haha, Lord Fatty, I have finally done an earth-shattering major thing. Hiss, when little Fatty saw Yi Yuan's attitude, he knew that he did not blame him. On the contrary, because of this matter, Yi Yuan already completely accepted him. This made a large rock in his chest finally land on the ground. It was just that talking pulled at the wounds, hurting until he twitched. The leather whip in Qin Peiyu's hands was a divine artifact. Even when not employing divine essence to lash on people's bodies, the outcome was seeing the flesh with each whip. Furthermore, it was very hard to use divine essence to treat, resulting in until now, the injuries on little Fatty's body did not improve much either. Yi Yuan threw him an exterior injury medicinal pill and said curiously, how in the world did you catch that, girl? How did you get yourself hurt all over? Little Fatty ate the medicinal pill. The whip marks and bruises on his body were currently getting better before he briefly recounted the process of him capturing Qin Peiyu. It turned out that this Fatty had long inquired thoroughly about Qin Peiyu's travel route and deliberately dressed as a defenseless beggar, accidentally Ping into Qin Peiyu. Qin Peiyu was surrounded by experts. Little Fatty naturally could not get close. But when Qin Peiyu saw that Fatty was round like a meatball, her interest was stoked in an instant, using her whip to lash little Fatty until he rolled around on the ground, like playing a spinning top, looking very interesting. It was just that Qin Peiyu was entertained, but Fatty suffered. A divine artifact loss. Plussing on the body was not some fun thing. But it was also precisely because of this that expert relaxed his vigilance. Fatty saw a gap and restrained Qin Peiyu with one shot. That expert held back for fear of hurting Qin Peiyu. Naturally, the expert did not dare to approach either. Little Fatty sealed Qin Peiyu's divine sea before dragging her onto Wu Meng Plaza. Yi Yuan gave him a glance. Feeling guilt in his heart, he said with a sigh, why did you do this? This matter was my fault, I shouldn't have made wild guesses. You'll lose your life like this? Little Fatty chuckled and said, you, Yi Yuan, are clever. I, little Fatty, am not dumb either. You're a warm-hearted person, lending a helping hand when we met by chance. There must be a reason that you had some suspicions toward me. Yi Yuan was stunned, not expecting that this guy's heart was clear. Little Fatty suddenly changed his expression again and said very carefully, Yi Yuan, is it really okay? That Qin Nantian left ruthless words before leaving. Yi Yuan smiled and said, he's merely giving himself a way out. The things that the Qin family themselves did, he's even clearer than us. This incident, he can only swallow the broken teeth into his stomach. Chapter 1385 3 Years Arranged Battle. 1385 3 years arranged battle. Sword Tomb 2nd level, 1 month. I'll have to trouble senior apprentice brother Zhao. Yi Yuan came to the lobby outside the Sword Tomb and handed Zhao Qin his academy token. Zhao Qin looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze filled with a complicated look. Sword Tomb 2nd level, 40 points have to be deducted each time, Zhao Qin said. Amen, I know. I'll have to trouble senior apprentice brother Zhao, Yi Yuan said courteously. Zhao Qin nodded his head and helped Yi Yuan deduct the point. Yi Yuan received the token and directly entered the Sword Tomb. He, Zhao Qin, what's with your expression? Who's that kid? At this time, an inner court disciple entered the lobby. Seeing the strange expression on Zhao Qin's face, he could not resist asking. Zhao Qin did a shush hand gesture and lowered his voice to say, Hush, Ma Ji, be softer. You don't even recognize him? Are you really someone from our Wu Meng Academy? Ma Qi smiled and said, A middle-stage grotto profound rookie, I know him for what? Zhao Qin said with a disdainful look, I ask you, who's the most talked-about person in the academy these few days? Ma Ji was stunned, his face immediately revealing a shocked look as he lowered his voice and said, You're saying that he's Yi Yuan? Zhao Qin said, Otherwise, who else can he be? Heard that the verdict on Commander Zhao that side already came down, judging Yi Yuan as not guilty. He killed the Qin family's direct lineage descendant without even batting an eyelid. Furthermore, he can even enter the Sword Tomb perfectly safe and sound to comprehend the sword now. So what expression do you think I should show? Ma Ji drew a cold breath and said, It's a pity. I was in close seclusion that day and didn't feast my eyes on it. Qin Peiyu, that little fiend, and body could control her in the entire Wu Meng capital city. She also never dreamed that she'd be imped into a great fiend's hands this time. That day, Zhao Qin was present too. He originally just went to join in the fun and take a look at how little Fatty would be abused. But he did not expect that Yi Yuan charged out halfway, directly killing Qin Peiyu. At that time, his entire person was dumbfounded. He even thought that he saw things wrongly. Hearing Ma Ji mention it, Zhao Qin still had lingering fear currently and said, You aren't aware, but at that time, he just pointed and Qin Peiyu kicked the bucket. He didn't even bat an eyelid, just like killing a chicken. At that time, I even thought that this guy's head was spoiled. But then, I didn't expect that it actually startled Tower Lord Han Tian to personally come forward. Ma Ji smiled and said, This guy's guts are really fat. But starting from now, senior apprentice brother Qin Tian probably won't let him off, right? Zhao Qin chuckled and said, What the hell? I do you know? Senior apprentice brother Qin Tian has long clashed with him already. The last time, he said to Yi Yuan's face that Yi Yuan was already a dead man. In the end, Yi Yuan didn't die, but his biological sister died. Ma Ji's face turned stiff and he said, There's still such a thing. Zhao Qin said, Bluff you for what? They were talking here, I was right beside. Ma Ji said, What capabilities does this boy have to actually be able to startle Tower Lord Han Tian? Zhao Qin said meaningfully, The Wu Meng Plaza incident is stirred up too big, resulting in many people in the academy to all not pay attention to another matter. Actually, before that, Yi Yuan still did another earth-shattering major thing. Zhao Qin recounted the events of Yi Yuan pulling the sword that day, making Ma Ji's eye go wide. There's still such a thing? Ma Ji said with a disbelieving look. Zhao Qin had a smug look and was just about to show off when another person entered the lobby. Yi Yuan went in? Qin Xiao asked. Zhao Qin's face became stifled, and he said with a nod, Yes, just went in. Qin Xiao's expression turned sullen. Pass. Sing the token to Zhao Qin, he said in a solemn voice, Sword Tomb 2nd level, 1 month. When Qin Xiao entered the Sword Tomb, he discovered that Yi Yuan already entered the 2nd level. The second level's number of people around were clearly more than the first level's. But Qin Shao still recognized Yi Yuan with one glance, because he was too conspicuous in the land of sword burials. Yi Yuan was using that kind of self-mutilating method to cultivate again. The second level's difficulty was much greater than the first level. Qin Shao only used 3 tries of points to clear the first level, which was also 3 months. But the second level, he already trained for almost a year and was still unable to succeed in getting through. Each level, the deeper one went, the more powerful the sword intent. Want to succeed in clearing it, there had to be a gradual process in a proper sequence. Of course, Yi Yuan was completely an exception. Clearing rounds in the sword tomb had nothing to do with strength. It was just looking at concept. The more profound the comprehension toward sword Dao laws, the more thorough when clearing the levels. Of course, if one's strength was powerful, by relying on powerful strength, one could similarly get through. With Qin Shao's strength, if forcefully clearing the third level was no issue. But he wanted to comprehend sword Dao laws. That was why he intentionally slowed down and increased law comprehensions. This sword tomb, each level had countless sword Dao law fragments. How much one could comprehend depended on their own comprehension ability. As for Yi Yuan like this, according to strength, it was impossible to get through the first level. Yet, he said. Furthermore, it was clearing with a very bizarre method. Now, this guy was self-mutilating again. It was just that Yi Yuan's method, no one could do it at all. Once they loosened up somewhat, they would be shredded into pieces by the all-pervasive sword Dao laws. Qin Shao's face fell, and he entered the sword tomb. A month later, when Yi Yuan dragged his injury-laden body and walked out, he discovered that Qin Shao was already waiting for him. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said, "If you're here to say fierce words to me, don't waste your breath." Qin Shao said, "Qin Peiyu's crimes deserved death. She isn't worthy of me saying fierce words." Qin Shao's words made Yi Yuan feel rather surprised, and he said, "She was your younger sister. You're also a bit too cold-blooded, right?" Qin Shao said coldly, "In large families, how is there the warm-heartedness you speak of? Since young, she has never regarded me as an elder brother." Yi Yuan's gaze flickered. Qin Shao's words were said lightly, but there were probably quite a few undisclosed stories behind it. "Then what are you specifically waiting for me for?" Yi Yuan said curiously. "I want to carry out a life-and-death battle with you." When he said this, Qin Shao's words carried some agitation. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, and he said with a cold smile, "You said that her crimes deserve death just now?" Qin Shao seemed to have long expected Yi Yuan's attitude and said, "After that day, the family head came to find me. He proposed it, making me arrange a battle with you, because only this way can kill you." Within the academy they advocated compet. One Tian. But they forbade students from killing each other in private. But life-and-death battles were the only avenue to settle things. Yi Yuan smiled and said, It looks like you're merely a tool in the eyes of the Qin family's people. Your talent is so good, you're willing to be reduced to a tool?" Qin Shao's face fell slightly and he said, "I have no choice. Furthermore, I long to have a fight with you." Qin Shao paused for a bit and said again, "Furthermore, I know that you'll definitely agree. Because your growth can't avoid me." Yi Yuan gave Qin Shao a glance rather surprisedly and said, "You're different from the rest of the Qin family." "Fine, I promise you. But I'm not your match right now. Give me 3 years' time, you and I will have a fight." Chapter 1386 Each preparing for battle. 1386 Each preparing for battle. In the Qin family's hall, Qin Nantian father and son were seated on the right-hand side, Qin Shao standing on the left. "How was it? Did he agree?" Qin Nantian asked in a solemn voice. He did not have much courteousness towards this branch nephew who obtained the golden sword token. The high and mighty attitude was clear at a glance. Qin Nantian could not be blamed either. The Qin family's geniuses were seriously too many. Especially under the cover of Qin Tian's light, Qin Shao's achievements were not so dazzling. "He and I made a 3-year agreement," Qin Shao said. Qin Nantian was first a little surprised, then furrowed his brows and said unhappily, "Why is it 3 years? In 3 years' time, the variables are too great." Qin Shao was unhappy in his heart, but in front of Qin Nantian, he still did not dare to be insolent and could only patiently say, "Agreeing to a life-and-death battle must be of both parties' own accord. He is currently only middle-stage grotto profound. Immediately undergoing a life-and-death battle can only be delivering himself to death. He won't agree to it." Qin Nantian frowned and said, 3 years. Could it be that his strength is able to advance by leaps and bounds in these 3 years and reach an extent where he can contend with you? Qin Shao's strength, he was very clear. It was rare to have rivals among those in the same generation. Yi Yuan's performance, they had also all learned about it. In combat strength, he was absolutely far inferior to Qin Shao. Qin Shao was 2 minor realms higher than him. Furthermore, his concepts' comprehensions were extremely high. This was virtually an insurmountable gap in deity realm. 3 years' time was merely a snap of a finger to deity realm powerhouses. What could Yi Yuan do? Qin Shao thought about it and said, "I guess that he should be comprehending a kind of martial technique. He's confident in successfully comprehending it within 3 years, this should be his reliance." Qin Nantian fell into contemplation. Suddenly he said, "Then, do you have assurance in killing him after 3 years?" Qin Shao said with a firm gaze, "Family head, rest assured. These 3 years, Qin Shao will definitely go all out and salt the sword tomb's 4th level. After 3 years, I'll definitely cut him down beneath my sword." Qin Nantian nodded his head and said to Qin Shao, "Good. If you need any resources in these 3 years, feel free to ask from the family. But this battle must be won." Qin Shao cupped his fists and said, "Yes, family head. All right, go back home and take a look at your parents." Qin Nantian waved his hands and let Qin Shao leave. After Qin Shao left, Qin Nantian said to Qin Tian, "In your view, how great are Qin Shao's chances of winning?" Qin Tian said, "If it were others with younger brother Shao's strength, there's no suspense at all. But if the opponent is Yi Yuan, his chances of winning will probably be discounted." Qin Nanshan's face fell, and he said, "How so?" Qin Tian smiled and said, "Father, there is no need to worry. With younger brother Shao's strength, as long as he can pass through the 4th level within 3 years, the chances of victory are at least above 80%. I'm worried about that Yi Yuan, mainly because he's somewhat unpredictable." Qin Nantian frowned and said, "You're talking about the incident that happened in the Sword Tomb's 1st level?" Qin Tian said, "Yes. My view is the same as younger brother Shao's. Yi Yuan should be comprehending some kind of powerful martial technique. For him to dare leap realms to challenge, it must be this as the reliance. It's just that he probably never thought that younger brother Shao's talent is also exceedingly outstanding. 3 years' time is sufficient to let him improve greatly. Presumably, younger brother Shao's dread towards Yi Yuan is even deeper than mine. So these 3 years' time, it shall be younger brother Shao's 3 years of transformation." Only after hearing Qin Tian's lysis did Qin Nanshan's expression ease up slightly. Qin Shao's personality, they were very clear with it. He was very eager to outdo others. Under the stimulation of Yi Yuan's 3 years agreement, Qin Shao might burst forth with potential that would make everyone give a sidelong glance. Even if Qin Shao's talent was inferior to Yi Yuan's, a mere 3 years' time, he absolutely would not be pulled apart too much. After all, Qin Shao was 2 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan. This disparity was absolutely not what 3 years' time could make up for. In Wu Meng Academy, Yi Yuan and Qin Shao's 3 years agreement already spread out like the wind. When Xie Jingyi heard this news, he went to find Yi Yuan straight away. Yi Yuan, did you make a mistake? You clearly know that Qin Shao is this season's top dog. You still dare to agree to his life and death battle? Xie Jingyi said in exasperation upon seeing Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I dared to agree naturally because I have some assurance. Some? Are you soft in the head? Xie Jingyi said angrily. Hoo, just as Qin Shao said, if I want to rise up, I must get past him, this hurdle. Furthermore, I've already not experienced such a battle for very long. His challenge makes me seethe with fighting intent. Yi Yuan said excitedly. Ever since coming to the heaven-span world, Yi Yuan had always shown people an image of a weakling. On his side, he always needed other people's protection. These several dozen years' time, Yi Yuan virtually had not fought before in the real sense. Now, he comprehended an extremely profound cultivation method and was also currently comprehending an extremely powerful martial technique. Qin Shao's arranged battle ignited Yi Yuan's desire to fight. But you can't treat your own life as a joke too. If you want to fight, why must you find Qin Shao? He is about to pass the second level right away in the Sword Tomb. 3 years later, his strength will reach no idea what realm. Xie Jingyi said in anger and disappointment. Yi Yuan looked at Xie Jingyi and said with a smile, You fatty, still have the mind to worry about me? If I didn't guess wrongly, your family probably already took some action, right? Xie Jingyi's expression involuntarily choked up, and he said embarrassingly, How did you know? The family already cut off all of my resources. These bunch of fellows, really outrageous. Still need to guess this? You poked such a large hole, so it's already pretty good that they didn't expel you from the family. However, you have to be careful of that third uncle of yours. Yi Yuan said. Xie Jingyi choked up and said, Third uncle? He shouldn't have ill intentions, right? On that day, the reason he did so should also just be because he wanted to save me. Yi Yuan said, It's always right to be more careful. There are 5 million low-grade divine essence stones in here. You take it and use first. Come find me again when it's not enough. Little Fatty chuckled and said, Then Lord Fatty, I won't be courteous. I know that you're back by the myriad treasure tower and are a rich man. Today I'll live off you, this magnate. Seeing Little Fatty's greedy appearance, Yi Yuan's expression could not help choking up. This punk was also too discourteous. From then on, there were 2 more lunatics in the Sword Tomb. One self-abused crazily, one trained in the sword crazily. The second time entering the Sword Tomb after the 3 years' agreement, Qin Shao made it past the second level and entered the third level. And Yi Yuan's cultivation also entered a crazy mode. Each time he entered the Sword Tomb, he would be covered all over in cuts and bruises before he was willing to come out. In contrast, Qin Shao's sword Dao laws were also soaring rapidly. Yi Yuan was still the same as before, making himself a mass of bruises and wounds each time before exiting the Sword Tomb. Then recuperating for a few days and entering again, rinse and repeat like this. The sword art failed to be completed for a long time, but Yi Yuan was not in a hurry. He was waiting for the day where water flowed when a channel was formed. Being tortured for so long, an elementary form already gradually formed in Yi Yuan's mind. One day, during the second year, Yi Yuan sat down in the second level again and slowly pulled out a sword. Chapter 1387, He Flew Over. 1387, He Flew Over. Sure enough, it's here again. Seeing Yi Yuan pull the sword on the light screen, Zhao Qin revealed a look that said it was as expected. While those students on the Sword Tomb's second level were all struck senseless at this time. What's going on? Why did those sword Dao laws all cease activities? Is there a mistake? Could it be that the Sword Tomb's second level broke? Come on, when I was cultivating to the critical point, it was suddenly gone. Don't play like this. Those violent sword Dao laws in the sword tomb's second level became incomparably docile at this time. The students currently cultivating lost their opponents all of a sudden. This put them at a loss. Zhao Qin's expression turned fearful, hastily Russ. HI plus ing into the sword tomb's second level like an arrow. The second level students listen up. Hurry up and evacuate. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. Zhao Qin shouted at the top of his voice. The last time, Teacher Fan went into and witnessed the might of 10,000 swords launching in unison. This second level's power would only be more terrifying. Once these students set off these swords, the consequences would be too ghastly to imagine. Those second-level students were mostly outer-court disciples. Hearing Zhao Qin's yell, they did not dare to dawdle, hurriedly withdrawing out. What's wrong, senior apprentice brother Zhao? What in the world happened? After the group of students withdrew out, they immediately surrounded Zhao Qin. Zhao Qin's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "Don't ask so much. Today, this second level is closed. Everyone is forbidden from entering inside. I'll go and invite Teacher Fan right away." Teacher Fan rushed over once more after getting the news. Zhao Qin asked, "Teacher Fan, how to handle this?" Teacher Fan was already not as shocked as the first time. He could ascertain that Yi Yuan comprehended something in the sword tomb. Teacher Fan thought about it and said, "Forget it, let him be. Seal off the second level for the time being. Others are not to enter. After Yi Yuan comes out, then let people go in." Yes, Teacher Fan. No one would have expected that this closure was a year plus. Qin Shao broke through. "He pass," said the fourth level, "My God, this Qin Shao's cultivation speed is also too terrifying. This rate of progress doesn't pale in comparison to the Qin Tian back then in the least. Qin Shao's talent is still quite a bit worse than Qin Tian's, but his 3 years of hard work goes even further beyond than Qin Tian." Right on the eve of the 3 years agreement, Qin Shao, who had always been risking his life and cultivating, finally cleared the sword tomb's fourth level. The fourth level was a dividing chasm, because the fifth level's sword Dao laws were all sword Dao second-layered heaven, which was also the power of laws corresponding to Heaven Glimpse realm. Qin Shao making it past the fourth level indicated that his sword Dao laws already completely surpa. As said sword Dao first-layered heaven. With his grand completion grotto profound realm plus the power of laws of grand completion sword Dao first-layered heaven, saying that he swept across those in the same rank was not in the least an exaggeration. So when Qin Shao walked out of the sword tomb, a stir aroused once more. Qin Shao he is already half-step heaven glimpse. This. What's there to compete still? Yeah, this life and death battle, Yi Yuan will die without a doubt. Qin Shao is well deserving of being this season's top dog. Just 5 years' time and he already touched the threshold of Heaven Glimpse deity realm. The disparity between each major realm of divine Tao was too great. For martial artists to want to cross in one step, it was as hard as ascending to heaven. Once grand completion realm martial artists produced a trace of enlightenment, it would make the realm loosen up once more, the divine sea expand again, reaching half-step heaven glimpse realm from there. Of course, there were also people who borrowed this trace of enlightenment to ascend to the heavens in one step, directly breaking through a major realm. But these people were rare. In these 3 years, Qin Shao bitterly cultivated sword Dao and finally produced a trace of understanding, striding out this crucial step. The 3 years agreement was arriving in a flash. On this day, Wu Meng Academy's martial arena was booming with popularity. On the corridors of the grandstand, it was packed full of people, virtually tightly packed until not even water could seep through. These 2 people were the most eye-catching 2 people among the new season's students. One was a peerless genius personally conferred the Golden Sword token by City Lord, His Excellency, becoming an in-name disciple. While the other was the man of the hour who slew the Qin family's lineal descent daughter, and could still be safe and sound. Qin Shao's might, everyone was clear. But up till now, no one had seen Yi Yuan make a move before yet. How his strength was, and body knew. Who do you guys think will live or die in this fight? Is there still a need to say? Qin Shao's strength is top-notch among peers to begin with. These 3 years, his strength improved greatly again. This battle, Yi Yuan is dead for sure. But Yi Yuan isn't a fool either. Since he agreed, could it be that he has confidence? What confidence can there be? I feel that he's too confident, thinking that he can defy the heavens. I heard that he still hasn't broken through to late-stage grotto profound yet. But Qin Shao is already half-step heaven glimpsed. Could it be that there's still any suspense to this fight? Many people were all guessing the outcome of this life and death battle. But the vast majority of the people were pessimistic about Yi Yuan. Quite a number of people all went to the Sword Tomb's second level to take a look before. Yi Yuan's realm still stopped at middle stage grotto profound. Even if Yi Yuan's trump card was any more heaven-defying, it was also impossible for a middle stage grotto profound to defeat the half-step heaven glimpse Qin Shao. Let alone that Qin Shao's sword Dao laws were already grand completion first layered heaven. At this time, several figures slowly walked out on the grandstand. One look and everyone knew they were extremely powerful people. It's the Qin family's family head, Qin Nantian. Didn't expect that he actually came in person. Yi Yuan killed his daughter. He's here to personally watch Yi Yuan be killed. But to Qin Nanshan's side was the Qifeng whom he had exchanged blows before. Several origin deity realm teachers in the academy all appeared on the grandstand. Qifeng, you're also here to watch how Yi Yuan dies? When Qin Nantian saw Qifeng, he could not resist poking fun. Qifeng laughed when he heard that and said, Qin Shao is really confident. How do you know that the one who dies isn't Qin Shao? Qin Nantian laughed loudly and said, within Grotto Profound Realm, is there still someone capable of winning Qin Shao? If I believe this, do you, Qifeng, believe it? Qifeng gave a cold snort and stopped talking. He very much wanted to say he did not believe it, but he really could not say it. Qifeng was really unable to understand why Yi Yuan would agree to such an unfair life and death battle. Could it be that this brat was really tired of living? He already confirmed that Yi Yuan did not break through to late-stage Grotto Profound. This battle had no suspense at all. Qin Nantian smiled coldly and said, the hour is almost arriving. That punk keeps failing to show up. I'm afraid he fled in the face of danger, right? Elder Tong, you're this match's judge. You'll have to judge him as losing. Your law enforcement hall shouldn't be biased, right? Elder Tong's name was Tong Shou. He was one of the key people at the law enforcement hall. This life and death battle today was managed by him. According to the rules, once the hour had arrived and one party of the life and death battle did not arrive, it was regarded as automatically admitting defeat. Their law enforcement hall must carry out the death penalty on the losing party. Tong Shou looked at the time and said, there are still 7.5 minutes. If Yi Yuan still doesn't come, it will be regarded as automatically admitting defeat. Right at this time, a wave of commotion occurred in the crowd. Look, what's that? My God, Yi Yuan he actually flew over. My eyes are failing, right? Chapter 1388 Sundering Stars. 1388 Sundering Stars. The crowd was seething. A small black dot in the horizon was rapidly closing in on this side. Who was it if not Yi Yuan? My God. Could it be that he broke through to Divine Lord Realm? How is he actually able to fly in the sky? Are you King stupid? A middle-stage grotto profound breaking through to the Divine Lord Realm in 3 years? If it's Divine Lord Realm, the pressure is a little too small as well. You guys, look under his feet. A sword flight? When the small black dot approached, the people finally clearly saw Yi Yuan in full view. Under his feet. He was stepping on a sword. Yi Yuan was maneuvering a sword and flying. Yi Yuan was approaching extremely rapidly. But the closer he got, the more powerful his aura. This guy is breaking through. Sword maneuvering flight while breaking through this, the people were utterly fluid. U.S. teared. Yi Yuan's way of coming onto the stage was truly a bit too Astonies. Hi+ing. In the crowd, little Fatty muttered to himself, saying with displeasure, "This guy is also too capable at posturing. This way of coming onto the stage is really freaking sensational." He looked at the besotted appearances of those female students nearby and was envious to the extreme. Yi Yuan's entrance to the playing field was simply too cool. As he flew, he frenziedly devoured heaven and earth spiritual energy, throwing the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy in the entire martial arena into an upheaval, whose H plus Yi Yuan turned into a stream of flowing light and finally stopped opposite Qin Shao. While at this time, Yi Yuan's realm firmly stopped at late-stage Grotto Profound. "Apologies, I made you wait a long time." Yi Yuan put away the evil extermination sword and said to Qin Shao. Qin Shao's face fell. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of dread. There were more than tens of millions of people who cultivated the sword under the heavens. But those able to achieve sword maneuvering flight, there might not be one in a million. Those able to do this, not one did not have an exceedingly profound understanding of sword Dao. Clearly, Yi Yuan's sword Dao attainments were already unfathomable. "I didn't wait that long either, so let's get started." Dread was dread, but Yi Yuan's appearance stimulated Qin Shao's powerful fighting intent even more. "Hang on!" Qin Nantian shouted. Tong Shou's brows furrowed and he said, "Family head Nantian, what's wrong?" Qin Nantian said, "Yi Yuan learned sword maneuvering flight, this battle isn't fair." Family head Qin, your words, this Qi doesn't understand. Sword maneuvering flight was comprehended by Yi Yuan. "It's not cheating either, how is this fight not fair?" Qi Feng opened his mouth and said at an inappropriate timing. Indeed, to the heavenspan world's martial artists under Divine Lord Realm, although their combat power was strong, not being able to fly, this weakness greatly limited their combat power. Once martial artists were able to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground, there was a tremendous advantage to boundaries of fighting and evading the other party's moves. Now Yi Yuan was able to fly with his sword. He was virtually in an undefeatable position. No matter how fast Qin Shao's casting speed was, it was also not faster than Yi Yuan's sword maneuvering flight. Qin Nantian also did not expect that Yi Yuan gave him such a big surprise at the 11th hour. This made his previous confidence immediately collapse. Qin Nantian gave a cold snort and said, "Yi Yuan's strength is no good, if he makes use of sword maneuvering flight to keep moving about non-stop. What then? That way, wouldn't this life and death battle have to go on without ceasing? Elder Tong, I request to ban Yi Yuan from using sword maneuvering flight." Qi Feng immediately said, "Life and death battles don't limit any methods in the first place. As long as it's one's true strength and body can talk behind their backs." Yi Yuan spent 3 years' time to comprehend sword maneuvering flight, but you said that the fight isn't fair. Where's the logic? Moreover, Yi Yuan is far inferior to Qin Shao in cultivation realm to begin with. Why don't you have Yi Yuan stick his head out and directly let Qin Shao chop? The two people each stuck to their own argument, neither giving in to the other. Elder Tong's side also fell into a dilemma for a while. He thought about it and said, "Sword maneuvering flight has indeed never appeared before in life and death battles. Logically speaking, sword maneuvering flight is indeed Yi Yuan's own strength, there's no logic of placing restrictions. But family head Qin's concerns are also not without reason. How about this, I'll report this matter to the head elder and invite him to decide. No need. I'll only unleash one sword. If he can block it, I'll admit defeat and take my own life." Right at this time, Yi Yuan's voice sounded out. Yi Yuan's words immediately evoked a huge response. Qin Nanshan's expression turned intent, and he immediately revealed a look of great joy. While Qi Feng's expression similarly turned intent, but his brows knitted tightly together. No way, right? Yi Yuan is also too arrogant, right? Even if he can fly on a sword, his realm is much worse than Qin Shao's after all. Regardless of whether it is realm or law's comprehension, Qin Shao reached the limits of Grotto Profound Realm. For Yi Yuan to want to win him, wouldn't he need to have Heaven Glimpse realm strength? What kind of joke is this? Even if he comprehended sword maneuvering flight, it's also impossible to reach Heaven Glimpse realm strength, right? In everyone's view, Yi Yuan saying so was simply conceited to the extreme. Qin Shao's strength, everyone was all aware. It could be said to be the strongest under Heaven Glimpse already. Yi Yuan's big talk was also boasted too ridiculously. But Yi Yuan really did not have the intention of posturing. He only comprehended one move. He was very confident in his move. If even this move could not deal with Qin Shao, he could only resign himself to fate. Since that's the case, let's start then. After the surprise, Elder Tong opened his mouth and said, "Only unleashes one sword? It looks like you're really very confident in this sword of yours. Since that's the case, then I won't be courteous." His voice had yet to fade when Qin Shao's powerful aura erupted with a loud bang. The realm oppression of half-step Heaven Glimpse blotted out the skies and covered the earth, and crushed over towards Yi Yuan. Clank! The long sword came out of the sheath, cold light radiating everything. It's Grand Chant Sword Void. Qin Shao, he has actually been cultivating Grand Chant Sword Void all along. What a powerful power of laws. Yi Yuan played it big this time. He probably never dreamed that Qin Shao had actually long cultivated one of the 6 Supreme Academy skills, Grand Chant Sword Void. Conceited people naturally have heaven to take in. A mere late-stage Grotto Profound actually dare tell Qin Shao that he was only unleashed. Hi+ing one sword. I want to take a look at how he blocks this sword. The moment Qin Shao made his move, everyone immediately understood. The Grand Chant Sword Void was the same as the Tai True Dipper Fist, one of Wu Meng Academy's 6 Supreme Academy skills, its power immense. Judging from his attack, this Grand Chant Sword Void was clearly already cultivated to the realm of Grand Completion First Level. For a moment the entire martial arena crisscrossed with sword energy. Powerful sword Dao laws crushed over towards Yi Yuan. Fine sword. It wasn't in vain for me to arrange a battle with you. Qin Shao, you didn't disappoint me. Now, I'll let you see the Chaos Heaven opening sword art that I created in the Sword Tomb. Seeing Qin Shao's powerful strength, Yi Yuan's fighting intent was instantly ignited. Yi Yuan comprehended for 5 years in the Sword Tomb. In these 5 years, he had no idea how many gouges sliced on his body, suffered how severe the injuries, and endured how much agony. Now, he finally created a sword Dao martial technique that belonged to him. Yi Yuan named it the Chaos Heaven Opening Sword Art. With evil extermination emerging, Yi Yuan pointed at the sky with his sword. A swift and fierce surge towards the sky. Yi Yuan's mouth lightly spat out 2 words, sundering. Stars. Chapter 1389 Unexpected. Chapter 1389 Unexpected. What a powerful sword art. T2 strong. Yi Yuan's aura is actually no worse than Qin Shao's. But Yi Yuan just broke through to late-stage Grotto Profound. How can he possibly display such a powerful sword art? The moment sundering stars emerged, everyone's expression changed. Qin Nantian suddenly stood up. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of horror. The Grand Chant Sword Void is already Wu Meng Academy's pinnacle-most martial technique. Where did this move of his come from? Qin Nantian said fiercely. Qi Feng's surprise was not the least bit lesser than Qin Nanshan's. In his view, Yi Yuan was just a stonies. Hi+ing an alchemy talent. No matter how formidable his own strength was, it also would not be very strong. All along, Yi Yuan had always been under the myriad treasure tower's protection. No one had seen before Yi Yuan actually took action. No one would have thought that the moment he made his move, it was earth-shattering. I seem to have heard Yi Yuan say just now, this move was his own creation. This move, Sundering Stars, is much stronger than the grand chant Sword Void, exclaimed a teacher from the academy. Truly terrifying martial Dao talent, to actually be able to comprehend such a terrifying martial technique. His talent is likely even greater than Qin Tian's. Another person said. Qin Tian was also stunned by this sword of Yi Yuan's. He finally understood at this moment what Yi Yuan was doing in the sword tomb back then. This guy's comprehension ability was simply too heaven-defying. The moment Sundering Stars was unleashed, Qin Shao felt tremendous pressure too. He gritted his teeth and urged divine essence frenziedly. This sword did not allow him to hold back in the slightest. Grand chant Sword Void. Kill. An enormous long sword phantom condensed and stabbed straight for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, the evil extermination sword chopped down following the momentum. A power that forcefully cleaved Mount Hua. 1. This chop was daunting to the extreme. The powerful sword Dao laws condensed and did not dissipate, virtually dividing the entire S.P.A.C. into two. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed. Boom. Too powerful to the extreme power of laws collided together, shaking the protective grand array until it rocked. The students on the grandstand could hardly stay on their feet. No one could have thought that the exchange of two Grotto Profound Realm students would actually produce such terrifying might. Suddenly, Qin Shao's expression changed. A mouthful of fresh blood suddenly spewed out wildly. That long sword phantom did not last long under the swiftness and ferociousness of Sundering Stars before dividing into two, then thoroughly dissipating. Sundering Stars' residual power still remained, cleaving toward Qin Shao. Qin Shao is finished. This move of Yi Yuan's is too powerful. Sundering Stars. This move is domineering. The crowd on the grandstand exclaimed in shock, seemingly already seeing the wretched scene of Qin Shao being split into two. But right at this time, Qin Shao's figure suddenly became indistinct. Boom. Sundering Stars' remaining power directly chopped on the protective grand array, shocking under everyone on the grandstand swayed once again. It's the G.O.D. bewildering step. My G.O.D. Qin Shao even learned the G.O.D. bewildering step. Someone cried out in shock. G.O.D. bewildering step was similarly one of the 6 Supreme Academy skills, an extremely profound movement technique. Everyone did not expect that Qin Shao actually learned 2 Supreme Academy skills. In the instant of imminent danger just now, Qin Shao forcefully deployed the G.O.D. bewildering step, narrowly avoiding the power of this chop. However, Qin Shao's condition was very bad. His body was currently teetering on his feet, almost unable to stand anymore. Although he avoided vital areas, the power of laws spurred by Sundering Stars still severely wounded him. Qin Shao already did not have strength to fight again. Crack, crack, crack. On the grandstand, Qin Nanshan's expression suddenly changed, his knuckles cracking. This sword of Yi Yuan's could be said to have broken Wu Meng Academy's 2 Supreme Academy skills. Although it did not kill Qin Shao, there would not be any changes to the conclusion too. Yi Yuan's expenditure was immense, but he still had the strength to fight again, while Qin Shao was no different from waiting for death. This life and death battle, the result was already without the least bit of suspense. Qin Nantian pinned high hopes on Qin Shao to finish off Yi Yuan in this fight, but did not expect that Yi Yuan's skill astounded all, overpowering Qin Shao with Sundering Stars. 3 years of waiting turned into naught. How could this not enrage him? Traz. Plus, Qin Nantian could not stay anymore. He gave a cold snort and flicked his sleeves and left. He felt that the Qin family's face had been utterly thrown away by Qin Shao. The Qin family was like the noonday sun, but ever since running into Yi Yuan, it seemed like they mped into walls everywhere. This made him very aggrieved. What a shame, Qin Shao is so talented, but he actually has to fall here. He's really a rare genius. If he really carries on cultivating, his accomplishments might not be worse than Qin Tian's. It's too bad that he ran into Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan is really too heaven-defying. He actually self-created a martial technique, overpowering two supreme academy skills. In Wu Meng Academy's so many years of history, probably no one has ever been able to accomplish it, right? Yi Yuan's sword Dao first layered heaven laws don't seem to be at grand completion yet, but he can defeat Qin Shao with sundering stars this move. It can be seen that his understanding of sword Dao is profound. To what kind of extent? Geniuses were respectable, especially Qin Shao, this kind of genius among geniuses. His defeat made the other students feel great pity. However, geniuses were sorrowful too. They must kill each other in order to attain Dao. Alas, Qin Shao ran into Yi Yuan. Otherwise, he could have radiated splendor. Do it. I already don't have strength to fight again. I lose. Qin Shao used the last of his strength to stab the long sword onto the ground, forcefully bracing himself and not falling down. He could lose, but he did not wish to lose in an undignified manner. At least, these 3 years, he already did his best. His feeling back then was right. Yi Yuan was indeed his future formidable foe. It was just that Qin Shao never expected that this day arrived so quickly. From the entrance examination until the life and death battle now, a mere 5 years had Pa said. 5 years were just a snap of a finger, but Yi Yuan already caught up from behind, utterly surpassing him. The scene of Qin Nantian flicking his sleeves and leaving, Qin Shao took it into his sights. His heart was already akin to dead ash. No matter how hard he worked, he could not obtain any of the Qin family's high regards. Yi Yuan put away the evil extermination sword and said nonchalantly, "I won't kill you. You're an opponent worthy of respect. Furthermore, you're different from the other Qin family members." What did he say? I wouldn't have heard wrongly, right? Yi Yuan and the Qin family is long already irreconcilable. How could he let Qin Shao off? Yeah, Qin Shao didn't hold back in the slightest just now and already aimed to kill Yi Yuan. I didn't expect that Yi Yuan actually wants to let him off. Yi Yuan's words made everyone stunned. This decision of his exceeded everyone's expectations. The rules of life and death battle were all the way until one party died. But if the victor was willing to spare the other party could naturally survive. Except, normally, both parties who arranged a life and death battle were bound to have deep-seated hatred, Wisconsin H.I.+ing to kill the other party, and then be gratified. Situations like Yi Yuan and Qin Shao were exceedingly rare. Are you pitying me? Qin Shao don't need people to pity. Qin Shao looked up at the sky and howled, suddenly raising his sword and stabbing down towards his own sea of consciousness. One Mount Hua is essentially Mount Tai of wuxia novels. Chapter 1390 Not Yet Complete. Chapter 1390 Not Yet Complete Clank. Yi Yuan pointed a sword finger out, directly tapping Qin Shao's long sword flying. Yi Yuan, what's the meaning of this? If I want to die, could it be that you can stop it? Qin Shao roared at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said coolly, can't even suffer this bit of setback? The heaven-span world is so large. Young geniuses stronger than me, and you are more than schools of carps crossing a stream. If everyone is like you, 1,000 lives is also insufficient to die. The martial path is arduous, not reaching the end, who knows what would happen? Speaking lightly of life and death, that's the action of cowards. I know what you will face in the future. How much vilification you can stand up to is how many commendations you can bear. This ye will say until here, life and death is your own business. Want to live, want to die, you decide yourself. Done talking, Yi Yuan turned around and left. Qin Shao's entire body trembled. Clearly, he was currently struggling violently inside. He slowly walked in front of his long sword, gripped the sword handle, but delayed in taking any action. No idea how long had passed, said Aether. The martial arena was long stark empty already. He finally picked up the long sword and left desolately. A figure blocked his path. You're cowardly. Someone who failed has no reason to live on this earth. Qin Tian's cold voice came over. Qin Shao did not look at him. He just said calmly, to live on requires even more courage. I want to become strong. Weaklings are forever weaklings. The path of a powerhouse is always to never stop advancing, while you have run ash. Ore. Qin Tian said. Qin Shao slowly raised his head, met Qin Tian's eyes and said calmly, there will come a day where I'll Serpa. S.U. Qin Tian smiled faintly and said, this day will never arrive. You conduct yourself well. Seeing Qin Tian off with his eyes, Qin Shao's gaze was a never-before firm. Since young, it was his first time daring to look Qin Tian in the eyes like this. Qin Shao had never been so eager to defeat Qin Tian before. He fought for the Qin family, but what he got was a trash. He wanted to let the Qin family's people see that their choice was wrong. At the Qin family's residence, Qin Nantian was currently in a thundering rage. That trash actually didn't commit suicide. In my view, he colluded with that Yi Yuan. Qin Nantian roared furiously. When W.A.N. Ji Song heard that, he hurriedly said, Uncle Qin, there isn't without this possibility. Otherwise, why would they make this 3 years agreement? Likely, they have long planned it out already and want to embarrass the Qin family. Qin Shao feels that his talent doesn't lose to brother Qin Tian's, and feels that the family's resource allocation isn't fair. Hence, he harbored hatred in his heart. It's not impossible to. In the eyes of despicable people, other people's mindsets were naturally filthy too. W.A.N. Ji Song caught this opportunity and directly dropped a stone down the well. But his words were really convincing, especially the latter half. Qin Nanshan's expression changed, and he was even more livid with rage. He said icily, starting from today, immediately cease all resource supply to Qin Shao, and banish his parents to Wuxiang City. Living off us while secretly helping others, the Qin family expended so many resources to nurture him in vain. Qin Tian's gaze flickered by the side but did not say anything. W.A.N. Ji Song continued talking, Uncle Qin, this Yi Yuan is really a troublesome character. If we allow him to grow unchecked, there will probably be no one capable of restraining him in the future. Qin Nantian nodded his head, deeply feeling that way too. Regardless of whether or not Qin Shao lived off them while secretly helping others, that sundering stars move of Yi Yuan's really astounded everyone. Among them included him, Qin Nantian. Before today, Wu Meng capital city's number genius was his son, Qin Tian. But after today, this Tli of number 1 genius will likely have to change owners. Qin Nantian gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, this Yi Yuan must die. W.A.N. Ji Song thought about it and said, want to kill Yi Yuan, the 100 cities smelting trial is the best chance. Otherwise we can only wait for him to ascend to the inner court, and take action when he goes out to carry out missions. It's just that at that time, Yi Yuan's strength would have risen to no idea what kind of extent again. Watching finish this battle, Qin Nantian only felt annoyed, but W.A.N. Ji Song was scared silly. W.A.N. Ji Song and the Qin family walked close together. Qin Shao's strength, he was very clear. Yi Yuan only used 5 years' time and Serpa, as said Qin Shao in all aspects. Once he broke through to heaven glimpse deity realm, Dealing with him, W.A.N.G. Song was simply capturing with ease. Qin Nanshan's eyes lit up and he said, I forgot about it if you didn't mention it. There are still a few years, and it's time for the 100 cities smelting trial again. Want to kill this punk, this is the best timing. However, Yi Yuan's matters will need to be eased up. You all tell the Qin family disciples in the academy not to go find trouble with Yi Yuan these few years. These 2 years, the Qin family and Yi Yuan has become the talk of the town. Want to take any action will definitely be targeted. I'll arrange this matter. You all go. These few years, Yi Yuan could be said to have shot to fame. Defeating Qin Shao this time, Yi Yuan's fame was unparalleled for some time, becoming the man of the hour at the height of his power in Wu Meng Academy. The top dog being pulled down, this sort of thing, it was not that it did not happen before in the past. But as fast as this season, it was still the first time in history. I really didn't expect that. Not only is this Yi Yuan's background solid, his own strength is actually so powerful too. That Sundering Stars move is simply incredible. At that time, separated by the Grand Array, I could even feel that might of that move. One sword forcefully defeated 2 Supreme Academy skills. I say, will this move of his be recruited by the Academy as the 7th Supreme Academy skill? Very likely. Once it becomes the 7th Supreme Academy skill, Yi Yuan will likely be the youngest Hall of Fame member in Wu Meng capital city's history. At this time, in front of Yi Yuan was a very sagacious elderly man. This old man was not an ordinary person. He was Wu Meng City Lord's right-hand man, Wu Meng Academy's actual helmsman, Wen Yang. Wu Meng City Lord was just the Academy's nominal head. Normally, he did not run things, while this Wen Yang was the figure responsible for the Academy's operations. Yi Yuan, actually, when you were in the entrance examination, I already noticed you. You have great potential, Wen Yang said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, many thanks for the Academy head's praise. Wen Yang was slightly stunned. He was somewhat surprised by Yi Yuan's indifference to favor and disgrace. If ordinary students obtained such praise from him, they would definitely be excited until they did not know what to say. But Yi Yuan did not appear the least bit excited. When Yang discovered that for Yi Yuan to be able to create Sundering Stars, this kind of martial technique, it was indeed not a fluke. Ho-ho, that Sundering Stars move was what you comprehended from the Sword Tomb? When Yang did not beat around the bush either, asking straight away. That's right. Disciple bitterly comprehended at the Sword Tomb's first level and second level for 5 years, finally created this martial technique, naming it Chaos Heaven Opening Sword Art. This Sundering Stars is the first move. However, it's not yet complete. When Yang's gaze turned intent and he said in surprise, not yet complete? One sword defeating 2 Supreme Academy skills, and it was actually still an incomplete version. When this move was completed, how great would the power be? Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, the Sword Tomb is indeed a superb place to comprehend the sword, extensive and profound. This Yi Yuan bitterly comprehended for 5 years and only reached the second level too. There's still a considerable distance to grand completion Sword Dao First Layered Heaven.